Before we begin, a small word, if you don't mind. If you've enjoyed spending time here in the Wizarding Library and you'd like to help us keep creating more stories like this, you can support the library on Patreon. It helps cover the cost of making these audiobooks while keeping them free for everyone to enjoy. There's never any obligation, of course. I'm simply glad you're here. Now then, make yourself comfortable. Our story is about to begin. Chapter 20, September 1st. Al, Nick, and the three girls had settled into their compartment when Scorpius joined them. He quickly put his things away, then sat down next to Brianna and gave her a hug. "I've missed you," he told her quietly before looking at the others. "My dad knows about us, even Brianna." He hadn't wasted any time getting to what had been on his mind and kept him awake most of the night. His friends all looked shocked. "Are you okay, mate?" Al asked him. Scorpius nodded, pleased that his friend's first question had been about how he was doing. "Yeah, I am. He's not going to do anything about it or tell grandfather, but he also told me that he wouldn't go against his father if they found out." "What would happen if your grandfather found out?" Brianna asked him. "I'd probably be kicked out of the family, the house, and be disowned. On the black side of our family, it's happened just a few times in their whole history." Brianna took his hand in hers. "If that happens, we'll figure out what to do," she promised him. Al nodded. "Better yet, we'll work on being ready to deal with that if it does happen." Scorpius looked at his friend. "You know about Sirius and Andromeda. It won't be a matter of if, only when. I appreciate all of your support, though. It means everything to me." Rose got up and gave him a hug. "You're welcome, Scorpius." "Let's talk about more interesting things," he said. "How'd the wedding go? What have you been doing all week? Was Brianna dancing with any boys I have to worry about?" They all laughed and allowed their friend to steer them away from his more serious problem. Brianna grinned at him. "It just so happens that I danced with quite a few good-looking boys, if you must know." When she saw him look worried, she hugged him. "Let's see. There was Uncle Harry, and Nick, and Hugo, and Al, and Aaron. Anyone else, Carolyn?" Carolyn was grinning too. "I think you danced with Grandpa once. Does that count?" They were all grinning now. "Okay, you've had your fun. Now what else have you been up to?" Scorpius repeated. They went on to tell him all about their week and about the wedding. Then he told them about his last week of the summer. The trolley went by, and they all ordered pasties and candy from it before settling back down. Carolyn and Brianna wanted another description of what they'd be expecting when they got to Hogsmeade Station, and for the rest of their first night at Hogwarts. Rose and Nick both pulled out books to read, the novelty of the train ride having already worn off with this, their fifth ride. Al and Scorpius talked with the girls for most of the trip, enjoying watching their reaction to the ride, the scenery they passed, and helping them to talk out some of their nervousness about the upcoming sorting. "We also get all-day Sunday off before classes will start on Monday, so we'll be able to show you around the school and the grounds," Scorpius told them. When the train finally started to slow down, they all got their school robes on and got ready. "We'll see you at the school soon," Al told Carolyn quietly as he hugged her. "Everything will be fine." "All right, first years, come with me," Hagrid called. Carolyn's eyes went round, and her lips formed an "oh." "He's the sweetest wizard you'll ever meet," Al whispered, before she left to join Brianna and the other first years. "Just flash him that smile of yours, and he'll be putty in your hands." Carolyn laughed. "That'd be an awfully big hunk of putty, Al," she whispered as she walked away. He took Scorpius's arm and pulled him toward where Rose and Nick were waiting for them. "They'll be fine, mate," he told the other boy. They waited in line and watched the carriages pull up, fill up with students, then pull out again. With everything else at Hogwarts that has been so much more amazing to see in person than from the stories we'd been told, I wonder just how incredible the Thestrals really are, Rose told the boys quietly. Me too, Nick told her. If it's all right with you, though, let's keep the curiosity under control in this one case. Rose, Al, and Scorpius all laughed. Their turn finally came, since second years were apparently required by some age-old custom to wait for their more senior classmates to go first. The only exception to that was a small group of prefects, the head boy and head girl, who stayed to make sure all of the students got to the school safely. Walking into the Great Hall with all of the other returning students felt as much like coming home as getting a hug from his dad had been back in June, Al thought. They all knew what to do, and since they were some of the last students to get there, the four friends quickly took their seats. When all of the students were seated, the doors opened at the side of the hall, and Professor Longbottom led the first-year students in, and they lined up along the front of the hall. Al looked from kid to kid until he found the one he had been searching for, and watched her while the hat sang its welcoming song and the sorting began. Carolyn and Brianna were standing next to each other, not exactly holding hands, but arms and hands touching each other in silent support. Brianna was called up to be sorted first, and both girls held their breath. "Ah," Brianna heard the sorting hat say when it was placed on her head. "One of our beloved Phoenix Foundation children. Many of your sisters and brothers have done well in Hufflepuff, my dear, but I see spark and wit inside you, and something else very special too. Yes, definitely Ravenclaw." Brianna had been holding her breath the whole time, and had tears in her eyes as she jumped down from the stool and walked over to the Ravenclaw table, where she was welcomed with applause by the other students, and with hugs from Scorpius, Al, Rose, and Nick. The group of first-year students had dwindled considerably before it was Carolyn's turn to step up and be sorted. "Another Phoenix Foundation girl," the hat said happily. The pause seemed to take forever from Carolyn's perspective, but was probably only long seconds. "Your friends are going to need you close, my dear, and while you may not become the greatest among them, you will help to make them more than they would be without you." The hat paused for another moment before shouting, "Ravenclaw!" Carolyn was a little stunned at what the hat had told her. It seemed to go further than what Al and the others had described to her, but she'd have to think about that later, because she was suddenly busy being hugged by her 5 friends as the other Ravenclaw students clapped to welcome her. They had time to talk quietly together before the sorting was ended, and Professor McGonagall stood to welcome them. Al was holding Carolyn's hand and felt it trembling slightly. "It's done now," he whispered, "and we've got 7 whole school years together." She looked into his excited face and smiled. "Yes, we do," she agreed quietly. Rose and Nick were talking with Brianna about Ravenclaw Tower now, and they both joined into that conversation until the headmistress began speaking. Al was only half listening as Professor McGonagall gave her welcoming speech, the usual restrictions, and offered her best wishes. He looked around the hall and picked out James, who was reunited with his best mates, Aaron and Ariana, who were with a group of their fellow 5th-year students. Trinity and Christina had nodded at him when they'd both met his gaze as he looked down the Ravenclaw table. Rick was busy with his friends and didn't notice. He returned his attention to the table in front of him when he heard the "Let the feast begin," and watched as platters and bowls of steaming, mouth-watering food appeared in front of them. They all started to fill plates, and the Grey Lady welcomed them to their house and school. They had all thought that last year's feast had been incredible, but Al was also sure that having Carolyn next to him, holding her hand and sharing the experience with her, had made this year's feast just that much more incredible. After dinner, they all went up to Ravenclaw Tower and showed Carolyn and Brianna around and hung out in the common room together for a short time. Rose then took the two younger girls to their dorm and helped them settle in, while the three boys went to their dorm and unpacked before heading to bed. Carolyn and Brianna had beds next to each other. Rose had helped them find their room and beds and had helped to introduce them to the other girls that were in their room before going to unpack her own things. They were both sitting on Brianna's bed, talking quietly. "I think I'm still in shock," Brianna told her best friend quietly. "This whole night has been a sensory overload." Carolyn nodded. "The whole thing is way bigger and cooler than I'd imagined." She looked at Brianna carefully. "Did the sorting hat say anything strange to you when you were sorted?" Brianna looked surprised. "I don't think so. It said something about a lot of the kids in the residence getting put in Hufflepuff, and that I had wit and talent, and something special. I'm not sure what it could have seen in me that was special. What did it tell you?" Carolyn quietly told her everything that the hat had said, and Brianna had grinned. "Sounds like it means we're going to be the superhero sidekicks to me. You remember those Muggle cartoons we used to laugh at on the WWVN when we were little? All those superheroes had at least one. Maybe you'll be Al's Lois Lane." Both girls laughed, and they talked for a while longer before Carolyn went to her own bed, climbed in, and watched as Brianna turned out the light on the table between them. When she fell asleep and started dreaming, she wasn't sure how she felt as she saw Al flying away to save the day on his broom, but was certainly still able to clearly feel the super kiss he'd left her with before taking off. Al was sitting on his bed, writing a letter to his parents and listening to Nick and Scorpius talk together. "Dear Mum and Dad, we all got to school safely, no surprise there. Carolyn and Brianna were both sorted into Ravenclaw, and so you can probably guess that Scorpius and I are fairly happy campers tonight. Rose is helping them settle into their dorms. I wanted to talk to you about Scorpius. He told us on the train that his dad found out about his being friends with us. He's keeping it quiet in their family, but told him that he wouldn't stand against Scorpius's grandfather when he eventually found out. He's sure that when his grandparents do eventually find out, he'll be disowned. Do you have any suggestions on how Rose, Nick and I can help him when that happens? I don't think I know everything that happened with Sirius Black or Grandma Andromeda, but I've heard enough to know that Rose, Nick and I can't stand by and let anything like that happen to one of our best mates. It would be nice if he still had years before anything happens, but I've had a feeling about it ever since I heard him tell us that I can't shake, and think we need to be ready sooner than later to help. Please write back soon and let me know what you think. Love, Al. P.S. Lily. I love and miss you. I hope you're still planning on being our outside source this year. We'll be trying to do even more than last year. When you come to school with us next year, maybe we'll have to pool our allowances and hire Dad to do the job for us." When he'd finished the letter, Al put it in an envelope, ready to send in the morning with the owl post. He talked with Nick and Scorpius for a while, then climbed under the covers and drifted off to sleep to the sound of his cousin and friend continuing to talk quietly together. While Al was drifting off to sleep, James was sitting in the Gryffindor common room with his girlfriend next to him. They'd both taken a fair bit of ribbing from some of the other Gryffindors, but it hadn't really been all that bad. Andy and John had both gone to their dorm room to unpack, but there were still lots of other Gryffindors hanging around the room, getting reacquainted with friends. "This is going to be an awesome year," Ariana told him. "You're going to get to go with us on Hogsmeade weekends this year. This is going to be a Yule Ball year, and with a little extra work, we're going to win the Quidditch Cup back for Gryffindor." The first two are great. The third might be a trick if we don't figure out what went wrong last year. I still find it hard to believe that you and I both didn't even score a single goal. We'll see what kind of team we have to work with, then figure it out. We've got lots of time until May, she told him. Aaron came over and sat down in a chair next to them. If I hear one more joke about you guys, I'm going to have to start hexing people or something, he grumbled. Ariana laughed. Let them play, they're having fun, and it doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother me either, other than they're so stupid. Hey, Aaron, if James and your sister are both caught, can they still be chasers? They're basically proving that all the brains are in Ravenclaw. James and Ariana both laughed. I think we can show them at tryouts that we can still play the game just fine, she told her brother. True, but I may still decide to break out some of the new wheezes if the jokes don't stop by tomorrow. Did you and your uncle by any chance develop a chocolate village idiot wheeze? He thought about that for a minute. Never mind, for most of those guys that'd just be redundant. He stood up as the others laughed and gave his sighter a hug. I'm heading for bed. I'll see you both in the morning. Night, Aaron, Ariana told him, smiling. I love you. He'd already started to go, but stopped and turned around again. I love you too, sis. Remind me to tell you that more often. James watched him as he left the room. I get the feeling that he's struggling a bit dealing with you and me, he told Ariana quietly. She nodded. We're pretty close, a lot closer than most brothers and sisters. Being twins is only part of that, and I guess shared experiences is the rest. Is there anything I can do to help him? He asked. Ariana gave him a hug. Thanks, but I think this is just part of us growing up. Just keep being his friend, and he'll work it out. She put her arms around his neck, then gave him a kiss and hug. Time for us to go get settled in too. She kissed him once more, then stood up. I'll see you in the morning, James. Have pleasant dreams. James took a minute to get his bearings and watch her walk across the room and disappear into the stairway for the girls' dorm. He was smiling when he got up to head for his own dorm room. If he was going to get a good night kiss like that every night, then this wasn't going to be a good year. It was going to be absolutely brilliant. Chapter 21. Our continuing mission. Sunday was basically a play day for all of the students at Hogwarts. Classes would start up on Monday, but today they could just hang out with their friends and enjoy a beautiful day. Carolyn and Al were out walking by the lake in the late morning before lunch. Rose had talked the boys into getting a head start on their classes in the afternoon, but this morning Scorpius and Al were taking the girls on separate tours of the school and grounds, giving each of them a chance to have some alone time. No wonder everyone in your family that came here loves this place, she was telling him as they walked. The school and grounds are just where we are. When you start learning about magic tomorrow, you'll see what's really great about this place. I'm a little nervous about tomorrow. Al stopped them and gave her a hug. Bree will be in classes with you, and you'll be fine. You're going to love most of your classes. I haven't met anyone yet that liked all of them. Even Aunt Hermione didn't like divination, although we won't have that until third year. She gave him another hug. Thanks, Al. We should get back soon, or we'll miss lunch. The afternoon study time was fairly successful, and while Al, Rose, Nick and Scorpius were busy testing their first chapter potion in Potions Master and studying their first lessons in Transfiguration, Charms and Herbology, Carolyn and Brianna both reread the first lessons for each of their subjects. They still had some time until dinner, so the 4 second years spent the rest of the time talking with the two girls about what to expect in their first classes. After dinner, they had the first meeting for the new Marauders in one of the empty classrooms. Thanks for coming, James, Al began when they'd all sat on chairs around one of the work tables. No prob, Al, James answered. First thing I want to know, though, is what TNM stands for. Rose answered for them. It stands for the new Marauders, James. You were an unofficial member for the second half of last year. Why didn't you ask me for help in the first half? All four of the original Marauders laughed. Let's just say we had a different mission back then than we had after Christmas. James looked at each of them suspiciously, then laughed too. Apparently I didn't just underestimate you in Quidditch, was all he said. Scorpius and I told Caroline and Brianna what we've been doing, and both want to join, Al said by way of continuing the meeting. They're going to help us out collecting information on the first years. I'm sure that Lily will still be our outside source for the gifts, cards, and everything else we sent last year. Nick held up his hand. I know we're all going to be busy with new classes, Quidditch tryouts, and everything else, but this is a really good time of year to help these kids. Rose nodded. There will be kids that don't have decent school supplies or crummy robes and clothes. Others will be having a tough time being away from home and could use a little cheering up. There's a lot of good we could do over the next couple of weeks. This will also be when the bullies come out to make their mark, especially on the younger and new kids, Scorpius said quietly. We need to find out who they are, and James needs to keep being our enforcement wing. James laughed at that. I can do that, but I want to get some help this year too. I'm thinking Aaron for sure, and maybe John and Andy. Rose was nodding her head. I think that's a good idea, James. You're probably going to need the help at least for a while, and with your extra classes this year, you're going to be even busier. Don't remind me, cuz. I can hardly wait for divination and arithmancy, he said sarcastically. Hagrid's class should be cool, though. Brianna put up her hand. Do you think any of the students would be interested in mentoring some of these other kids, kind of like the volunteers do at the residence? The others all looked at her in surprise, and she looked down at her hands on the table. Sorry, she mumbled, just thinking out loud, I guess. Rose got up and went around to give her a hug. Brianna, don't. I think that's a really good idea. Brianna looked up at the other girl. You do? Rose nodded and went to sit back down. The question is, how do we do something like that without giving ourselves away? The others thought about that, and Nick was first with a possible solution. We won't have a lot of kids, probably less than 50. What about doing that in the open as Foundation volunteers and recruiting some of the other volunteers? They won't have to know that our info came from TNM, and we can keep doing all of this stuff too, maybe even more someday. James was next to Nick and high-fived him. That's absolutely brilliant. We could ask Ariana to lead that. She'd do it in a second. They all agreed to Nick's idea, and after talking about some of the things they would get done this week, adjourned their meeting and headed back to their dorms to get their things ready for classes in the morning and have a good night's sleep. Lily watched as her dad read the letter he'd received in the post this morning. She was smiling brightly. They'd not only had a wonderful afternoon on the island, but had been having so much fun, decided to stay overnight. They'd gotten home before dinner on Sunday and had gone to bed fairly early. Harry handed the letter to Ginny, who read it over quickly. This was a little different, since normally they'd read letters from Al or James out loud. Lily could see from the envelope that it had been from Al. "What's wrong, Daddy? Are they all okay?" Harry smiled at her. "They're fine, honey. Al's worried about one of his friends and wants some advice." "I'm not sure what advice to give him," Ginny said seriously. Lily looked at her parents, then grinned. "That's easy. You tell him to do what's right." Harry and Ginny laughed, and Ginny gave her a hug. "This one might not be that easy, sweetie." "May I?" she asked, holding her hand out for the letter. Harry shrugged, and Ginny handed it over to her, and she read it quickly. Her parents had both noted that she never needed to read something twice. "I think you should get Teddy, Uncle Percy, and Aunt Penelope involved," she told them. "They're all pretty good friends, but I'd say Nick is Scorpius's best mate, and Teddy is his cousin. He might want to be involved even though they don't really know each other yet." Harry and Ginny both smiled at their amazing little girl. The residence would be an option, I suppose, but I don't really think that'd be best for him. Staying here might be worse. I'm not quite sure about that. We're only talking about having a place to live at holidays and the cost of taking care of him. I'd guess that living with Nick would probably be the best for him. Uncle Percy's position in the ministry would probably cause the least extra strain between the families. "Are you sure you're only 10? Harry asked her, pretending to see if she was in disguise. She and Ginny both laughed at him. "Going on 11, Daddy, but yes, I'm sure." "Well, why don't you write your brother back to tell him you're definitely going to help them out again this year, that I might be interested in that job next year, and that we'll work on getting him an answer to his question, but it'll take a while." Lily smiled at him. "Is it okay if we have breakfast first and see Mommy off to work?" They had eaten breakfast and received their schedules. It was time to head for their own classes, so Carolyn and Brianna went off together toward their first class of the year, Transfiguration. Rose and the boys had wished them well, and they'd hugged Al and Scorpius respectively. When they were almost to the classroom, they rounded a corner and stopped when they saw their way was blocked by two much larger boys. "What do we have here?" the one boy said with a sneer. "A couple of firsties by the looks of them." "Why don't we see what they have in their bags?" the other boy suggested. "Come on, girls, hand them over, or we'll..." "We'll what?" Carolyn and Brianna both turned and saw Aaron, James, John, and Andy all standing with wands drawn and pointed at the boys. Aaron had been the one who'd spoken. "How about we let you know that these two girls aren't to be touched? From now on, if anything, and I mean anything, happens to them, we'll come looking for the two of you." James smiled at them. "I think we should all get going so we're not late for class." He took Carolyn's hand, and Aaron took Brianna's. "Come on, girls, we'll walk you to Transfiguration. Our class is right next door, and Aaron has a spare." The two boys left quickly in the other direction. He might only be a third year, but one thing that every kid in school knew was that you didn't mess with James Potter, master prankster. "Thanks, guys," Carolyn told them after taking a shaky breath. "I guess Brianna and I better start sticking with some of the other first years too." Aaron nodded. "That's a good idea, but you probably won't have to worry anymore. Word will get around fast that you two are off limits. The school grapevine does have some advantages." The boys left them at the door to their classroom, and they walked inside and sat at a table together. Professor Macmillan quickly went through the class list and began the lesson. Both girls were naturally quiet, and so they weren't the first kids putting their hands in the air to answer questions. When the professor asked them each a question during that first class, they'd both been able to answer correctly. They were also 2 of 5 students that could do the transfiguration they were taught, and since Brianna was the first one, earned 5 points for their house. "Welcome to second-year herbology," Professor Longbottom told his class. "This year, here in Greenhouse 3, you will begin to learn how to deal with some of the more interesting and exciting plants, such as mandrakes and Abyssinian shrivel figs." The lecture continued with a detailed description and training on how to properly use the protective equipment, followed by an extreme introduction to the mandrakes that left nearly everyone in the class shaken. "Apparently our dear professor needs to look up the difference between the words exciting and terrifying," Nick told them after the class. Scorpius laughed. "You think that's scary? You should see the full-grown one my grandfather keeps at home." The other 3 kids just stared at him. "Are you serious?" Rose asked him. "Why on earth would he want to keep one of those things at home?" "I don't know, Rose. Trying to think like him would mean going to a very dark, scary place. I've never tried to do it." The others nodded and let the whole thing drop. Their herbology had been a double class, so they went to the Great Hall and met the girls for lunch. "How were your first 2 classes?" Rose asked them as they were sitting down. "Fine, after Aaron, James, Andy and John rescued us from a couple of bullies before we even got to the first class," Carolyn told them. "Don't worry," she added when she saw the looks on the other kids' faces. "We'll stick with the pack more, but Aaron's also sure that word will get around fast that we're not to be picked on." Anyway, Brianna got 5 points for being the first to complete the Transfiguration properly. We both loved that class. History of Magic was hard to get very excited about, but we did manage to stay awake. "What have you got for the afternoon?" Scorpius asked them. "Charms, then astronomy. Next week it'll be double charms, and astronomy will be Tuesday night at midnight," Brianna told him. "We've got Transfiguration and potions, so I guess we won't see you until after classes," Al told them. "We can meet in the common room later and do some of our homework before dinner." They'd agreed, and while they had lunch, Rose entertained the girls with a play-by-play of their first Mandrake adventure, and before they knew it, they had to get to their next classes. James had been having lunch with Andy and John, and they were getting ready to go to their next class when he caught Al's mouthed, "Thanks, mate," from across the hall. He'd smiled and nodded in return. When he'd gotten back to the Gryffindor common room, he'd had a quick meeting with Ariana and the 3 boys that the new Marauders wanted to recruit, and they'd all jumped at the chance to join. It had been Aaron's idea to keep an eye on Carolyn and Brianna in the morning. They all knew that the 2 sweet, gentle girls would be certain targets for the bullies in the school. They were heading for divination now, and James was not looking forward to putting up with an hour of mumbo-jumbo nonsense. "Come on, James," John told him as they walked. "You've never taken the subject before. It might be interesting. From what some of the older kids said, Professor Stimpson is at least a lot better looking than Professor Trelawney." They found out during that next hour that while their professor was indeed pretty enough, she was also just as mystical as her predecessor. John, being the most open-minded and voracious learner of the 3 boys, found the subject fascinating. James and Andy thought they did well just to keep from snorting and laughing at all of the idiocy. "I predict that divination class is going to suck all year," James told his friends. John and Andy both laughed at him. "If it does, will that mean that you have the gift?" John asked him. James shuddered. "Don't even joke about that, mate. If I start going into trances and spouting off prophecy, shoot me." "Let's get going, guys," Andy told them. "We'll be late for care of magical creatures if we don't hurry." The other boys rolled their eyes but picked up the pace. They knew that Andy was the only reason they weren't late for most of their classes. James might be their group leader, but Andy was the organizer that kept them focused on schoolwork and classes when they needed to be kept in line. The 3 friends had decided to take 2 of the same optional classes this year, and found out that they all really liked Professor Hagrid's class. James went to see Hagrid in his cabin once in a while, mostly because his parents wanted him to, but they both knew that James wasn't his father, and they didn't have the kind of friendship that they'd had 20 years ago. After classes, the 3 of them met up with Aaron and Ariana in the common room and actually worked on homework together until dinner. James had thought they'd been loaded down with work until he saw the amount of homework that Ariana and Aaron had to deal with as OWL students. One day into the year, and he was sure that his days of slacking and getting by without working hard were over. Al was doing homework with Rose, Nick and Scorpius. Carolyn and Brianna were working on their first-year assignments with 2 other girls that were in their dorm at a nearby table. They'd all agreed that, except for helping the 2 younger girls if they needed help with their homework, they'd study separately so that none of them got distracted. Easier said than done, Al thought to himself. They'd finished their herbology homework before dinner, had finished a transfiguration assignment, and were now all in potions master, using their virtual quills and the lab to write their reports on how to correctly make the swelling solution, its effects and antidote. They finished their work first. Then Al and Scorpius went over to help the girls and their new friends finish their astronomy and charms homework. Getting all of their work done, Al and Carolyn had a little time to spend together before it was time to head for bed. They held hands and sat close together on one of the sofas, talking quietly together. "Thanks for the homework help," Carolyn told him quietly. "You're welcome. You've picked yourself a good boyfriend, at least when it comes to having one of the few students here that actually really likes astronomy." She sat up and looked into his eyes intently, smiling, then hugged him tightly. "What'd I say?" he said, hugging her back. "That's the very first time you referred to yourself as my boyfriend," she told him happily and kissing him. "I gather that it's okay with you for me to do that," he said, laughing. "It's very okay, Al." She sat back into the sofa and leaned her head on his shoulder. They watched the end of a WWVN show that had been playing, then shared a little kiss goodnight, and went to their dorm rooms, tired and ready to get some sleep. The new Marauders were all busier than they'd ever been before during that first week of school. James and his new team dealt with 3 bullies, one of those being a certain Slytherin girl who'd been quickly disabused of the notion that her oath had ended with the past school year. New school robes, supplies, and even a few little treats started showing up in the Owl Post by Friday. Ariana had a list of 15 kids that had been identified so far that could be helped with a mentor, and she already had 30 Phoenix Foundation volunteers who had signed on to become mentors, all of them excited about helping out other students in their school. James, John, and Andy had all the same classes, except for one, arithmancy. The 3 boys had gotten their 2 new classes on Monday and now knew what to expect from them. They'd had at least one of each of their core classes, which were all just more advanced studies of subjects that were now either old friends or old wrestling buddies, depending on how you looked at each class. When he went into arithmancy on Friday morning, wishing now that he'd only picked 2 extra classes like John and Andy had, he wasn't feeling all that happy about his choice. Professor Macmillan, Parvati Macmillan that is, welcomed him and the rest of her class. James knew both Professor Macmillans, since they were friends of his parents. He didn't think she took that into consideration in how she treated him, but while he might not like taking the extra class, he did find out he had an aptitude for the subject. By the end of the class, he was on his way to becoming the teacher's pet, a real novelty for him. He also noticed that the professor seemed to have a fair number of boys that were more interested in watching her than paying attention to what she was saying. It seemed that Professor Williamson wasn't the only one who had to deal with student crushes. Quidditch tryouts were scheduled for both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor on Saturday, and with all of the other exciting things happening to start the year off, they all expected that the good things that were happening for all of them would just keep on rolling through the weekend. There was a confident group of kids in both houses that went to bed Friday night looking forward to a great day. Chapter 22. Quidditch Upset. Trinity called all of the students together that had come for the tryouts. The flying test for all of the kids was first, and quickly weeded out over half of the initial group. There were close to 30 students left when she started the beta tryout. Nobody was surprised when Nick and Rick both kept their positions. 2 of the remaining 8 kids that had tried out for the position were offered spots on the practice team. 12 students stepped forward for the chaser tryout, and this year there was much tougher competition. Al was sure that this had happened for 2 reasons. First, they were now the defending champions, and second, other students had heard what kind of work it had taken, and were now doing the extra work it took to be better players. What he hadn't expected, though, was to be fairly soundly outplayed by one of the third-year students. When Trinity called the chasers back in, she looked pretty uncomfortable, but knew what she had to do. "Rose Weasley, Matt Goldstein, congratulations," she told them. There was a ripple of noise through the students that were left, as they realized that one of their championship team members had just lost his position. Al and two of the other kids were offered the 3 chaser positions on the practice team, and they all accepted. Scorpius defended his keeper position, and Christina, now in her 7th year, kept her spot too. When Trinity thanked everyone, and Al was excused with the other students that hadn't made the team, he was in a bit of shock. There was a good chance that several moments went by before he even realized that Carolyn was walking next to him, holding his hand. "Are you all right?" she asked him gently. He gave himself a shake. "I will be. Matt was definitely the better chaser, though. I'm happy for him. They're getting a really great chaser for the practice team, though. Just remember that Demelza ended up on the Gryffindor practice team in your mum and dad's last year here, and she ended up being a pretty good player." Al grinned at her. "Thanks, Carolyn, I feel better already. And it does mean that we'll have a little more time together too, since the practice team only does about half of the practices and none of the team meetings." "If that's true, I hope you never make the team again," she teased him. "Let's go grab our books, though, and go hide somewhere and study, so you don't have to put up with the inevitable pity party that will probably start when Trinity and the others get back to the common room." "That, my dear, is a brilliant idea. If we hurry, we should be able to avoid that until lunchtime." James was walking to the Quidditch pitch with Aaron and Ariana when they met up with Rose, Nick, and Scorpius on their way out. "How does Trinity manage to get the best times every year?" he joked with them. It took a minute before it registered that Al wasn't with them, and by the expressions on his cousins' faces, he immediately knew what was up. "He didn't make the team?" he said incredulously. Rose shook her head. "No, he got beat out by Matt Goldstein." "That's tough. Is he all right?" Ariana asked them. "We haven't talked to him yet. Our meeting just ended," Nick told them. "Carolyn left with him, so I'm sure she'll help him. We better get going. Good luck with your tryouts." They were almost late for the start of the Gryffindor tryouts. Their leader and keeper had just called everyone in and was getting ready to start the flying tests. The big loss in last year's final game had brought out even more hopefuls than usual. Nearly 100 kids took to the air for the flying test. 42 students remained after that part of the tryout, and 14 witches and wizards stepped forward to try out for the 2 beta positions. There was one pair of players who had obviously worked together that were far better than the rest of the students, and replaced both of last season's beaters on the new team. 21 kids tried for the 3 chaser positions. 18 of them probably thought that, because of what had happened last year, that there would be a chance for them to make the team. They were certainly right about that, but apparently forgot that having a chance and being better were 2 different things. Aaron, Ariana, and James cleaned up the competition and left no doubt that they were still the best that Gryffindor had, and the best by a long way. There were 3 students trying out for the practice team keeper job, mostly because they knew the spot would be open next year and wanted the chance for a year-long audition as the backup. Finally, their 7th-year seeker stepped forward, along with 3 other students who were looking to earn the final spot on the team. Jeremy Kirk was one of those 3 students, a 4th year that had made the practice team last year. He'd apparently done his homework too, since he nearly duplicated Christina's move from the game last year and caught the snitch to earn his place on the team. The team meeting was short, and they got their practice schedules. The only difference from previous years was that they set up a strategy meeting for Sunday to kick off their practice season. 3 new teammates this season, Aaron was saying to James and Ariana as they walked back to the school. "Both of our new beaters look pretty good, And Jeremy was definitely the better seeker. He probably won't do all of that hot-dogging either. Well, we're going to have to play a lot better this season against Ravenclaw if we want to win the Quidditch Cup back, Ariana said. I take it the collective ego trip is over now. James grinned, his eyes lighting up. Oh, I'd say we all still have pretty big egos, excepting you, of course. We did learn our lesson, though. Aaron nodded. And that lesson really sucked, so I, for one, don't want to see it repeated. I don't mind losing a game if we played our best, but we got killed in that game. They'd reached the Great Hall by then, and James left his friends to check in with Al at the Ravenclaw table. "You all right, Al?" he asked his brother when he got to him. Al looked up and was smiling. "That looks like a yes to me," James grinned back. "Apparently last year after that game when I said you better try out again this year, I should have said you better make the team, so I could get that rematch." Al and Carolyn both laughed. "Sorry, James. Maybe next year we can have that game and find out. If I was you, though, I'd be worried about how good a team you'll be playing, since logic suggests that my replacement is a way better player than me." "Well, I'm glad you're okay with it, Al. I'll see you around." Carolyn's plan to hide out until lunch had been perfect. The condolences only lasted through lunch. Then the matter was dropped, and Al was allowed to get on with his life. There was homework to get finished, and even a little time left over to play and hang out with his cousins and friends. The Gryffindor Quidditch team had gotten together in a classroom for their meeting on Sunday morning. "I think the first thing we have to do is to figure out what happened at the game last year," the captain began. "Any thoughts?" Jeremy put up his hand. "Ravenclaw found and took advantage of our weaknesses," he told them. "What weaknesses?" Aaron asked him. "They beat us soundly, but up until then, I thought we were a pretty good team." Jeremy smiled and nodded. "You were and are. They were just better prepared and had you down cold." When James went to speak, Jeremy held up his hand. "Hear me out first, please." He turned to the captain. "Do you realize that you telegraph your moves before you make them?" he asked the other boy. He proceeded to demonstrate and explain exactly what the Ravenclaw team had seen and taken advantage of. "James, you've picked up your own little bad habit. You wink at Ariana every time you're going to shoot, and don't when you're going to pass." Ariana started to laugh as she realized that Jeremy was right. "Our seeker last year had a couple of special moves that he liked to use that looked impressive, but left him open to get beat, just like in the game, and yesterday at tryouts." "What about me?" Ariana asked him curiously. "They couldn't find anything with you, Ariana, except that you were scoring 60% of the goals, and decided that just shutting you down was their best strategy. So they put Trinity and Rose both on you because they had James figured out, and Aaron has been your playmaker and so didn't shoot very often." "Anything else?" she asked him. "They figured out that our beaters only played well when they could see and communicate with each other, so they just played defense against them and got in their faces. They also, obviously, psyched us out all season too, making us think they weren't very good." Ariana was smiling now. "Well, we've already changed things up with having a new seeker and beaters, and I think we can fix the other problems with a little work." She smiled at Jeremy. "I'd say we also have acquired a pretty good player to help us analyze our competition, if he can do that as well as he's broken down our team." The 5 boys and 2 girls were all smiling now. Things were definitely looking brighter for the Gryffindor team already. "Let's get going," Trinity was telling her team at their first strategy meeting. "I'd like to welcome Matt to the team. Congratulations again, Matt." The rest of the team clapped and nodded. "Last year's going to be a tough act to follow, and you can bet that we won't be catching any teams by surprise this year," she continued. "The rumor mill is buzzing that the other 3 house teams all had some big changes this year. Gryffindor and Slytherin both have 3 new players, and Hufflepuff has 4. Any suggestions on how to start things this year? Rose held up her hand, and the others laughed, and she grinned. Force of habit, she said. We've got a pretty good basic training program, so I think we should continue with that. You and I haven't worked with Matt at all before, so I think that maybe for the first few weeks that one of our practices should be just the 3 of us and Scorpius. Trinity and Matt were both nodding. What about strategy? We won't get to see Hufflepuff before we play them. I'm not all that worried about the other games yet, since we'll see both of the other teams play first. Matt answered Trinity first. We won't be able to sandbag any of the teams this year, and most of the players will have seen our games last year. We should put a game plan together that's completely different than anything we've done before, maybe even a bit risky, since in every game we played last year, we were extremely defensive. Rose smiled at him. I like it. Maybe even something like the Wasps used that year they got to the finals against my dad's team. That was definitely a go-for-broke offense. Matt laughed, and for a moment it was like the others weren't even there. Apparently Matt knew just about as much as Rose did when it came to the history and strategy of the game. Trinity finally called them to a halt. The rest of your team happily concedes the strategy expertise to both of you. Come up with our game plan by the end of the month, and we'll learn to do everything you want us to do by game day. The meeting wrapped up, and they all headed for their common room, and plans to spend the rest of the day working on homework. Rose, Nick, and Scorpius all wished that Al was still on the team with them, but they couldn't help but be excited about their chances again this year. Chapter 23. Hogsmeade Weekends and Halloween Fun. James had been to Hogsmeade lots of times with his family, but this was his first weekend there with his classmates and Ariana. Andy and John weren't all that excited that he wanted to go on their first trip to town with her instead of them, but they'd survive. He was having breakfast with them now, and they were talking about what they were going to do in town. Stops at Honeyduke's and Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes were givens. They were going to check out the Shrieking Shack and have lunch at the Three Broomsticks. They'd heard the older boys talk about Madame Rosmerta's daughter, and definitely wanted to check that out for themselves too. Ariana was talking with Rose, Carolyn and Brianna, finding out what they'd like picked up while she and James were in town. It was a small list, really just requests for some sweets and some quills and parchment, but all 3 girls really appreciated being asked. Rose had given her a big hug. "Thanks, Ariana," she told her friend. She saw James walking over to them and grinned. "At least our friends are considerate enough to see if we need anything, even if my dear cousin has utterly forgotten his poor brother and family." James laughed. "You're not forgotten, and I did ask the guys if they needed anything last night. Ariana agreed to check with you in case you had any requests that might make me blush." Carolyn and Brianna giggled, and Rose smiled. "You mean you wouldn't want to pick up underwear for us at Fashion Knut?" she teased him. James laughed. "Oh, I'd be fine with that. Then every time you saw me grinning, you'd be wondering if it was because I knew what you had on under that robe." "James!" Rose exclaimed, blushing furiously as the other girls laughed. "That is so not funny on so many levels." James nodded. "True, but thankfully it only has to be funny on one." He kissed her cheek. "You know I'm just kidding, cuz. When was the last time you saw me voluntarily shop for clothes with the girls?" Rose laughed. "Never, but I have a feeling your convictions on that might change depending on who was modeling those clothes now." It was his turn to blush, but he didn't deny her suggestion. Ariana took his hand. "Come on, James, we better get going. I'll get your things to you at dinner tonight if we don't see you before then," she promised the girls. There was already a line-up for students heading to town, and it was several minutes before they were checked out and on their way to town. There was a long, strung-out line of students making the walk from school to town, and the young couple held hands as they went. "We've both been to Hogsmeade lots of times," James said. "I wonder why this just feels so different." "Being here with about 1,000 other kids is probably part of it," Ariana suggested. "I'd hope that getting to spend the day with your girlfriend might also be a factor in why it's different too." James grinned, and Ariana laughed. "Then, of course, there's the added bonus of no parental supervision." When they got into town, the usual mob was already at Uncle George's store, so they decided to wander around the rest of town first. That worked out to be a great plan, since it meant that they were two of the first students to find the new Spa Magic that was having its grand opening today. They went in and booked 2 appointments for Ariana, one on the weekend before Halloween and one on the weekend before the Yule Ball. Ariana found out from some of the other girls later that every Hogsmeade weekend was completely booked there by noon. Ariana then went to Honeyduke's and Scrivenshafts to get the things that Rose, Carolyn and Brianna wanted, and the other things that she and James needed to get for themselves, and for Al, Nick and Scorpius. They had lunch at the Three Broomsticks, then stopped in at Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, where James stocked up his supplies. Their last stop was Fashion Knut, where Rose's theory was proven correct by the empirical evidence of the grin on James's face as he happily watched his girlfriend try on several new outfits. He lamely tried to convince her that the soft cashmere sweater he bought was because it looked so great on her, but they both knew that it was the extreme cuddle factor that was the real reason behind the purchase. Ariana also picked out a new pair of pants and blouse for herself, and after paying for their purchases, decided to head back to school to get a head start on the weekend homework. While the older students were in Hogsmeade, Al and the other new Marauders had been meeting to go over what they'd accomplished so far and what they could do next. They had 2 more bullies for James to deal with, and had used the Marauders map to carefully document when and where these kids were picking on the younger students. "That bully bat idea of James's was pretty awesome last year," Nick was telling them, "but don't you think we could come up with some new weapons for his arsenal?" Rose and Scorpius were both nodding. "Any suggestions?" she asked everyone. "We could put a personal transportal device on them and send them to the North Pole for a visit," Scorpius suggested with a grin. The others laughed. "Nice thought, but transportals don't work any better than apparating does here," Al told him. Scorpius looked surprised. "I didn't know that." Al nodded. "There are a lot of safety precautions that were built into the system to make sure it could never be abused." "You guys told us about that love potion thing that James tried to pull on you last year that Mr. Filch ended up getting hit with," Carolyn said. "Could we make something like that to use, except maybe have something different happen to those bullies?" "Like what?" Rose asked her. "Well, falling in love with themselves might be pretty funny, or maybe in love with the portrait of the fat lady, or Peeves." "That's absolutely brilliant, Carolyn," Al told her enthusiastically. "How hard would it be to make something like those magic mistletoe, except something different that hounds the bully we set it on for a whole day?" Brianna asked them. The others all smiled. "Not very," Scorpius said. "Any ideas on what it should look like and what it should do?" They talked about that and came up with a couple other new ideas before moving on to the other issues. "We're up to 29 kids for Ariana to get mentors for. I'll give her the latest group of 6 when we see her later today," Rose reported. "We've gotten all of the birthday information for all of the kids we're working on, and Brianna will keep track of that part of things with Lily." Brianna nodded, agreeing with Rose. "All of the students that needed help with robes or supplies have been taken care of for now. Carolyn will keep track of anything that they'll need for the rest of the school year." "Do we have anything else to cover today?" Al asked the others. Nobody had anything, So they adjourned their meeting and went back to the common room to get started on homework. During the next week, the group managed to take their ideas and make 4 really cool new anti-bullying weapons for James, Aaron, Andy, and John to use. The bullies weren't laughing over the next few weeks, but nearly everyone else in the school was. With a master's stroke of brilliance, James used the new love potions with 3 different love targets on a group of 3 fourth-year Slytherin bullies. The other students watched incredulously as one boy spent the day chasing Peeves around, loudly professing his love, while the second boy spent his time in a lip lock with the fat lady's portrait, to the amusement of the Gryffindors using the portrait hole. Those 2 were bad enough, but the third boy received the potion that made him fall madly in love with Mrs. Norris. That day might have been the only time that any of the students ever actually felt sorry for the cat. Watching the chase had been very entertaining, especially when part of that chase happened during lunch in the Great Hall. In the first week of October, another bully was outed when, from breakfast through until bedtime, the 6th-year boy was followed around by a pink stuffed toy snitch that the new Marauders had made to alternately flash the words "I'm A" and "Big Bully" in bright neon lights, while continually declaring in a very shrill voice, "Bully alert! Make way for the big, bad bully!" They hadn't wanted to irritate the professors, so during class the snitch would hover in a corner of the room, facing the corner, with the caption, "I've been a bad, bad boy," flashing on its back until class ended, and it could again follow the boy around. The cumulative effect of the campaign on bullying had its desired results, and by mid-October they were down to 1 stubborn pair of Slytherins that had still not learned that picking on kids was no longer going to be tolerated at their school. One of those boys gave up his evil ways after he got to spend the day dressed like a baby girl, complete with soother and teddy bear. The last holdout conceded defeat after James, under cover of his invisibility cloak, applied a creative little invisibility charm that only made the boys' outer garments invisible, just before he walked into the Great Hall for their evening meal. This final victory certainly didn't mean that there weren't still kids going around doing mean things, but the constant terrorizing of younger, weaker kids was definitely over, at least for this year. That was the good news. The bad news was that James was now free to put his devious little mind to work on his next big prank. The professors and students found out what that was at Halloween. The last weekend of October had been another Hogsmeade weekend, and Ariana was at Spa Magic for the morning, so James was hanging out with Andy and John until he'd be meeting her for lunch. They were in Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, picking up supplies, and the all-new Halloween chocolates. James bought the jumbo assorted pack. Since he'd helped create them, he knew exactly what they'd do, but it was going to be fun watching the other students find out for themselves. Andy and John went with him to pick up the candy and supplies that Rose and the other girls had requested, and wandered through some of the other shops until lunch. They were still together when they got to Spa Magic, and Ariana was just coming out of the building. Andy and John both looked like they'd been stupefied as they stared. Ariana laughed in delight. "I guess that by the looks of your friends, that all of that time and money was not wasted." James held out his hand to take hers. "I'd say that your wow factor has definitely risen a few notches." He looked at John and Andy and waved his free hand in front of their eyes. "Snap out of it, guys. I haven't seen you look like that since the first few times you met my cousin Victoire." Andy and John both laughed with him. "Sorry, mate," Andy told his friend. "Yeah, Ariana, I'd definitely say it was worth every minute and knut. If you ever decide to dump this guy, Let me know and I'll get in line with the other 100 Gryffindors that'll want to be asking you out." Ariana and John laughed. "Andy, isn't there something in the best mate rules that says you're not supposed to make passes at my girlfriend?" James asked him, trying not to grin. Andy shrugged. "Probably, and if it actually worked, I'd miss your friendship, James." Looking at Ariana again, he added, "But probably not for very long." James couldn't help but laugh with Ariana and his two best mates. "Thanks, mate," he told Andy. "We'll see you guys back at school later." With Ariana in her owl year, they only had a couple of hours together before they went back to school and got started on the seemingly endless homework. He was as busy as every other student, and with Quidditch practice was probably busier than most. But when it came to having major fun like he was going to have in just a few days, he was always able to find time. Al woke up Halloween morning to the shouts of his roommates. He opened his eyes and all he saw was bright orange. He sat up in bed and watched Nick and Scorpius both grinning and looking around at the orange walls. He grinned too and started laughing. This was going to definitely be a fun day. The full extent of the prank wasn't known to everyone until word started to spread during breakfast that their school wasn't just orange, it was now a giant pumpkin. Most of the students went outside before classes to see for themselves, and sure enough, it was true. Students were taking pictures and videos of the sight, and they even watched the WWVN news later to see that their school had become a top story for the day. James obviously couldn't take credit for the prank, but he was certainly having fun. Only he and Al knew that it had actually taken both boys to have enough power to do the transfiguration charm. Professor McGonagall had been sent an anonymous note assuring her that the school would certainly return to normal at midnight, so she allowed the impressive feat of magic to stay and run its course. James's first major prank of the year was certainly the biggest hit with the students, but the Halloween chocolates were a close second. There would be at any given time pumpkin-headed kids, black cat-faced students, and a half-dozen other incarnations. Now, in the Muggle world, the children might even dress up as witches and wizards, but in this world, that would be how they dressed every day. Instead, James, Uncle George and Lee had made several different chocolate muggles as part of the Halloween pack. There was the one that changed you into Geek Muggle, which was a favorite for the kids. The bobblehead muggle was pretty hilarious too. The whole day was filled with fun and frivolity, and even the professors got into the spirit, having students do Halloween-themed activities. Professor Macmillan had his classes study the transfigured school itself, then attempt to turn a rock into a pumpkin. Thankfully, neither James or Al had transfiguration that day, since there was a good chance that the professor's assignment was a test to find out who might have been responsible. It was a really good idea too, except that he'd been certain that no pre-OWL level students could have pulled off something this big. The Halloween feast was amazing, and the students were given a night off from homework assignments, so they all enjoyed an entertaining evening. By morning, the school was back to normal, and James and the other students got back to work. The Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch team players were working harder than most. Their game was only 3 days away. Chapter 24. Still Got Game. That's right, sports fans, it's game day. James remembered back when he joked that Andy should try out to be the game announcer because of his ability to talk endlessly. Here they were in 3rd year, and Andy had in fact done that. Today's game is brought to you by Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, brand new Christmas chocolate wheezes. If you thought the Halloween chocolates were a howl, you'll find loads of Christmas cheer in every box. James laughed and wondered what "brought to you by" had cost Uncle George, since it wasn't exactly like there was a lot of cost involved in the school Quidditch matches. "And now," Andy continued, "let's welcome the teams that will be competing today." James and the rest of the Gryffindor team took to the air, along with their Slytherin counterparts, and flew around the pitch. "Gryffindor! Slytherin! Give it up for your favourite team!" Madam Hooch called the teams in, and Andy was quiet as she went over her usual pre-game instructions, then threw the quaffle into the air to start the game. "And they're off!" Andy shouted. "Slytherin has the quaffle, and they circle back behind their goals. Here they come, and they pass once, twice. Oh! Gryffindor intercepts!" "Looks like Slytherin is attempting to cover Ariana. They've got 2 chasers on her. That only leaves 1 chaser to defend." James passes to Aaron, who takes the shot, and goal! Gryffindor scores! Al was sitting in the stands with Carolyn and Brianna. The Ravenclaw team was in the stands too, but were huddling close, furiously taking notes on the game. He missed that a little, but he found that holding hands with Carolyn and not having to stress about anything was helping him tremendously in his effort to overcome his disappointment. "Gryffindor steals again!" Andy was shouting. "Aaron passes to James, back to Aaron, back to James. He scores!" "Excitable, isn't he?" Carolyn commented. "Seems to be. He's a lot better than the announcing was last year, though." "Come on, Slytherin fans, help out your team." "What is he doing?" Brianna asked. "He's trying to get Slytherin fired up." Al laughed. "I think it's brilliant. Might even distract them." Slytherin takes the shot and misses. "Excellent try. Oh, that had to hurt. The Slytherin chaser is down. Bad luck, mate." The game continued, and James and Aaron toyed with the Slytherin chasers and keeper until they had to abandon their game plan to guard Ariana as the score started to mount against them. "They've peeled off from shadowing Ariana," Andy exclaimed. "She takes advantage of the break. Aaron passes. Goal! Ariana scores her first goal of the match." Things just kept getting worse for the Slytherin team, as their attempt to duplicate what Ravenclaw had done last season was systematically destroyed by the Gryffindor team. Jeremy did them a favor by catching the snitch to end the game. Al, Carolyn and Brianna went down onto the pitch to congratulate James, Aaron and Ariana. "Nice game," Al told them. "Thanks, Al," James said with a grin. "See anything about our game you'd like to help us improve on?" Al laughed. "Actually, since I didn't have to worry about that, I just sat back and enjoyed the game. Andy did a good job today too." James nodded. He might be taking the impartiality thing a bit too far, though. Al gave Ariana a hug, shook Aaron's hand, then started walking back to the school with the girls. Scorpius and the others would be busy with their team meeting for the next hour or 2, so they went to the common room, and he helped the girls finish up their astronomy homework and work on some of his own assignments. The first big question of the Quidditch year had been answered. Gryffindor could still play. The Hufflepuff-Ravenclaw game at the end of the month would let all of the fans know if Ravenclaw had a good team too. Al was doing his part, working his hardest with the practice team to help their house team get better, and he knew they were good. He and the other practice team players weren't kept in the loop on the entire game plan that they were going to use against Hufflepuff. But Al was enough of a student of the game to have a pretty good idea what they might be planning. In the week after the big Gryffindor win, Al got a letter from his parents in the Morning Owl Post. "Dear Al, we've been looking into the problem you brought to our attention. Let your friend know that should the time come, he won't need to worry, that help will be there for him. The details aren't important right now, so don't concern yourselves with them. We'll be heading for Marauders' Paradise with Lily, Hugo and Frederica for 2 weeks, so hold off to write back until we return. Lily says to tell you that if the new Marauders need anything while she's gone, that Grandma Weasley promised to help, and you can send your requests to her. Wish your team good luck in the game against Hufflepuff. We'll write again when we get back. Love, Mum and Dad. Al quietly told Scorpius and the others what his parents had written, and watched as his friend took a big sigh of relief. One less worry to deal with. The weeks between the two Quidditch games were very busy. Al, Rose, Nick and Scorpius were still tops in all of their classes. In Dada, they were continuing to learn more advanced hexes and spells, but also began learning defenses other than shields to counter the offensive magic. Al never intended to disrupt the class, but it did occasionally happen, like when his Expelliarmus not only disarmed Nick, but every other student in the classroom, pelting him with all of their wands. The other students took these little incidents in stride, more often amused than annoyed, since he so obviously wasn't trying to show off. Watching Al's face turning as red as his auburn hair was fairly comical too. There was one Hogsmeade weekend, sandwiched in between the two games. James spent the morning there with Andy and John, but Ariana and Aaron had both decided that they had too much work to do and stayed at the school. Finally, it was Saturday, and the anticipation and excitement was palpable in the great hall at breakfast. "You guys are ready," Al told Rose confidently. "Just go out and have fun." With their team playing in this game, Al was again sitting with Carolyn and Brianna in the Ravenclaw section of the stands, ready to cheer their team on. When the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw teams took to the air for their pre-game laps, the crowd cheered, and soon the game had begun. Al watched with pride as their team threw caution to the wind, and any semblance of defense with it, putting on an offensive show for the spectators. They scored a lot of goals, and thanks to Scorpius, didn't have many scored on them. There were a few spectacular mistakes by the Ravenclaw chasers, leaving Scorpius to face 2 or 3-on-1 rushes. But by the third hour, Ravenclaw was up by over 300 points. Christina caught the snitch at about halfway through the third hour, ending the game, and showing the fans that last year's 2 best teams were still the ones to beat. Scorpius was on the pitch with the rest of the Ravenclaw team when Al and the girls came up to them. Al hugged Rose, Nick and Scorpius, who was then pulled into a long hug by Brianna that ended with the chaste victory kiss that should be the reward for every valiant hero. "Why don't you go get cleaned up and changed?" Al suggested to Scorpius, Rose and Nick, "and we'll wait and walk back with you." When they walked back to school together, Scorpius and Al each holding hands with their girlfriends, none of them noticed that they were being observed, and what that would soon mean for the new Marauders. Chapter 25, December 1st. Lily and her parents had been home from their trip to Marauders' Paradise for almost a week. It was Saturday, Mummy's day to sleep in, so she tried to be quiet as she got dressed and went downstairs, where she smelled breakfast cooking. Her dad was at the table, looking over some paperwork that had obviously been delivered by owl post, since an owl was still there waiting, she guessed, for a return letter. She remembered what day it was then, and smiled. She loved watching her parents on bonus day. She'd never read any of those reports that came each year, but whatever was in them must be pretty great. "Morning, Daddy," she said brightly, stopping to give him a hug and kiss before sitting down herself. "How's bonus day going for you so far?" She watched as his eyes lit up and he grinned back at her. "I'd say about as awesome as possible, sweetie." "Anything I could know about?" she asked, not sure exactly why this year she was interested in asking. "What would you like to know?" he asked her in return. Lily laughed. "Everything there is to know in the whole world, but that's probably going to take me a while. For this morning, how about learning all about what those reports are about, and why you and Mum are always so excited on December 1st every year?" She was surprised when her mum walked into the kitchen instead of staying in bed late like she normally did on Saturday. "She's the only one that's asked so far," her father commented to her mother. "Think she's ready?" Ginny laughed and gave her a hug and kiss. "I get the feeling she could probably run things right now if we let her." Harry laughed. "Well, Lily, here you go. Read everything over and give me your analysis." He handed her the stack of parchment, then got up to keep working on breakfast for the three of them. Lily's eyes were alight as she took the parchments and started reading. "Dear Harry, PBP Investments and the Investment Partnership completed another outstanding year. We have been continuing to expand Revive in the Muggle world, and all other divisions continue their extremely strong performance. A major new product launch is coming next year, and we are devoting a significant proportion of profit into that venture. The return potential will quite possibly be the most outstanding in our history. The PBP Investment Financial Summary and Phoenix Foundation reports are included in this package. The Owl will wait for your return post when you have reviewed and approved my incentive authorization. Fleur Weasley, CEO, PBP Investments." Lily was starting to get really excited as she continued to read the first report. Annual Financial Report, PBP Investments, year ending November 30th, 2018. Beginning balance, PBPI, 34,379 million galleons. Beginning balance, PF, 3,990 million galleons. Beginning balance, IP, 28,267.5 million galleons. New investment, 0 million galleons. Total beginning balance, 66,636.5 million galleons. Profits, Marauders Institute, 14,300 million galleons. Property Division, 4,100 million galleons. Goblin Ventures, 1,000 million galleons. Witch Investment, 1,200 million galleons. Other investments, 500 million galleons. Total profit, 21,100 million galleons. Less incentive, 40%, 8,440 million galleons. Pending approval of projected incentives. Profit after incentives, 12,660 million galleons. PBP, profit, 4,220 million galleons. PF, profit, 4,220 million galleons. IP, profit, 4,220 million galleons. Ending balance, PBP. I, 38,599 million galleons. Phoenix Foundation, 8,210 million galleons. Less expenses, 4,010 million galleons. Ending balance, PF, 4,200 million galleons. Ending balance, IP, 32,487.5 million galleons. Total, ending balance, 75,286.5 million galleons. Lily stopped when she got to the end of the report and stared up at her parents, who looked back at her and grinned. "Having fun yet, sweetie?" her mother asked her. Lily smiled back. "So far, I'd have to say yes." She flipped to the next page. Annual Phoenix Foundation Report, year ending November 30th, 2018. Financial Report, beginning balance, 3,990.00 million galleons. New revenue, 4,220.00 million galleons. Total expenses, 4,010.00 million galleons. Ending balance, 4,200.00 million galleons. Phoenix Foundation Program expenses. Residences, 1,210 million galleons. Vaccine Program, 5 million galleons. Goblin Programs, 200 million galleons. Food Program, 985 million galleons. Housing Program, 700 million galleons. Work Program, 855 million galleons. Dream Christmas, 55 million galleons. Total expenses, 4,010 million galleons. Phoenix Foundation Program statistics. Program persons aided, cost per person. Residences, 23,000, 19,100 galleons. Vaccine Program, 1,005 galleons. Goblin Programs, 80,000, 2,500 galleons. Food Program, 4.38 million, 225 galleons. Housing Program, 70,000, 10,000 galleons. Work Program, 342,000, 2,500 galleons. Dream Christmas, 550,000, 100 galleons. Lily was astounded and fascinated. This was like seeing a whole new world open before her eyes. She turned to the next page, completely absorbed now. Dearie Mr. Potter, the Phoenix Foundation account managers are pleased to report another incredible year for our organization. We have continued to expand our operations in every area and were able to continue to provide aid to millions of witches and wizards. The 110 residences account for nearly 5 billion galleons worth of physical assets for our foundation. Those residences can accommodate 22,000 children, and we now have more than 1,000 graduates each year who are all well prepared for their futures. New efforts to help our seniors continue, and the food and housing programs are placing more effort on helping this segment of our population. We hope to nearly eliminate poverty among our seniors within the next 10 to 15 years. The Phoenix Foundation employees and volunteers should again be pleased with the extraordinary accomplishments that they had achieved in the past year. Sincerely, David Matthews, Senior Account Manager, Phoenix Foundation. Lily glanced quickly at the last page of the report, then finally looked up again and saw that her mother was just finishing reading her own reports, which she then handed to her daughter with a smile. I guess if you want to know all about it, you might as well keep going. Lily took the 3 new pages of parchment and started to read. Dear Ginny, I am pleased to advise you that a transfer of 143 million galleons has been made to your account. Marauders Institute had another exceptional year, and we are again pleased to congratulate you on another record year and incentive payout. Molly Weasley, Senior Account Manager, PBP Investments. Lily smiled, finding it a bit strange seeing Grandma's first name on a letter to her mother. She continued reading. Dear Mrs. Potter, Witch Investments enjoyed significant growth again this year. With new investment and reinvestment of profits, our partnership continues to prove that our strategy is working extremely well. We continue our global expansion and to move into new markets as we move into the future. Please find your copy of the Witch Investment financial statement included in this package. Victoire Lupin, CEO, Witch Investments. Lily laughed in delight. She hadn't known that her cousin was now the CEO of a company. Her eyes widened when she looked over the financial report. Annual Financial Report, Which investments year ending November 30th, 2018? Beginning balance, WI, 8,760 million galleons. New investment, 900 million galleons. Beginning balance, PBPI, 5,840 million galleons. New investment, 600 million galleons. Total beginning balance, 16,100 million galleons. Profits, manufacturing, 1,200 million galleons. Retail, 2,800 million galleons. Total profit, 4,000 million galleons. Less incentive, 25%, 1,000 million galleons. Profit, 3,000 million galleons. WI, profit, 1,800 million galleons. PBPI, profit, 1,200 million galleons. Ending balance, WI, 10,560 million galleons. Ending balance, PBPI, 7,240 million galleons. Total ending balance, 17,800 million galleons. When she finished the last page, she got up and hugged both of her parents. "I love you," she told them both. Harry smiled at her. "Any questions?" "Nope, I'm good." Ginny laughed. "That was easy. Let's eat then. Since I have that party today, I'm going to go to work this morning and play in the lab." Lily laughed too. "Okay, now that you say that, I do have one question. Why do you work at all?" Ginny gave her a hug. "For the same reason we live here instead of some drafty mansion. Because we love living here. I get to play with my best friends and do some really cool things that either make a difference helping people or entertain them." Lily nodded. "But I'll be starting school next year. Do you think you might consider taking a little extra time off between now and then to come play with me and Daddy instead?" Ginny hugged her daughter and smiled. "Already planned, sweetie. You're just too quick for us to keep any surprises from you." Lily hugged her back and kissed her. She pointed to all of the parchments on the table. "You know, the biggest surprise with all of that is the fact that it's so big, and yet is still such a well-kept secret." Harry nodded. "We'll keep it that way too, if possible." Just for fun, he had Lily sign off on Fleur's incentived, then signed the letter too, to make it official. He sent it back with the owl. Then they sat down for breakfast together, talking happily about their plans for the day, all thoughts about finances, investments and foundations left behind in favor of planning shopping trips, lunch and dinner. The mood at breakfast for the Ravenclaw new Marauders was pretty buoyant too, until the owl post arrived. There was a letter for Scorpius, and within moments of opening it, his hands began to shake, his face paled, and there were tears in his eyes. "Scorpius, what's wrong?" Brianna asked in alarm, getting the attention of the rest of their friends as she put her arm around his shoulders. He couldn't speak, but just continued to read, even though it must have been nearly impossible with his hands shaking so hard and the tears clouding his vision. Finally, he just handed the letter to Al and laid his head on Brianna's shoulder and cried. Al took the letter and quietly read it aloud to the others. "Scorpius, it has been brought to my attention by a trusted friend that you have, by your actions at Hogwarts, disgraced me and all of your family. How dare you? Bad enough that you were sorted into Ravenclaw against all tradition, but then you choose to become friends with the detestable spawn of half-bloods, mudbloods and blood traitors. You surely knew that your so-called friends were all enemies of your family. Then, to top it all off, you choose a pathetic orphan for a girlfriend and parade around your school with the tramp who is certainly only chasing you for your family money. See how long she stays now that you have nothing. You've made your choices, boy, and now I must make mine. You are no longer welcome at Malfoy Manor. The shame and humiliation that your acts have caused your family require nothing less than complete disinheritance. So go, join that filthy bunch of scum that you call friends in squalor, and reap the consequences of your choices. You will certainly soon regret giving up a life of privilege as you deal with the shame and disrepute that comes with the poverty you will now face, and the scorn of all true purebloods who must now shun you for the traitor you are. Lucius Malfoy. As he'd read the letter, the others had all paled right along with their friend. "Let's get out of here, guys," Caroline suggested. "This is way too public a place to deal with this." When they were walking out, Al happened to look over at the Slytherin table and saw another second-year student, Dirk Avery, sneering at Scorpius and laughing with his friends. He thought he now had a pretty good idea where the information Scorpius's grandfather had received had come from. They found an empty classroom and surrounded their friend, all of them wanting to comfort him. "I'll write to Mum and Dad today, and they'll let us know what they have planned, Scorpius. We're all going to be here for you, whatever that is," Al told him gently. Nick nodded. "Count on it. You're my best mate, and we're going to make sure everything works out." Brianna still had her arms around him, holding on tightly. "When I find out who the big mouth was, I'm going to get Al's mum to teach me her bat bogey hex and make them regret it." Al smiled. "I can help you with that, Bree. I saw Dirk Avery laughing it up with his boys when he saw Scorpius crying when we left. I'd say that's a pretty good sign that he was the source." Scorpius looked up, wiping his eyes. "Makes sense. The Avery family have been friends of the Malfoys for a long time." Brianna was fighting her own tears. "When you write your mum and dad, Al, ask her to send me instructions on that hex." Rose smiled. "I like your idea, Brianna, but I think this might just be a job for the combined force of the new Marauders. I'm sure you all feel the same as I do about adding a little side trip to our mission." Everyone nodded. "I'd say that was definitely motion carried. Next Marauders mission, Operation Avery." Ginny, Harry and Lily were all in the kitchen Sunday morning when the priority owl post arrived. Ginny opened the letter and read it aloud. "Dear Mum and Dad, Scorpius got a letter from his grandfather today. One of the boys in Slytherin House, Dirk Avery, apparently told his family about Scorpius being our mate and Brianna being his girlfriend. I made a copy of the letter and included it in this post. Lily might not want to read it. His grandfather is not a very nice man, if that letter is any indication. Scorpius has been disinherited and told to never go back to Malfoy Mansion. We need to know what to do for him next, other than the love and support we're already giving him. Please let us know as soon as you can. Love, Al. P.S. Bree would really like bat bogey hex lessons, and we were wondering if Uncle George happened to have developed a chocolate rat fink wheeze." Ginny looked up at Lily before turning to the copy of the letter from Lucius. She looked at her for a long minute, then read the second letter out loud too. Lily was in her father's lap before her mum had gotten very far, and was crying into his chest by the time she finished. "Al's right," she sobbed. "He is a very bad man. How could anyone do that to their own grandson? Why would his parents just let it happen?" "Mostly because they're self-centered, Lily," Ginny told her quietly, as Harry stroked their daughter's hair and cradled her on his lap. "Why don't you make the calls, Ginny, and then we can write them back and have the letter there by tomorrow. Lily and I will clean up from breakfast. Then I think maybe a shopping trip, and a small gift to go with that letter." He smiled down at Lily. "There's no rule about the new Marauders doing something to help out one of their own members, is there?" Lily hugged him tightly. "None that I know of. Thank you." "For what?" Lily laughed through her tears. Didn't you know that going shopping is an almost instant cheerer-upper for girls?" Ginny laughed and Lily grinned. "See what I mean?" she said, pointing to her mother. Ginny stood up and headed for the sitting room. "I'll get on those calls," she told them. Harry set Lily down in another chair and got up. "And we'll get the clean-up done." He grinned at Lily. "You sit there and be supervisor of the crew." Scorpius was more scared than he'd ever been before. His friends had been there for him all day, and he appreciated them more than he could say. But the fear was like an iron-cold lump in his stomach. He knew that Al's parents had said they'd be ready to help him, but he had no idea what that meant. Would he be sent to the residence to live with Brianna and Carolyn? Maybe they were full right now. Maybe he'd be sent to an orphanage somewhere. He'd heard stories about some of those horrible places. Then there was just the fact of dealing with the horrible things his own grandfather had said. He didn't even know his friends, and had still heaped all of that hate and scorn onto them. He knew he was different than his family, but now realized that the differences were much deeper than he'd ever imagined, or at the least admitted to himself. "Scorpius?" He looked up from where he'd been staring at his hand, and the hand he'd been holding. "Are you going to be okay if I go to bed now?" Brianna asked him quietly. "We're going to have a long day tomorrow." He looked around and saw that the common room was nearly empty, except for them, Al, Carolyn, and Nick. "Yeah, Brianna," he said just as softly. "Thank you for staying with me so late." There were tears in his eyes again as she hugged him, kissed him good night, and then stood up to head for the girls' dorm. Carolyn stood up and went with her, putting her arm around her best friend's shoulders. Nick walked over and offered Scorpius his hand. "Come on, mate, let's go get some sleep too. There's nobody better than Al's dad at taking care of big problems. If he does come up with nothing, though, I'll just smuggle you back and forth to my house on holidays in my trunk." Scorpius smiled. "Thanks, Nick." He took his friend's hand and allowed him to help him stand up. "I don't know about you guys, but I'd rather do back-to-back double herbology classes before having another day like this one." Al and Nick both laughed. "How about we don't have either again?" Al suggested. "Those are two really crummy options. Why couldn't you have chosen a double lesson in girlfriend snogging or something?" Scorpius managed a small laugh. "Easy, because I'd rather do that than just about anything else." The three boys went to their dorm room, got changed, and into their beds. But it was a long time before Scorpius finally joined his friends in sleep, and his was restless and filled with dreams that shifted from one uncertain future to another, none of them good. Chapter 26. Problems Solved. Scorpius looked terrible the next morning. Al had again watched the Slytherin table when he'd walked into the great hall for breakfast. Dirk was again sitting there with his friends, and as soon as they saw the devastated-looking Scorpius, started laughing again and talking animatedly with his mates. Carolyn put a hand on his arm. "Relax, Al. We'll get to dealing with him soon enough." He smiled at her. "Thanks, Carolyn." They both knew that with a few words she'd managed to keep him from doing something that Dirk would regret immediately, and he'd probably regret later after Professor McGonagall got through with him. There was a letter and package in the owl post for Al, and he ripped open the envelope and read the letter out loud to Scorpius and the others. "Dear Al, please let Scorpius know how sorry we are for what's happened with his family. Between now and the holidays, just let us know about anything he needs, and we'll take care of it." Nick's parents will be taking Scorpius in to stay with them on holidays, although I'm certain that, as part of our unique family, he'll be a frequent guest here, and with other family members. "Scorpius, when you come for the Christmas holidays, we'll discuss how else we're going to help you. Your cousin Teddy and I both want to assure you that you will not have anything to worry about. Trust me when I say that there is not debt to us for this. Teddy and I are paying back your great-aunt Andromeda and your mutual cousin and my godfather Sirius Black for everything they've done for each of us. The package is for you. Lily picked it out for you and hopes you like it. Nick, you probably have the letter from your parents in your hand as Al reads this to all of you. They'll have additional instructions for you. We're all very proud of each one of you. Keep working hard at school, and we'll see you in a few weeks. Love, Harry, Ginny, and Lily. P.S. That's a no to the bat bogey hex, and Uncle George doesn't have one of those chocolates, but said to tell you thanks for the really great idea. Scorpius was in tears again, but this time it was in relief and gratitude. He was overwhelmed by the unbelievable generosity of his friend's family. Brianna held his hand and sat close beside him. Al handed him the wrapped box and watched as he opened it and laughed when he saw what was inside. "What is it?" Rose asked, then laughed too when he tilted it her way so she could see. "Lovely colour for you, and looks to be exactly Brianna's size." He handed the box to Brianna, who had been laughing too. "Well, in a way it is meant for you, Scorpius, since it takes two to cuddle." He hugged her and smiled at the others. "No wonder Lily has you all wrapped around her little finger," he said. "That was a perfect way to cheer me up." "What do your mum and dad have to say, Nick?" Al asked him. Nick smiled and tore his own envelope open. "A better question might be, how did your dad know that you'd open yours first?" They all laughed and listened as Nick read his letter. "Dear Nick and Scorpius, we can hardly wait to see you when school's out for the Christmas holidays. Uncle Harry will pick you up from the station and we'll be meeting you for lunch. By the time you both get here, we'll have the bedroom next to yours, Nick, ready for Scorpius. You may be thinking right now that you've put yourself on a very lonely road, Scorpius. That's something that I know a little bit about myself. The good news is that you've wisely picked a very special group of friends, and because of that, you also have a very large, amazing family that is going to be there for you every day from now on. We're glad that our son has a friend like you, Scorpius. You would have made a great Gryffindor. Nick, we're very proud to see that you're already becoming the man we hoped you'd be. Love, Mum and Dad." "How cool is that?" Nick said when he'd finished reading the letter. "We'll be practically like brothers." Scorpius grinned at him. "Thanks, Nick. Thanks to all of you. It's incredible how things can go from so bad yesterday to so great this morning." Carolyn laughed. "Stick with us, kid. It just keeps getting better." Before they left for their first class, Al stopped by for a quick word with James. "Can you and the rest of your gang join us for a meeting after dinner?" he asked his brother quietly. He'd told James yesterday about what had happened to Scorpius at breakfast. "Sure, Al. Same place?" "That should be fine. Thanks, James. See you then." Their first class they had that Dirk was in with them was potions. Since the letter had come on Saturday, Scorpius's friends had been able to shield him from the boy, and from any of the other kids that Dirk might have been shooting his mouth off with. The bigger boy sauntered over to the table that Scorpius and Nick were sitting at as soon as he walked into class. "Ah, did itty-bitty Scorpius find out that he was homeless this weekend?" Dirk said with an evil grin. "Guess that's what you get for picking lowlives like these to hang around with." He wasn't nearly so smug-looking when Scorpius smiled brightly at him. "Thanks for your concern, Dirk, but no, I'm not homeless. I just decided to move up to a better neighborhood. If your old man happens to be talking to my grandfather, though, I'd appreciate it if you could have him tell him I said thanks." Dirk looked a little less sure of himself when he went back to his seat, but had soon regained his sneer, probably thinking that taking Scorpius's comments back to his parents would just get the boy in more trouble than he already had. "Nicely done, mate," Nick told him quietly. Scorpius just grinned back at his three best friends. The new Marauders were together again in an empty classroom. "So, what's got you all fired up, Al?" James asked his brother. "Did you tell everyone else about what happened with Scorpius on Saturday?" James nodded. "Good. We know who ratted him out to his grandfather, and think that a little creative payback is definitely in order, and that the new Marauders are just the right wizards and witches for the job." "Who is it?" James asked. "Dirk Avery, second year, Slytherin," Rose told him. "Wasn't he one of the bullies we dealt with back in September?" he asked John and Andy, who both nodded. "Guess he's ready for another lesson then. Any suggestions?" Al laughed. "Mum turned Brianna's request down to teach her the bat bogey hex, and Uncle George doesn't have chocolate rat finks, but apparently thinks it's a great idea, so probably will by next year." James grinned too. "I bet you'd be able to do a great bat bogey hex, Bree," he told her. "We can work out the what together, but we'd really like the when be before the holidays," Al said. "Then maybe after we get back, Ravenclaw will put a little punctuation on the message in the game against Slytherin," Rose added, earning two definite nods from Nick and Scorpius. "We all have a lot of homework tonight," Ariana told them. "Why don't we think about this for the rest of the week, and meet on the weekend again to see what we've each come up with?" They all agreed, and after a few hugs, left the classroom for their common rooms or the library to get started on the never-ending homework. Al kept up with all of his classes during the week, and also probably helped Carolyn and Brianna out more than normal. He had more energy than he knew what to do with, and he channeled that into his studies and also in the Quidditch practices. There was one thing that was at the front of his mind all week: how to teach a certain Slytherin a lesson without becoming one of the bullies he so disliked. The boy hadn't helped his own cause during the week, taking every opportunity to make snide remarks about Scorpius, Al, Rose, Nick, and his little orphan girlfriend. "Anybody want to go first?" James asked, by way of getting things started. Brianna put up her hand. "Yeah, the little orphan girlfriend has a suggestion. I hear that he's got a date for the Yule Ball. Do you think we could modify the snitch hex to spell out something like 'I'm with stupid' on his forehead, or something equally guaranteed to offend her? Can you make pimples glow in the dark?" Scorpius gave her a hug. "Nice thinking, Bree." Rose wrote her idea down, and they continued making a list of the suggestions. Everyone seemed to think that best impact would be at the Yule Ball. So then it was a matter of picking which suggestions to use, then plan out the implementation. They had some work to do in the less than 2 weeks until the Yule Ball, but they were all happy with the plan when they were done and motivated to do the work. The following weekend was the last Hogsmeade weekend before Christmas. Ariana had her spa appointment in the morning, and then James took her shopping for a gown for the ball. While they were gone, the Ravenclaw Marauders were busy working on their little project, getting everything ready for the upcoming evening of entertainment. Sunday was a study day, and they were all catching up on the homework that they all had for the weekend. But they knew that most of their professors would be taking it easy on them during the last week of classes before holidays, with most new assignments being homework to be done over the holidays. Monday morning, 3 fairly large boxes arrived in the Owl Post for Rose, Carolyn, and Brianna, and the 3 girls were thrilled when they found out that they'd each been sent new gowns for the Yule Ball by Hermione and Ginny. The letter that came with Rose's dress let them know that Lily, Victoire, and Fleur had all selflessly given up their Saturday to go shopping and hopefully help pick out the perfect gowns for them. Nick had snorted at that when Rose had read the letter aloud. Some sacrifice, at least from their perspective. Brianna had been looking at her gown in amazement. Rose, these are from Paris, Rose laughed. Well, Aunt Fleur was involved, so where else would she go for either gowns or perfume? You do know the English just do not know how to do these things, don't you? Scorpius hadn't met Fleur before, so the comment was lost on him, but the others laughed, even though they knew her English was now much better than that. There was a fair bit more fun and games for the rest of the week than schoolwork. The students all had Thursday afternoon off, mostly so the girls could get ready for the Yule Ball. Al and James had received packages in the Owl Post that morning and had distributed a box to each of the girls with instructions to open when they'd finished dressing for the party. Ariana was looking at herself in the mirror. Her gown was perfect, and she'd spent over an hour on her hair alone. She thought the results were pretty good. Time to open up the package, she thought, picking it up and unwrapping it. There was a sheet of parchment folded on top of a velvet box, so she read the note first. Dear Ariana, this is just on loan. You may know that there was another Yule Ball at the school 20 years ago that Harry took me to in '98. The necklace is a family heirloom that he gave me that night, and since the bracelet is a nice match for it, I thought they would look nice with your gown this evening. You can return them when I see you tomorrow. Love, Ginny. Ariana opened the box and gasped, which brought two of her more curious roommates over to see. Those are incredible, one of the girls commented. Here, let me help you put them on, Ariana. We've got to get going or we'll be late. There were 3 similar notes and reactions going on over in the girls' dorm in Ravenclaw Tower, as Rose, Caroline and Brianna all opened packages with similar letters and got to borrow some of Ginny's most amazing jewellery. Caroline, of course, had the set of emerald earrings, necklace and bracelet. Rose's set was in diamonds, and Brianna's ruby set went perfectly with the gown that had been chosen for her. Al and Scorpius were sitting in the common room with Matt, waiting for their girlfriends to arrive so they could escort them to the ball. So how did you and Rose end up going to this thing together? Scorpius was asking Matt. Beats me, 1 minute we're talking Quidditch strategy, the next I'm staring into those incredible eyes of hers and asking if she'd be my date. Al laughed. If you think she's pretty now, wait until you meet my aunt and see what she's going to look like when she's grown up. Does she look a lot like her mom? Al nodded. Mum and Dad say it's like going back in time, she looks so much like her. The girls all came into the room together, and the 3 boys forgot all about what they were talking about when they saw them. Rose, Caroline and Brianna were all pleased with that reaction and walked over to their respective dates. Let's just skip the ball, Al finally managed to say to Caroline. I think we should just keep you girls to ourselves tonight. Brianna laughed at him. No way, Al. Scorpius and I have been waiting for this night for a month. She didn't have to add that part of their plan had included Scorpius going to the ball with a much more beautiful date than Dirk. Where's Nick? Rose asked them. He's already gone to pick up Allie, Scorpius told the girls. We should get going. They're going to meet us outside the Great Hall. Rose nodded. Allie, or Alexandria Summers, was a second-year Hufflepuff girl that was in some of their classes. It had taken Nick a while to catch on that she liked him, but eventually he did. She was quiet, smart, and very pretty. Rose and the others didn't know her very well yet, but she seemed to be more interested in the same Nick that they all knew and loved, and not the house Quidditch team player that some of the other girls brainlessly mooned over. The boys gave them their corsages, which the girls helped each other to put on, then left the tower to go down to the Great Hall. James was in the Gryffindor common room when Ariana walked in, and he nearly dropped her flowers. You are absolutely stunning, he told her in a whisper as she came up and hugged him. He handed her the corsage and smiled. "So that's what Mum sent," he said, pointing to the necklace. Ariana smiled too. "Yes, and this," she said, holding her wrist up so he could see the diamond bracelet. "The necklace was my grandmother's favorite," he told her. He laughed when he saw the look on her face. "Yep, that grandmother. And if she looked half as good wearing it as you do, no wonder my grandfather married her." "Where's Aaron?" she asked, looking around. "We're cutting things close. They've already left for the Great Hall." "Let's get going then," she said, smiling. "I'd hate to miss any of the fun." Aaron hadn't wanted a date for the ball, preferring to instead play the field of the eligible singles that would certainly be there. Andy and John had agreed to help him with their little project tonight, partly because John was too shy to even think about asking a girl to the party, and partly because being part of a great prank was more interesting than dancing all night with a girl. Phase 1 of their plan was simple. Dirk Avery had been going out of his way to put himself in Scorpius's way all over school. There'd be snide remarks on their way into the Great Hall for meals, in hallways and before or after classes. They were sure he'd be waiting for them tonight too. Sure enough, there he was, at the bottom of the stairs with his little band of Klingons and his date for the evening. He saw Scorpius first and had turned to grin at his friends. "Oh, look, it's homeless Scorpius and his little orphan girl." He trailed off as he turned back around to mock the other boy and actually looked at Brianna for the first time. Brianna smiled at him sweetly. "Pardon, Dirk? We didn't quite catch all of that." Score 1 for the good guys. He recovered quickly, though. "Did you guys hear something?" he asked his friends. "Could it be that the little orphan girlfriend thinks that a pureblood would be interested in hearing anything she has to say?" Dirk's boys and girlfriend all laughed, right on cue, and made rude noises and ruder comments as Scorpius and the others walked past. "Not much longer," he whispered to a furious Brianna. "You know you floored him back there, even if he did cover it pretty fast." Brianna grinned at him. "That might even be better by the time we're done with him." The new Marauders certainly wanted their plan to succeed tonight, but they also wanted to have fun at the ball. Fortunately, they got to do both. Since Aaron, Andy and John were going to actually do all of the pranks, that was where they had most of their fun, while everyone else got to enjoy their dates, the dance, and watch the three boys have their fun. The mysterious and strange things began to happen during dinner. Bad things seemed to keep happening around Dirk all through the meal. It seemed that every other thing that he ate did something to him. One minute he'd be transformed into a canary. The next time he'd grow donkey ears. By the time he got to the dessert that gave him the pig snout and left him oinking, he was livid. After the first couple of instances, he was sure something was up, but the only kids he'd suspected were all happily enjoying their dinner, clearly in sight over at the Ravenclaw table. The stupid transformations were bad enough, but then there was also the other things happening. He'd apparently become the most clumsy kid in the hall, and his mates and girlfriend were getting angry with him too. Trying to eat his soup, he'd splash it onto his friends across the table. He seemed to have knocked a whole plate of food into his date's lap. He knocked over glasses, poked the boy next to him with a knife, and had his food slopping everywhere. Scorpius, Brianna, Al, and Carolyn were sitting on the side of the Ravenclaw table that would give them the view of the action. Since Allie and Matt weren't in on the plan, the play-by-play would have to wait until tomorrow for the others. Judging by the smiles on their friends' faces, though, Nick and Rose were sure that Phase 2 was going just fine. James and Ariana were enjoying their dinner too. When Aaron came back into the hall and sat down with them, he was grinning. "Too bad your stomach is so upset tonight, mate," James told him with a grin. Aaron picked up a fat, chocolate-covered pasty and took a bite. "Yeah, it's a shame," he said around the mouthful. I don't think I'll be feeling any better all night either. How about you guys? He asked Andy and John, who were also grinning. We probably all picked up the same bug, Andy said. Hopefully it isn't catching. The dinner came to an end, and the kids mingled while the clean-up was done, and the band got ready to play. Aaron was gone on one more trip to the bathroom then, but was back by the time the band was ready. Phase 3 implemented, he told the others quietly. The Gryffindors had thought this part of the plan had been genius and watched eagerly as the evening went on. Look at him pawing his little orphan girlfriend, Dirk was saying as he danced with his date. A moment later he tripped and stepped on her foot. Sorry, he muttered. My dad says that his family used to be the best of us, and now look what he's done, hanging out with mudbloods and blook traitors. This time he tripped and fell, taking her to the floor with him. Dirk, she told him crossly, what has gotten into you? He shrugged. I don't know. Must have tripped over one of the other couples. Sorry. They started dancing again, and he continued with his rant. The only thing I don't understand is why homeless Scorpius isn't still crying like a baby. He stumbled again, nearly knocking them both down for a second time. Dirk, either pay attention to your dancing, or let's just get off of the floor before you hurt someone, like me. Apparently he's saying just the right things, Scorpius whispered to Brianna as they danced. Oh, look at that, he fell down. Who'd have thought that a pure blood like him could be so uncoordinated? Having fun yet? Carolyn asked them as she and Al danced close by. Having the best night of my life, Brianna answered her. Thanks for asking. They watched as Dirk followed a disgusted-looking girlfriend off of the dance floor. Do you think that he'll use any swear words? Al asked the others, just as they all heard a loud thump. Never mind, he said, grinning at the others. Question answered. Dirk slowly got to his feet and wiped at the blood on his lip. He turned back to the dance floor and tried to see who had tripped him, but all he found were the laughing faces of the kids that had seen him fall down. He looked for Scorpius and his friends, but they were too far away to have done anything. Are you all right, Dirk? He turned back to his girlfriend. No, I'm not. I do know that all of this isn't some coincidence, though, and when I find out what's going on, somebody's gonna pay. John was back in the hall a few minutes later. Phase 3 extraction complete. Ready for Phase 4 whenever you are, Commander, he told Aaron with a grin. Andy's up next for that one. Let's give it an hour, though, and let him think his problems are over. In the meantime, why don't you go ask that pretty little girl you've been watching all night for a dance? John paled. I couldn't do that, he told Aaron, who laughed and took his arm. Then I'll help you. He led John over to where the girl was sitting at a table near the dance floor. Excuse me, miss, I'm Aaron, and this is John. John, this is... Therese, she supplied. Therese, nice to meet you. I'm on the Yule Ball committee and couldn't help but notice that the two of you haven't been out on the dance floor yet tonight. He smiled at her broadly. Would you be so kind as to go dancing with my young friend here and save him from being the only boy in the whole school who didn't have at least one dance tonight? I'd do it, but you understand it just wouldn't be the same thing at all. The girl giggled and nodded her head. I wouldn't want to feel responsible for a terrible fate like that, she said in a soft, musical voice. I'd love to dance with you, John. Aaron grinned. Great, and you even know each other too. Have fun, kids. My work here is done. Andy met him when he got back to where they'd all been sitting. We've probably lost him for the night, he told Aaron. That's okay. You and I can handle it, and he's too nice a guy for the rest of it anyway. Let's not change that about him. Andy nodded. Works for me. Maybe he'll stop talking about her constantly after tonight too. Unrequited puppy love is so disgustingly sappy. Dirk had finally relaxed. Nothing stupid had happened in more than an hour of dancing and hanging out with his friends. He took a long drink from his glass and ate from the plate of snacks he'd brought to the table. Looking out on the dance floor, he watched Scorpius and his girlfriend. She certainly didn't look like a poor little orphan. Maybe she was a whiz in transfiguration, he mused. That was probably it, and it'd be something that a pathetic loser like that would do. Do you think if we sent an anti-transfiguration spell at the little orphan girlfriend that her dress and jewelry would turn back into the paper bag and string that they probably started out as? He asked his girlfriend and mates. That's what he'd said, that is. What he and his friends all heard him say was, "Don't you guys think that Brianna's the hottest girl here tonight?" When he saw his girlfriend's face turn stormy, he quickly said, "I didn't say that. What's going on?" What they all heard, though, was, "Don't be mad. It's not your fault that compared to her you're an ugly old hag." She stood up, slapped him as hard as she could, and stormed out of the hall. "Have you lost your mind, Dirk?" one of his friends asked him. "It's got to be that blood traitor and his mudblood friends," he spat. He clapped his hands over his mouth when what he heard was, "No, I'm just sick of putting up with a bunch of pansies like you and settling for a half-wit, no-talent, ugly wench for a girlfriend," come out of his mouth instead. His friends stood up too. "No problem, mate. We'll leave you alone to moon over your little orphan girlfriend. Come on, pansies, apparently we're not welcome anymore." "I'd say that went rather well," Aaron said with a grin. "Nicely done, Andy," he added. Wherever his invisible friend was, he'd been doing great. They watched as Dirk sat there gaping at the retreating backs of his friends, trying to figure out what had happened. "I'd say his night just went from bad to worse," James told Ariana as they danced. "It's up to him now, though. If he just calls it a night, I think we've made our point. If not, he brought the rest of it on himself." James grinned. "Did Rose tell you how long that last one will last?" Ariana nodded. "She's not positive, but maybe as long as a month. Looks like we're not going to have to wait long to find out. He's being true to form." He nodded to where Dirk was now stomping right towards Scorpius and Brianna. "Let's move closer in case we need to help," Ariana said quietly. "What have you been doing to me, Malfoy?" Dirk yelled at him when he got up to them. He was emboldened when what he'd actually said was what he heard too. "What are you talking about, Dirk? I haven't been anywhere near you all night," Scorpius told him. Dirk looked at him darkly and pulled out his wand. "Does homeless Scorpius and his little orphan girlfriend think that they can play games with me and get away with it?" Suddenly he could see his nose grow 2 full inches and heard laughing around them. He swung his wand as he turned to look at everyone nearby who was looking at him and laughing. "What are you laughing at? Whatever these filthy mudbloods are doing to me is not funny." His nose grew another inch. "What have you done to me, blood traitor?" he demanded of Scorpius, as his nose grew another inch. He saw Albus and Caroline among the kids that were laughing. "What are you laughing at, you half-blood freak? Or you little mudblood orphan?" "Well," Caroline answered, "I'm apparently laughing at a long-nosed rat-fink," she told him politely, and pointed at one of the big screen WWVNs that were at the front of the hall. They'd been used by the band all night, but at the moment was showing Dirk's face, complete with 6-inch long nose, and the words, "I'm A," glowing bright red across his forehead, and the words rat and fink on each cheek. He finally realized that it wasn't just the kids next to them that were laughing, but all of the kids. Professor Slughorn was the closest teacher, and walked up to where Dirk was facing off against Scorpius, still holding his wand. "Here now," he said. "What's going on here?" Dirk waved his wand around wildly. "Look what this blood traitor and his mudblood and half-blood friends have done to me," he shouted as his nose grew 3 more inches. Professor Slughorn looked at Dirk sternly. "We do not use such language at this school, Mr. Avery. 10 points from Slytherin." Dirk stared at the man in open-mouthed astonishment. The head of his own house had just taken 10 points from him. "What about them? Look what they've done to me." Professor Slughorn looked at him critically, then turned to Scorpius. "Did you do this to Dirk?" he asked. "No, sir," Scorpius answered him quickly. "Until Dirk confronted us just now, I haven't even been anywhere near him." Dirk snarled at him. "You lying little blood traitor. You're a disgrace to your family and deserve everything your grandfather did to you." "That's 10, James whispered in Ariana's ear. "I think Rose said something about 5 bonus inches if he got that far." Sure enough, they all watched as his nose grew to 15 inches. Then the "I'm a ratfink" changed to "I've been a bad boy." Professor Slughorn was forced to keep from laughing, and putting on his sternest face, took Dirk firmly by the arm. "I see no way that Mr. Malfoy could have in any way done this to you, but what I do know is that you obviously didn't take me seriously when I told you the language you are using is unacceptable. Come with me, and we'll see if our headmistress can convince you." He looked at Dirk's nose and face. "Might I suggest, however, that keeping those comments to yourself might be a very good idea right now, at least until we can figure out how to fix your little problem." The professor led the defiant, angry boy out of the hall, escorted by the roaring laughter of his fellow students. The new Marauders did not celebrate there in front of their fellow students, but just quietly went back to dancing. At 11 o'clock, the first and second-year students had to return to their dorms, so Nick escorted his date home, while Al, Caroline, Scorpius, Brianna, Rose, and Matt headed back to their common room. The younger kids had the common room to themselves, while the older students were still at the Yule Ball, so the 6 of them got to have some of the better seats near one of the fires. "That was pretty crazy what happened to Dirk tonight," Matt said. "I bet it was TNM that did it, just like with all of the bullies around school." Al looked over at him. "What makes you say that?" "They helped my cousin back in, January or February. She was getting picked on by a girl from Slytherin, too, just like Dirk was doing with Scorpius. This wasn't a flying beta bat, but it was definitely meant to teach him a lesson." Rose smiled at him. "I hope it worked. Some of those things he says should be words that stopped getting used 20 years ago." Matt nodded. "That'd be nice, but don't count on it. His family was one of the worst of the bunch from what my parents say. The Averys, Blacks, Lestranges, and Malfoys, sorry mate, but that's what they say." Scorpius smiled. "It's all right, Matt. I've joined the ranks of the family black sheep, so if that makes me the opposite of my grandfather and his cronies, I can live with that just fine." Matt smiled. "So can we. It's just too bad that they can't all see how wrong they are." "Maybe they will someday, Matt. There's always hope," Rose told him. Aaron was watching his sister and James out dancing. His work was done for the night, and he was sitting at a table having a drink. John was still dancing with the same girl that Aaron had broken the ice with, and that was apparently going pretty well. Andy was off somewhere with some of the other third-year students, and had been out dancing with several girls since the show with Dirk had ended. "Hi, Aaron." He looked left and up to see one of Ariana's friends standing there. "Hi, Tracy. Having fun tonight?" She smiled at him. "That depends." "On what?" he said, smiling back. "On if you're ever going to ask me to dance or not, since you didn't ask me to be your date." Aaron stopped smiling and stared at her. When he saw her face fall, he quickly reached for her hand before she could leave. "Wait, Tracy," he asked gently. "Sit down with me for a minute." She hesitated, but must have seen something in his eyes, and sat next to him. He just looked into her eyes for what seemed like minutes before talking to her again. "You're one of Ariana's best friends," he began, and she nodded. "So she must have talked to you about where we live. Did she ever talk to you about anything before that?" Tracy shook her head no. Let's just say that before we went to live at the residence, things were really bad for us. She's doing better with getting over those things than I am. He looked again to where James and Ariana were dancing, and not for the first time wished he could open up like that with someone else. Tracy watched him as his emotions played across his face and waited for him to continue. When we first went to live at the residence, I couldn't even talk to other kids or grown-ups. I've slowly gotten better since then, but I still seem to have a really hard time opening up to people that I'm afraid could hurt me if I do. Her eyes widened as she realized what he was saying. "You like me?" she exclaimed in an excited whisper. He looked at her, and she could see the fear shining in his eyes. "All of that bravado is a big act," she accused him. Aaron nodded. Tracy smiled at him. "Lucky for you that I'm patient. I have been waiting over 4 years now for you to see me as more than one of your sister's friends." He looked at her smiling face. "I'm still afraid, Tracy. I don't want to hurt you, but I really don't want you or anyone else to hurt me again." She stood up and reached for his hand. "Then promise not to step on my feet, and I promise not to step on yours." Aaron laughed and stood too. "And after that?" Tracy squeezed his hand. "Then we take things one step at a time, Aaron. This first step was a really big one for both of us, so maybe we can just do some little ones for a while." "Does giving you a hug count as a little one?" Tracy laughed. "Definitely." Ariana had tears in her eyes as she danced with James. "What's wrong?" he asked when he saw them. "Nothing, James," she said, nodding to where Aaron was now dancing with Tracy. "She really likes my brother. I guess she finally decided to tell him." James grinned. "You're saying that one of the few remaining Gryffindor singles may have fallen?" Ariana laughed, but then got serious. "I think we both know that his staying unattached had nothing to do with lack of opportunity, James. If he's out there with Tracy, it's because he's taking a chance he's been too afraid to risk before." James nodded. "I'm glad for him. They look pretty good together, too." "Yeah, they do." She looked at her watch. "Why don't we head back to the common room for a little you and me time before going to sleep? We'll be leaving for home pretty early, and I don't want to miss the ride home." "That is the best idea I've heard all night." She laughed as they started to leave the dance floor. "I would have said the best idea I'd heard was when Professor Slughorn suggested that Dirk keep his mouth shut." The Yule Ball wound down, and the evening for many students ended with sweet good-night kisses. While those kids dreamed of love and happiness, one boy dreamed of revenge. Not only had he not learned his lesson, he was determined to find out who had inflicted this embarrassment on him and pay them back. Chapter 27. A Whole New World. Harry, Lily, and Hugo were waiting for the train when it pulled in. As usual, when it was time to pick up the kids, Harry was early, and they'd had time to have a drink and snack before making their way to platform 9 3/4. Since they'd received the letter about Scorpius from Al, he'd been busy with handling a lot of issues for the boy. Professor McGonagall had received formal notification from Lucius Malfoy that Scorpius was now a ward of the government. Harry had taken things from there and had everything ready for today. The kids all started getting off of the train, and he hugged all of them and added kisses for the girls. He could tell that Scorpius was surprised when he was also hugged. Aaron was the last to join them, and Harry had noticed the young girl he'd hugged goodbye before joining them. "Cute girl," he said quietly as they hugged. Aaron grinned. "I think so." Harry had translocated all of the luggage to the various destinations they needed to be sent to, then took all of the kids to the Marauders Mall to shop until it was time to meet everyone for lunch. Ginny was already at the restaurant when they got to the private room they'd be using at the restaurant. She hugged all of the kids too, and Scorpius again seemed overwhelmed by all of the attention and his being completely included in the welcome. Ron and Hermione, Percy and Penelope, and Molly and Arthur came together and were all introduced to Scorpius at the same time that the 6 adults welcomed all of their kids home. Bill, Fleur, Teddy and Victoire were the last to arrive, and by the time Harry got through introductions, Scorpius was down to mutely nodding and numbly accepting the offered hugs, handshakes and kisses. "And finally you've already met Teddy Lupin," Harry said with a smile. Scorpius looked up at his handsome, smiling cousin, who laughed softly. "And we thought that just having a few of the family come would make it easier for you." Scorpius laughed too. "This is what you call a few? Less than half for sure, wouldn't you say, Uncle Harry?" The 2 men laughed as they watched Scorpius try to decide if they were joking or not. "You'll get used to all of that soon enough," Teddy told him. "For now, let's just enjoy lunch. We're really glad to have all of you back for the holidays." Brianna was sitting next to Scorpius throughout lunch and held his hand most of the time. This was the greatest family to be part of, but she also knew that it could be overwhelming too. "You know, this is the first time I've ever been to anything family-related where there was actually happy people," he whispered to her. She squeezed his hand. "It's always like this with them, with us. Carolyn and I, and now you too, are just as much a part of this as their own children." He looked at her. "Do you really think that?" She nodded. "Harry and Ginny are Aaron and Ariana's volunteers at the residence, but Carolyn and I have Lisa and Marcus. Since they're part of this family, though, so are we. How are your volunteers related?" Lisa was Ginny's first adoptee at the residence, the one Rose told you about that basically invented the virtual game wizard, along with Ginny and a few other researchers. "This could take some getting used to," was all he said to that. Brianna grinned. "You're going to love it when you do." When lunch was over, the kids found out that the women were taking all of the girls to a spa afternoon. Bill and Arthur were taking all of the boys, except Scorpius, to wander the mall. Harry, Teddy and Percy had an appointment at Gringotts Bank that Scorpius would be attending with them. When he was left alone with the 3 men, Teddy put a hand on his shoulder. "This isn't anything to worry about, Scorpius. There are just some things we need to deal with before we can get on with the enjoying the holidays part of the holidays." Scorpius had been to Gringotts before, of course, but this visit was like nothing he'd experienced before. "Good morning, Mr. Potter, Mr. Lupin, Mr. Weasley," one of the goblin guards said. "Welcome to Gringotts." "Thank you," Harry had answered, and bowed to the goblin. Teddy had seen his look and smiled. "Courtesy and respect go a long way with our goblin neighbours," he said quietly. Harry led them to an office, where he again bowed deeply. "Good afternoon, Griphook. It's good to see you." The goblin bowed and motioned them to take seats. "It is good to see you too, Harry. Good afternoon, Mr. Lupin, Mr. Weasley. Thank you for coming." Both men bowed before sitting. Scorpius didn't know what to do for sure, but decided to bow too before sitting in the chair next to Teddy. Griphook certainly knew the Malfoy family, what goblin didn't, since they'd cheated his brethren many times over the years. Harry Potter was stepping in to help this young boy, though, so he trusted that his friend knew what he was doing, and that Scorpius was one of those rare exceptions in his now former family. He had bowed, following the lead of the men he was with, and that was certainly a first for any Malfoy, and so he had bowed in return, acknowledging and returning the courtesy. "Mr. Malfoy," he began after sitting down, "you have been asked to come here to deal with matters concerning your welfare and future." Scorpius swallowed hard and nodded. "When your grandfather and parents formally disinherited you, at that moment you became a ward of the Ministry of Magic. Under normal circumstances, this would not involve Gringotts in any way. He paused, briefly glancing at the three men, before returning his attention to the boy. Since that happened, Mr. Potter and Mr. Lupin have been petitioning on your behalf to have Mr. Lupin be designated your legal guardian. Scorpius looked up at Teddy, who was smiling at him. He is a blood relative of yours, and as the only family member who stepped forward to offer guardianship, his petition was granted by the minister. What exactly does that mean? Scorpius asked. It means that Teddy has agreed to provide for your financial and personal well-being until you are either 17 or until you complete your education. When you are of age, that choice will be yours. Scorpius was speechless. Griphook handed him a key and a piece of parchment. The key is to your personal vault at Gringotts. Mr. Potter and Mr. Lupin have provided the funds that will ensure that your expenses during your remaining years at Hogwarts will be taken care of. He handed the boy a bag next. This withdrawal was made so you would have spending money over the holidays and when you first get back to school. I will be your account manager, and should you require additional funds while at school, just send written request by owl post, and I will have the funds drawn and sent to you. Scorpius took the bag and looked briefly at the letter in his hands. The amount was certainly far more than he'd need. He turned to Harry and Teddy. "Thank you," was all he could manage before he choked up. Teddy put a hand on his shoulder again. "You're welcome, Scorpius. If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I'll give you some privacy while you deal with the remaining matters." Harry stood and bowed once again. "Thank you, my friend." Griphook bowed too and left his office. Teddy turned in his chair so he was facing Scorpius. "I know that you've already been told where you'll be living, but we wanted to explain why. Before we decided where to have you live, we had to try and figure out what was best for you." He waited until Scorpius nodded. "If you went to live with Harry and Ginny, it would probably make sure that you'd never have any hope of reconciling with your family." There wasn't any hesitation before this nod of agreement. "We don't know each other at all, but coming to live with Victoire and I was also an option. But then living with me would also have its own problems with your family. I am also required to travel a lot with my job, and would only be there half the time." He nodded to Percy, who continued, "You and Nick are best mates, Scorpius, and Penelope and I think that staying with him, with us, during your holidays from school would be the best thing for you." Scorpius nodded. "I understand, and I'm more grateful to all of you than I can ever tell you. You'll find out that our family is very close and we do a lot together, so you'll have time to get to know Teddy and everyone else. We can always look at making changes to the situation in the future if you're not happy." Scorpius laughed, surprising the three men. "This is the first time in my whole life that anyone has even seemed to put any thought into me being happy, let alone giving me choices on which kind of happy." He watched as Teddy, Harry and Percy all grinned. "We'll get out of here in a few minutes," Harry told him. "There's just one more thing that we're going to discuss first." Scorpius nodded and waited. "We think that you have a lot of potential, young man," Harry said next. "One thing that I'm modestly willing to admit is that I'm pretty good at opening up opportunities for people." Teddy grinned and laughed at the understatement, and Harry grinned back. "When you've graduated from Hogwarts and you've reached that potential, I'll help you with whatever you choose to do with your life after that. Dream as big as you want, Scorpius, because anything is possible." Harry watched as the boy started grinning. "Anything," he laughed. "Anything in your future, Scorpius. I can't make your grandfather into a nice guy or anything like that." "How did you know?" Teddy laughed. "Scary, isn't it? Don't try to understand, just accept it and leave it at that." "Teddy, can you take Scorpius back to the mall ahead of us?" Percy asked. "I just need to go over something with Harry while we've got a moment." Teddy nodded. "Come on, Scorpius. We can go look for a Christmas present for Brianna while we wait for them." When they'd left, Harry turned to face Percy. There hadn't been anything else to go over that he knew of. "I'm a little dense when it comes to my family," Percy began. "Eventually, though, I do manage to figure things out." He smiled at Harry. "Penelope has done a pretty good job hiding the fact that she's making way more than she openly tells me. But when she does things like buying firebolts for kids she doesn't even know, even I can't miss those signs." Harry laughed. "Does she know that you've figured it out yet?" Percy smiled. "No, but that conversation is coming soon. I wanted to have this one first." When Harry looked surprised, Percy grinned at him. "Like I was saying, I catch on eventually, and I'm reasonably bright. You own all of it. PBP Investments, the Phoenix Foundation, all of it." Harry smiled. That hadn't been a question, and there was no point in denying it. Percy nodded. "How many people work for you? How many does your foundation help?" "I'm not sure how many work for PBP Investments exactly. Probably over 1 million now, including the Muggles that work for the company that sells Revive in the Muggle world. In the last year, I think the foundation helped over 15 million, Harry answered him. "Which is why you could care less about politics. You just go around all of that and get things done." Harry nodded again. "It's one of the reasons, yes. I don't want to force people to believe what I do, Percy, but I also don't want them keeping me from doing what I think is right. I get the feeling that I've been wasting all of these years working at the ministry when compared with what you've gotten done." Harry smiled. "There's tens of thousands of people that make the foundation work, Percy. Your wife and your mum and everyone else in our family that works for PBP Investments makes it all happen. I just get to play and have fun." He looked at Percy more closely. "You do a lot of good at the ministry, Percy. The only thing that seems to get lost in all of the politics, rules and regulations is what we're here for, what life is supposed to be all about." Percy smiled at him. "You mean it's not for the purpose of following all of the pretty rules and regulations?" Harry laughed. "Government, rules, work, all of it is important, but it should be a means to help us all be happy. If you never have fun, how do you do that? If you're never having fun, what's the purpose of all of the effort? When you do start having fun in your job and everything else, Percy, that's when you know you've got the right balance." "Penelope found that out the first year she worked for Mum," he said quietly. "I think she's been trying to tell me that ever since. You have got yourself a pretty amazing wife, you know. Why don't you make that your first fun lesson and tell her that?" Percy laughed. "I'll do that, but I think there's been a lot of lessons she's been giving me long before today." Harry nodded and stood up. "That's probably true. I trust this will stay in the family." Percy nodded and stood up too. "It will. The only difference is that now I hope to start really being a part of that family." Harry grinned. "If you do, I guarantee it will make you a better minister of magic someday." Percy laughed. "Maybe, if when I get the rest of these things figured out, that it's what I still really want to do at all. Let's go catch up with the boys. Taking the afternoon off from the ministry is a great way to find out if you miss it." Chapter 28. This is Christmas. Scorpius grew up in one of the great old family mansions in the wizarding world. He'd had servants to do everything for him, and all of the luxuries that came with old family wealth. Tonight he lay in a large, comfortable, warm bed in a modest-sized, warmly decorated and furnished room. The room was in a London townhouse. Certainly the home was located in a good neighbourhood and near to the Ministry of Magic, but also not in an area where the ultra-wealthy lived. Nick had just gone to his own bedroom after talking with him for over an hour. They'd gone shopping almost all afternoon, then gone to the cottage for dinner before coming here. When Nick's parents had shown him this room, he'd taken a chance, overcome his natural tendency, make that trained response toward formality, and hugged all three of them. They'd sat in their cozy sitting room and talked for a while, before Nick had suggested that they come up here and hang out together, while Scorpius settled in and unpacked. Besides the bed, there was a night table, a desk he could do homework at, a small WWVN receiver, and 2 chairs. Penelope had told him that he could redecorate next summer if he wanted to, but he'd told her that it was perfect just the way it was. He looked at the painting hanging on the wall above the desk. It was an island beach scene, and he wondered if it might be from the island that the kids from the residence went to in the summer, that Marauders' paradise. Until he'd met Nick and the others, he hadn't even heard of the place before. Now that he was alone for the first time today, he could take a breath and reflect on everything that had happened. Without Nick's family stepping in, he would have been a ward of the ministry, probably get sent to an orphanage. Instead, his cousin was his legal guardian until he was either 17 or until he graduated from Hogwarts. They'd set him up with his own Gringotts account, apparently with no limit on spending the money however he chose, and had put 100,000 galleons into that account for him. He'd say that was pretty trusting, considering that they didn't really know him, and especially because of his family. His best mate's parents wanted him to live here with them, and thought that was the best thing for him. He had to agree, not only best, but also way better than things had been with his own family. He was surprised to find out that fact didn't really hurt very much at all to admit. That night, before going back to school, he'd seen the first and only glimpse that his father did, in fact, love him. He knew that his mother loved him too, at least to the extent that they both knew how to love. He was finding out through his friends and their family that his family probably didn't know how to really love at all. Teddy was right about one thing. Maybe someday he could mend things with his parents, but that day was probably a long way away. He knew that would never happen with his grandparents. Before he drifted off to sleep, he promised himself one thing. He was not going to waste the chance that had been given to him. He closed his eyes and dreamed of unlimited possibilities, a loving family, and good-night kisses from a certain cute young girl. All of the students that were staying at the cottage overnight, and Lily, were up watching a Christmas show on WWVN and talking quietly about their day. Lisa and Marcus had stopped by to pick up Carolyn and Brianna for the night. They would all be coming for the shopping trip in the morning, so the only couple in the room was James and Ariana. "Sounds like we're in for a busy weekend," Ariana said. Lily nodded. "Shopping tomorrow, Christmas at the Borough on Sunday, the Christmas Eve day on Monday, and Christmas Day." James nodded. "Then the best part, nearly a week on the island. That is going to be so cool, and there's going to be a lot of the family there the whole week too." "Wait until Scorpius sees that place," Al said, laughing. Aaron smiled. "I think he's been in culture shock all day." Lily was sitting next to him and patted his arm. "Enough about all of that stuff. I want to know all about the Yule Ball. What happened? What were the girls wearing? Who was that cute girl you hugged goodbye at the station?" Ariana laughed. "The Yule Ball was amazing. Thanks to you and the moms, we were by far the best-looking girls at the ball. We had some fun getting back at a certain big mouth whose blabbering to his family got Scorpius kicked out of his family, and the girl is Tracy, a friend of ours from school and potential future girlfriend for my brother. Does that cover everything?" Lily smiled. "It'll hold me over until you can go into more details later." She stood up. "I'm heading to bed, though. Got to be rested up for a big day at the mall tomorrow." Aaron stood up too and held out his arm. "May I escort you to your room, milady? I believe thine plan is a good one." Lily laughed and took his arm. "I'd be delighted, sir." Al smiled at James and Ariana. "Nothing personal, but this is definitely a three's a crowd moment. I'll see you in the morning." He got up and left, not far behind the others. "I'm not feeling all that tired," Ariana said with a smile. "How about you?" James put his arms around her waist. "I'm wide awake too. Why don't we watch a late-night show or two and have a little quality cuddling time?" "We can do that, but I can't promise you'll necessarily be seeing much of those shows." She kissed him tenderly, then looked into his eyes. "In fact, I'm thinking I can promise that you won't." Harry was snuggled close with Ginny in their bed. They'd heard Lily, Aaron and Al on the stairs and talking quietly in the hallway before going to their beds. "I hope we're doing the right thing for Scorpius," Ginny said softly, "and for our family. If someone had told me 20 years ago that someday our family would be taking care of Draco's son, I'd have laughed my head off." Harry smiled and kissed her neck. "We're doing the right thing, and he's a brave kid. With the right help, he could be something really special when he grows up." Ginny squeezed the arm he had around her waist. "Then we'll make sure he gets that help." She turned her head and smiled at him. "Do you think there's any snogging going on in our sitting room right now?" Harry grinned back. "Maybe. I'm positive of where there's snogging going on somewhere else, though." "Where would that be?" she asked him, her eyes sparkling. Harry leaned in close and gave her a non-verbal response. Scorpius was having a great day so far. His parents would have been horrified that he thought so. Breakfast had been pancakes, fried potatoes, bacon and toast. Percy and Penelope had actually cooked it right there in front of him and Nick. No servants, no house elves. They hadn't even used magic for all that much of it. The food was delicious for sure. The best part had been how much fun they'd had at breakfast. They joked and laughed and had a great time. The only seriousness had been when Nick had grinned at his mum and said, "Okay, Mum, who is this man and what did you do with my father?" She'd laughed and Percy had smiled at Nick. "Let's get serious for a minute, Nick," he'd said. "What happened to Scorpius with his family hit pretty close to home for me, except in my case I was the one that was wrong, and they were right." Penelope had taken his hand and held it as he talked to the boys. "This helped me to finally put the rest of the pieces together that I was missing. Now that I know what the rest of the family knew all along, it's time for me to start living that way too." He'd grinned again. "It may take me a while to break all of the bad habits I've learned over the years, so be patient with me." Scorpius hadn't had any previous experience with Nick's dad to compare yesterday and today to, but Nick had seemed pretty happy and had given his father a big hug before they'd gotten back to talking about what they'd be doing today and tomorrow. After breakfast, he was introduced to the concept of manually cleaning up the breakfast dishes. Nick had been patient, showing him what to do, and he'd actually enjoyed himself as they worked, and they'd both had fun with it. "They don't actually have me do this very often," Nick had told him. "It's faster for Mum and Dad to just do it. I think it's just to teach me a lesson about responsibility and humility, and appreciating what other people have to do that aren't as fortunate as I am." Then they'd left for the Marauders Mall, where Nick and Scorpius were allowed to go do their own thing for the morning, with Al, James, Aaron and Hugo. Harry and Ginny were doing the dream Christmas all day, and so were quite a few others, including Lily, Carolyn and Brianna. He'd met Lisa and Marcus before they'd split up, and Brianna had given him a hug before going with them again to do their volunteer work. Nick had a list of gifts he wanted to get, and so did Al, so Scorpius went with them, while James, Aaron and Hugo decided to go their own way. Nick had picked out presents for his parents and grandparents. The Weasleys drew names for getting gifts for the family Christmas, and he'd drawn Lily's name this year, so they went to a jewellery store and picked her out a pair of gold earrings. Al quickly picked out gifts for his mum and dad, brother, sister, and for Art, his cousin that lived in Romania. "I want to get your parents and Harry and Teddy something, Nick, but I have no idea what to get them that wouldn't just seem dumb." The three boys still had nearly an hour until they were supposed to meet everyone for lunch, so Nick and Al helped Scorpius to pick out the 4 presents, and then he also bought a big box of chocolates to give to everyone at the family Christmas on Sunday, since he hadn't drawn a name. He sat next to Brianna at lunch, and she told him all about the people they'd helped so far that day. "Do you think anyone would mind if I went with you this afternoon?" he asked her quietly. "I'd like to see what you do, and maybe I could help." Lisa and Marcus were happy to have him join them, and since Brianna had another partner for the afternoon, she paired up with Al and went with Harry, Ginny, and Lily. Nick, James, Aaron, and Hugo went with Percy and Penelope to get the shopping done that the other boys had been too busy playing this morning to get finished. Scorpius decided by the end of that afternoon that just by giving a few hours of his time, that he'd probably done more to help other people than his parents and grandparents had done in their whole lives, which wasn't very hard to do, since they'd all be deep in the negative side of the help meter. He had watched as Brianna found the first 2 kids they helped out, just by walking around and paying attention to everyone around them, then helped her, Lisa, and Marcus, as they would purchase the dream gifts, or help the families with money, whatever they needed. Once he'd started actually paying attention to what other kids were doing, it was easy to find the kids and adults that really needed help. He found a boy and his sister that all they wanted to get for their mum was a new winter cloak. So while he and Brianna helped them, Lisa and Marcus helped their mum out too. Sometimes the Foundation did some really extreme Christmas dreams, Brianna had told him. But most of the time the people they helped were looking for the basic things that everybody should have: food, clothes, a few toys. These things cost hardly anything, yet made such a huge difference. By the end of the afternoon, he and Brianna had found 11 kids to help, and Lisa and Marcus had helped 9 of their parents and 4 other adult couples. The only other thing he and Brianna had done was to pick up a Christmas present for Nick. Percy and Penelope took their 2 boys out for dinner, instead of having to cook a meal so late in the day. They spent a quiet evening together, then all headed for bed. Nick had told him that a Weasley family Christmas was a total blast, but you needed to have a lot of energy to keep up. They were spending the whole day at the Burrow on Sunday. Percy and Penelope had thought that if Scorpius had the chance to get used to the whole family as they arrived, instead of all at once, that it'd be less of a shock to his system. They were probably right. Scorpius had heard stories over the years about the dirt-poor purebloods, and he knew the Weasleys had been included in that group. The Burrow certainly looked old, but was well kept, and when you went inside, everything there was pretty nice, although it was not a luxurious place. The morning was another adventure for him. After breakfast, Percy and Nick showed him how to de-gnome the garden, while Penelope helped Grandma Weasley with cleaning inside. When they went back in to clean up, there were 2 house elves working in the kitchen. While they were in the washroom cleaning up, Scorpius asked Nick about the elves. "I didn't know your grandparents had any house elves," he told Nick, a bit surprised. "They don't. Creature and Winky are Uncle Harry and Aunt Ginny's elves. They take turns with cooking the Christmas dinner, usually just with Grandma, since the 3 of them are the best cooks. They were never cooking or working at the cottage when we went there for practices. I thought that they had to do all of their work themselves." Nick laughed. Creature and Winky help out there sometimes, but they have a lot of other duties, and Uncle Harry does most of the work around the cottage. The 2 elves live in another house in London. "Let me introduce you to them," Nick said as they returned to the kitchen. "Creature, Winky, I'd like to introduce you to Scorpius Malfoy." "Merry Christmas, Master Nicholas," Creature said. He looked at Scorpius with narrowed eyes. "Master Malfoy." Scorpius smiled. "I take it that he's heard of my family, Nick." "Creature, Scorpius has come to live with my family, and his cousin Teddy is now his legal guardian. I'd appreciate it if you'd give him a chance. You'll soon find that he is much more like his cousin and great-aunt Andromeda than his parents and grandparents." Creature bowed and smiled. "Of course, Master Nick, everyone deserves that." He turned to Scorpius. "Forgive me, Master Scorpius, my history with your family was not very good. If the Weasley family believes in you, then you must be worthy of their affection. Should you need anything, you just need to ask." Scorpius bowed to the house elf. "Thank you, Creature." He and Nicholas went into the sitting room, which was obviously magically expanded. "How many people will be here today?" Scorpius asked. Nick laughed. "I'm not exactly sure. It varies from year to year. Grandma would know for sure if you'd like to ask her." Scorpius smiled. "She doesn't exactly look like one of the wizarding world's top duelers. After raising 7 kids, she probably thought a one-on-one duel was a breeze," Nick told him. They decided to play Game Wizard for a while, until they were called to the kitchen for a light lunch. The guests started arriving just after they'd cleaned up, and Scorpius was kept both busy and entertained as he met most of Nick's family. Charlie and Natalie were first, with their son Art, who was in his 5th year at his school in Bulgaria. He'd met Bill and Fleur yesterday, and was introduced to her equally beautiful sister and mother, her father, and Gabrielle's husband, Kevin. Gabrielle's adopted son was Michael, and he was in his 4th year at school. George, Marietta, and their daughter Frederica were next to be introduced, and he immediately liked the man behind Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. Teddy introduced him to Stuart and Isabel when he and Victoire came at the same time as the other couple. He found out that Isabel had been adopted by Bill and Fleur when she was 13, and that Stuart had lived most of his childhood at the residence, but had been moved there from an orphanage. Harry, Ginny, their 3 kids, Aaron and Ariana, came next, and while introductions weren't needed, there were lots of hugs. Rose and her family were right behind the Potters, and then Brianna was there giving him a hug as she, Caroline, Lisa and Marcus came in. They introduced him to Megan and Devon. Megan was Lisa's best friend and had lived at the residence with her, and was now a manager at Marauders Paradise. And Devon was a diving instructor on the island too. There was a pause in the action, and Scorpius thought that maybe that was the end of the arrivals. But then an older couple came in, and he was shocked as he looked at the woman, recognizing her immediately. "You're my great-aunt Andromeda," he said to the woman. She smiled at him. "I'd say at least pretty good, anyway. And you would be the great-nephew I was never allowed to meet," she said, holding out her hand. Scorpius smiled. "I'm learning hugging today. Would you mind if I practiced?" Andromeda laughed and held her arms open. "Practice away. Knowing my sister like I do, it's probably a pretty new concept for you." She introduced him to her husband, Robert. Then the couple moved on to be welcomed by everyone else. "Nicely done," Teddy told him after greeting his grandparents. "You learn fast." "I'll have to thank Rose. She's been getting me used to hugs since we met in 1st year." Teddy laughed. "Does that mean Brianna is your advanced lessons instructor?" Scorpius only grinned. "That's everyone for today too," Teddy added before moving on. "You can catch your breath for a bit." They all went into the sitting room, and Scorpius sat down with Brianna on one of the sofas. When everyone was in the room, Hermione got everyone's attention. "I know we won't be doing gifts until later, but a few of us have something for George." She turned to him. Since we've previously done the big magic trick surprise gimmick before, we thought we'd just skip all of the theatrics and just give you your present. If you could come and sit in this chair, we'll get on with it." George stood and went over and sat in the chair she indicated, smiling slightly and watching her expectantly. Hermione motioned for Isabel, Lisa, Ginny and Harry to step forward. "Harry will be doing the honors this afternoon, George. Close your eyes and hold on. Part of this will be very uncomfortable. I'm sorry about that, but it's something that couldn't be avoided with this." Scorpius watched all of them with confusion, having no idea what was going on. Some of the others obviously did, though, and were watching with a mixture of hope and anticipation. Harry stepped forward and put his hands on either side of George's head, his wand in one hand. The girls were all close to him and were holding hands. Scorpius watched as a brilliant blue light flared to life and surrounded the man's head and Harry's hands and arms. George stiffened like he was in some pain, and the scene was frozen like that for nearly 10 minutes before George suddenly relaxed and the blue light faded away. Harry took his hands away and stepped back from his brother-in-law. George opened his eyes to find 4 witches and 1 wizard smiling at him. "Did it work?" he asked them. Hermione nodded. "Sorry it took so long, George." He reached his hands up and put them on both sides of his head, then smiled, stood up, and gave them each a hug. "Thank you. I'd say this is definitely top 5 all-time presents I've ever had." Scorpius was watching as the rest of his family gathered around to share hugs and kisses with George. His wife and daughter both looking at each side of his head and crying what were obviously tears of happiness. "What just happened?" he asked Brianna quietly. They were sitting on the sofa with Natalie and Charlie, and she answered his question for Brianna. "Did you know that George had lost an ear during the war from a dark arts curse?" Scorpius shook his head. "I only met him a few minutes ago. I hadn't even noticed that he was missing one." "Well, what they just did was heal him and regrow his ear." He stared at her. "Dark arts curses can't be healed," he said. Natalie smiled. "That was true until a few minutes ago. Just another little miracle brought to you by the geniuses at Marauders Institute." The commotion had died down, and George was again sitting with Marietta. "So what did take you so long?" he teased Hermione. "You guys healed Bill years ago." She laughed at him. "You really want to know?" George nodded. "Well, first, the researcher that created the cure had to be born. Then the Phoenix Foundation had to build residences all over the world. Then that person had to go live in one. Then meet certain other people on an island getaway. Then go to live with them, go to school, get adopted, graduate school, then come work for the Institute, where she spent 1.5 years solving the problem and creating the cure." George looked over at Isabel. "Congratulations, Isabel. You've just moved to number 1 on my favorite niece list." Isabel laughed. "Thanks, Uncle George. I'm glad you like your present. We'll be ready to let the public know about this soon, but Aunt Hermione and I still have a little more work to do before we'll be able to make it work without Uncle Harry." "Why?" The question was out before Scorpius had realized he'd said it aloud. "Sorry," he mumbled, turning red. Harry smiled. "It's all right, Scorpius. There's going to be times when we'll forget that you haven't been around us much, so don't worry about asking questions." Scorpius nodded, relieved. "That answer is pretty complicated, but to make it simple for now, Hermione developed a way that wizards and witches can share their power to do stronger magic. I can handle more of that power than most people, so once they've been able to do difficult magic with me as the focus wizard, it takes a while before they can make it safe for other groups of witches and wizards to do the same spells." "Thank you," Scorpius said, nodding his understanding. "You're welcome," Harry answered, smiling. For the rest of the afternoon, Scorpius watched and listened and learned. He did play games with the other kids and was never very far from Brianna, but he found the whole scene fascinating. He didn't have a big family, just his parents and grandparents. There was certainly never the kind of love he felt in this home at any time at Malfoy Mansion. He didn't hear a single harsh word all day from anyone. They didn't talk badly about other people. They didn't seem to have any problems that needed to be blamed on someone. Was it possible to be this happy all the time? He thought it might be fun to find out. Overwhelmed? He turned to see that Natalie had come back to sit on the sofa next to him. Brianna had gone to get a drink and had been talking with Caroline on her way back. Yes, if there was an opposite to my own family, this would probably be it. That's not a very nice thing to say about your family, she said, smiling at him. Scorpius laughed. True, I'm sorry. I'm just having a bit of trouble dealing with the prospect that having my family disown me might just have been the nicest thing they've ever done for me. Natalie set her drink down, turned back to him, and gave him a hug. It's all right to have mixed feelings, Scorpius. Just try to keep some compassion for your family. You'll sometimes hear good-natured teasing here, but you'll probably never hear anyone else put down. We're definitely a build people up kind of group. I leave you alone for 5 minutes and you're already hugging other women. Scorpius looked up to see Brianna trying not to grin as she pretended to scold him. Natalie laughed and sat back. Sorry, Brianna, he looked like he needed a hug. You can take over now that you're back. Well, I guess I can't complain if it was treatment for a medical diagnosis. How many times a day will he need to take his medicine? I think we can leave that up to you. Just go ahead and give him a hug whenever you think he needs one. Scorpius and Brianna both smiled, and she sat down beside him and promptly hugged him. Grandma Weasley called them all in for dinner, and Scorpius was in for his next surprise. The house elves joined them for dinner. The food was as good as anything Scorpius had tasted before. The noise level was louder than he'd ever heard at a family dinner, probably louder than in the Great Hall. He was asked lots of questions and prompted to join in on the different conversations that were going on. "How are you holding up, mate?" Nick asked him quietly. Scorpius smiled. "It's the most fun I've ever had at a family dinner." As the last of the family was finishing dinner, Ron got Scorpius's attention. "Did Nick tell you yet that the newest member of the family each year gets to clean up?" Scorpius looked around at the unbelievable mass of dirty dishes, and his mouth fell open in an O. Everyone else was laughing, and Hermione slapped Ron on the arm. "Don't tease him like that. He's just kidding, Scorpius. We'd never have anyone do these many dishes by hand." Scorpius smiled and let out a sigh. "Thanks." For a minute there, I had a mental picture of a little old wizard finally washing the last plate. "You go on ahead with the other kids, not you, Ron, Scorpius." Ron grinned at her. "Yes, dear." After they'd gone into the sitting room, Scorpius and Brianna were sitting next to Creature and Winky, and he thought it would be a good time to try and learn a few things. "Creature, would you mind if I ask you a few questions?" Creature looked surprised but pleased. "Certainly, Master Malfoy. The relationship between you and your family is very different than anything I've ever seen before. Why is that?" He listened eagerly as the house elf pretty much gave him a condensed history of his time serving Harry and Ginny. He found out that both elves had their own rooms, received regular gifts of money that was basically pay, and had 1 day a week off. "I find it very strange that you join your family for dinner and then be with everyone here in the sitting room after. Has it always been like this?" Creature shook his head no. "Harry and Ginny Potter have always given us Christmas gifts and treated Winky and Creature with great respect, but joining in with the family like this didn't happen for many years." "Why do you suppose that is?" Creature was pleased with this young man's questions. He was eager to learn and interested in what a house elf thought about things. Mostly, Master Scorpius, we all needed to learn how. All of this was as strange for Winky and Creature as it seems to you now. Many house elves serve because they must. We serve our family because we love them, and we know they love us too. Winky was nodding vigorously. The rest of the adults were coming in now, and must have finished with the cleanup. "Thank you, Creature," Scorpius said. "This might just be the most unique family in the whole wizarding world." Creature smiled. "You're welcome, and are probably right." Brianna had been listening to Scorpius and Creature quietly, and when they were done gave Scorpius a hug. "Did I look like I needed another dose?" he teased. "No, you earned that one." The gift exchange commenced. Lily and Frederica designated themselves to hand out the presents to everyone. Grandparents and kids all had several gifts, and most of the other grown-ups had one or two each. Scorpius saw that while some of the gifts were quite nice and picked especially for the recipient, there were also lots of gifts that were for fun or as jokes. He was given a box of the Christmas chocolate Wheezes, a new game for his game wizard, and a new sweater, this time one that wasn't in Brianna's size. Percy had to work in the morning, so he and Penelope took Nick and Scorpius home shortly after the gift exchange was over. The two boys stayed up and watched a show on WWVN before going to bed too. There were still 2 more sleeps until Christmas, but Scorpius didn't know how Christmas could possibly be any better than his new life had been so far. Christmas Eve day, Nick actually had to wake Scorpius up. At school it was usually the other way around, at least on days that they had classes. "Come on, Scorpius, breakfast is almost ready," Nick had told him after knocking and sticking his head in the door. He hurriedly got dressed and met everyone else in the kitchen. While they were eating, he found out that Percy would be working at the ministry most of the day, and Penelope was going to her office until noon, when she had a Christmas lunch to attend. He and Nick were going to go to the mall for the morning, and then meet Penelope back here after lunch. "Do you have swim trunks, Scorpius?" Penelope asked him. "Not anymore. I didn't bring any of my summer clothes with me when I went to school." "Why don't you pick up 2 or 3 pair? We do a fair bit of swimming, and you'll probably need them over the holidays." Scorpius had nodded, then asked his own question. "What should I call you and all of the other adults in the family? I don't really feel all that comfortable with using just first names, and there are way too many Mr. and Mrs. Weasleys for that to work." Penelope and Percy both laughed, and he shrugged. "For now, why don't you just do the same thing all of Nick's cousins do, and go with uncle or aunt for the parents, including us, and grandma or grandpa for our parents," Penelope suggested. "The younger adults like Teddy and Victoire are probably okay to use first names with, since that's what all of the other kids do." Percy grinned at him. "I'd seriously consider dropping the great or using old or any other extra description for your Aunt Andromeda, though." They'd pretty much finished breakfast, and Penelope got up and started the clean. "Why don't you two go take showers and get ready for your trip to the mall?" Percy reached into his pocket and pulled out something that he tossed towards Scorpius. "That reminds me, catch!" Scorpius almost dropped it, but managed to juggle the personal transportal device and hold on. Percy laughed. "Now we know why you're keeper. Great at blocking, probably not so good at catching snitches." Scorpius looked at the coin in his hand. He'd used them before, of course, but this one was slightly different. It's different than the ones you've probably used because there are some destinations available on it that aren't open to the general public. "Penelope, can you code it for him?" She smiled, and since she already had her wand out for clean-up, walked over to Scorpius. "Close your hand around it for a moment, please," she asked him. A moment later he felt a tingle, And it was done. What was that? It's now your personal transportal device. It won't work for anyone else. I didn't know that could be done, he admitted. Marauders Institute doesn't advertise everything that the transportal system can do, Scorpius. Nick can answer most of your questions about it later, and I have to get to work, so you two need to hurry. Nick and Scorpius had picked up swimwear and a few summer tops for Scorpius, then gone to check out the broom closet and game portal stores, and were now on their way to Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. This seems weird, Scorpius told his friend. I don't think I've ever gone to the mall without adults. Nick nodded. Mum and Dad haven't let me do it for very long, and usually if I come it's with some of my cousins anyway. I'm glad they trust me to do it, though. Scorpius was amazed with the store. This was now his third time there, and he found new things to see. His parents had never allowed him to go near the place before. He now thought that they could all seriously use a sense of humor. How could anyone not be amused by something in this fantastical world that Uncle George had created? The place was packed with last-minute Christmas shoppers, so they didn't stay long before moving on. They had lunch in the food court, then decided to just head back home and play Game Wizard until Nick's mum got home and they found out what they'd be doing for the rest of the day. Aaron and Ariana were staying with Harry and Ginny until New Year's Day, then would stay at the residence for the rest of the holidays to work on the loads of homework that all Owl and Newt students had to get done before going back to school. Christmas Eve day, they'd all decided to spend the whole day just hanging around the cottage. They played Quidditch in the morning for an hour or so, watched some WWVN, played Game Wizard, and had a quiet, fun time. After dinner, they all went to the residence to spend Christmas Eve there. Carolyn and Brianna were once again spending Christmas with Marcus's family in the United States, having left for there after the Weasley family Christmas. So Al and Lily spent the evening playing with some of their other friends and helping to entertain some of the younger children. Harry, as usual, could be found playing dolls with the young girls, and Wayne, or getting beaten at Game Wizard with the older boys and girls. The hot toys for young boys this year was the Dragon Rider figures, and Harry had even brought his own, and one for Wayne so they could play too. Aaron, Ariana and James all hung out with their friends. They went with a group of kids to swim for a while, then played Game Wizard for most of the night. When they went back to the cottage, everyone went to bed except for James and Ariana, who stayed up to watch a show on the WWVN. This was a really great day, Ariana told him as they snuggled up on the sofa. We should probably go get some sleep, though, so your parents don't have to stay up all night waiting to put the presents out. James nodded and kissed her tenderly. Snogging alert. Major Christmas snogging going on here. They jumped up from the sofa, having both been scared by the unexpected shouts. Then they could hear giggling coming from the stairway and the sound of muffled laughter from several rooms upstairs. Lily walked into the room and captured her magic mistletoe. She was still laughing as she gave Ariana a hug. I'm really sorry, Ariana, but I just couldn't resist. I think it's all of those years living with James. Some of him must have rubbed off. Ariana and James were both laughing too. That's okay, Lily, James told her. I'd give the prank an O. You're getting pretty good at your timing and everything. Nicely done. Lily hugged him too, and they all headed upstairs to bed. Penelope watched the two boys playing Game Wizard in the sitting room and smiled. Having Scorpius come to live with them had been one of the bigger decisions that she and Percy had ever made. Since he was in school, he'd only be here for about 3 months out of each year, but it would be up to them, and the rest of their family, to guide the boy through some of the toughest years of growing up, the teenage years. Harry had convinced them that this young boy was worth helping. She'd never known him to be wrong yet, and they had finally agreed that they would be the best choice to be his surrogate family. So far, it was looking like the right decision. Percy got home from work then, and they both went into the kitchen, and he told her about his day while she finished with cooking their dinner. The minister's Christmas party starts at 8:30. Do you think it's too soon for Scorpius to attend one of these functions? I think we should leave it up to him, but I'd rather spend Christmas Eve with them. Too bad you can't skip it. Percy laughed. What, and miss out on watching all of that fake Christmas sentiment while half of the guests are busy trying to stab the other half in the back? What could possibly be better than that, except for maybe everything else? Penelope laughed. I'm getting very fond of the new you, honey. Keep up the good work. She was kissing him when Nick and Scorpius walked into the kitchen, drawn by the smell of food. Nick stopped, and his mouth fell open. Then he grinned at them. We can come back later if you two need more time. His mum and dad both laughed. Thanks, Nick, but you're just in time, Penelope told him. Why don't you boys set the table, and I'll finish getting the food ready. While they worked, Nick kept talking with his dad. You're doing good, Dad. Pretty soon you'll be ready to kiss her in public and everything. He used to kiss me in public, Penelope told him. Not that I've ever seen, Nick told her. Well, you weren't even a good idea back then. Your father could snog with the best of them when we were at school, though. Nick and Scorpius both laughed. That might just be more information than we needed to have, Mum. When they'd all sat down and started filling their plates, Percy brought up the minister's party with the boys. Scorpius, the Minister of Magic has a party every Christmas Eve. Penelope and I are required to attend, and Nick has been going to them for several years now too. We'd like you both to come tonight, but only if you feel comfortable with going. He watched as the boy listened and considered the matter. My family won't be there, but there will certainly be friends of theirs there. Aren't you worried about taking me with you? Percy smiled at him. No, you and Nick might have a few problems when you get back to school, but none of those families can do anything to us, except talk among themselves. Scorpius smiled. Then I'd be happy to go too. I doubt there will be anything more happening at school that hasn't already been going on since the beginning of December, and we've been able to handle that. Nick laughed. I'd say so, yes. Percy looked from one boy to the other. Anything we need to know about? Nick grinned at his dad. No, I'd say you definitely don't need to know. Penelope laughed at the look on Percy's face. Let's leave it at that, Percy. If they get caught doing something they're not supposed to, then I'm certain that Professor Flitwick or Professor McGonagall can deal with it. Percy nodded. Try not to get caught then, he told the two grinning boys. They finished dinner, and then all went upstairs to get ready for the party. Scorpius had brought one of his best dress robes, and when he was ready, met Nick and his parents in the sitting room. Then they all took the transportal to the minister's mansion. There was a reception line, and they were greeted by all of the other high-ranking ministry officials before Percy and Penelope joined the line. Percy was the Minister of Magical Games and Sports, and would be stuck in that line for the next hour or more. Come on, Scorpius, Nick said, heading toward a large hallway. They have a room set up next to the hall they'll be in where the kids that come can hang out and play. Scorpius nodded and followed him. There were only a few other kids there so far, and they were all younger. Nick knew all of them, and they sat on one of the sofas, and he gave Scorpius a rundown on them. Well, what do we have here? A voice dripping with contempt said loudly. Nick and Scorpius looked up to see Dirk Avery coming toward them. Good to see you, Dirk, Scorpius said, smiling pleasantly. You're looking much better than the last time we saw you, Nick added. Dirk's face clouded over. You guys think you're pretty funny. We'll see who gets the last laugh. It was pretty funny, Dirk, but neither Nick or I did that to you. Like we told the professor, we weren't anywhere near you until you confronted us. I know it was you, he sneered. Homeless Scorpius and the Weasel. Blood traitor, mudblood-loving freaks. Dirk, Nick said. I hate to be the one to tell you, but your little problem has come back. Dirk didn't need to be told that, though, since he'd already seen his nose grow 5 inches. Some of the other kids around the room had seen it happen and started laughing. Dirk, if you want your mummy, she's in the other room, one of the kids told him in between laughs. His face paled as he rushed over to a mirror to see "I want my mummy" written on his forehead and cheeks. He whirled around and stomped back to Nick and Scorpius. "You did it again," he roared at them, pulling out his wand. "You better fix this right now, or I'll—" "You will do nothing, young man." The minister had walked into the room for a visit with the kids. "Put your wand away. Underage use of magic is not permitted outside of school." When Dirk turned to face him, he stopped short. "What is going on here?" he demanded. By this time, both Dirk's parents and Nick's had arrived, along with many of the other adults who had heard Dirk's loud shouts. "Dirk, my poor baby," Mrs. Avery exclaimed. "What have these horrible boys done to you?" She stared at his huge nose and the writing on his face and turned on Nick and Scorpius. "What have you done to him?" "We didn't do anything, Ma'am," Nick told her. "That's a lie. Look at him," she shouted. The minister held up his hand. "Please, let's calm down. Now, I was informed that a similar incident occurred at Hogwarts during the Yule Ball. Is it possible that this is related to that incident?" Dirk snorted. "Of course it is. They're the ones that did this to me then, too." "I was informed that it was a charm that had been used in that case." Mr. Avery nodded. "It was. It took Professor Flitwick several hours to reverse it." The minister smiled. "Then this is easily reconciled." He pulled out his Wycom and in the moment had the Ministry of Law Enforcement office on the line. "Please advise me if Mr. Scorpius Malfoy, our Nicholas Weasley, were recorded using magic since leaving Hogwarts." The answer that they hadn't came back immediately. "There you have it," he told the others. "Neither boy has performed any charms, and so couldn't possibly have done this." "Then how do you explain what has happened to him?" Dirk's mother shouted. "Daddy!" "Just a minute, sweetie. Daddy!" The minister looked down and smiled at his daughter. "I saw what happened, Daddy." He bent down and picked the little girl up. "All right, sweetie, what happened?" She pointed to the 3 boys. "They were talking together, and then he," she said, pointing to Dirk, "called them a bunch of really bad names. And then his nose just started to grow, and the letters showed up all over his face. I tried not to laugh, Daddy, I really did, but I couldn't help it. I'm really sorry, though, I really am." She'd said the last to Dirk, and looked like she really meant it. The minister hugged his daughter and set her back down. "Thank you, honey. I'm sure that young Mr. Avery will forgive you for laughing. You can go play." He turned back to Dirk and his parents. "Would you all concede that it is possible that this is a continuing effect of what happened at the Yule Ball? It looks to me like Professor Flitwick has missed something in his cure, since it seems to have activated again because of certain words that your son used in his conversion with the other boys." Mr. and Mrs. Avery nodded grudgingly. "Dirk, might I suggest that until your parents can seek the help to fix this unfortunate thing that has been done to you, that you refrain from using any of the, shall we say, less savoury words in our language? I am truly sorry for any embarrassment this has caused you this evening." The boy nodded curtly, but then glowered at Nick and Scorpius as his agitated parents led him away, planning to take him straight to St. Mungo's for his second treatment in 5 days. The minister watched them leave, then smiled at the other guests. "Please, everyone, let us return to our celebration." Percy and Penelope waited behind with the boys as the other guests left the room. "You boys can explain this to us later," Percy told them. "It should be an entertaining story." Penelope nodded. I hope your plan wasn't to be inconspicuous tonight. If it was, you failed miserably. Try to stay out of trouble the rest of the night, would you? When she received 2 nods of agreement, she and Percy left to join the other adults. The rest of the party passed without incident, and from the boys' perspective, even more boring than their history of magic classes. They made it back home by shortly after midnight, and both boys quickly went to bed. Percy and Penelope put out presents, and then turned in for the night too. Scorpius woke up to the smell of breakfast cooking and smiled. That was something he could really get used to. You never smelled the food from the dormitories at school, and the kitchens were a long way from where his room had been in the mansion. He got up, got dressed, and taking the few presents he had, went downstairs, where he put them under the tree in the sitting room with the other gifts. When he got to the kitchen, he was welcomed with 2 "Merry Christmas, Scorpius" greetings, 2 hugs, and 1 kiss. "Merry Christmas, Uncle Percy, Aunt Penelope," he said, still getting used to calling them that. "Where's Nick?" "He'll be down soon, I expect," Percy told him. "He doesn't worry too much about getting up early on Christmas. We'll have to get you to spend a Christmas morning at the cottage sometime. James likes to get up an hour or 2 before dawn to open presents." Scorpius laughed. "I can see that about him. He's pretty excitable when it comes to getting gifts." Nick came in a few minutes later and also did a round of hugs, kisses, and Christmas wishes. They had breakfast first, then opened presents. The boys had each been given some Game Wizard games, clothes, and books. Teddy had left a present for Scorpius, a Wycom that included the access to everyone in the Weasley family. Scorpius hadn't really had anyone to call before, and so hadn't had one before. Percy, Penelope, and Nick all liked the gifts that he'd gotten for them, and he reminded himself to thank Nick, Al, and Brianna for helping pick out the gifts. They spent the rest of the morning together at home, and Scorpius and Nick tried out each of their new games, and even goofed around a bit, trying out several of the Christmas chocolates that Scorpius had gotten on Sunday. Penelope made a much nicer Christmas angel than Percy did. The boys thought that being Christmas trees for a few minutes was pretty funny, but being Christmas bells left an annoying ringing in their ears. After lunch, they left for the residents' Christmas party. Scorpius hadn't been there since the Christmas holidays last year, and was interested in seeing what they did for the kids on Christmas. There were already dozens of volunteers there when they arrived. Percy and Penelope didn't have specific kids assigned to them right now, and were just going to be helping out wherever they were needed. Scorpius and Nick met up with Al, and the 2 boys took Scorpius around to show him what was happening all over the building. He saw Harry and another man playing dolls with some little girls, and Ginny playing Game Wizard with Ariana and some other teens. Teddy and Stuart were playing Dragon Rider with 2 young boys. There were groups of kids watching Christmas shows on WWVNs, and lots of other fun and games happening everywhere he looked. Scorpius was also initiated into helping with the things that they, as older kids, could do as volunteers to help the younger kids. They helped get drinks and snacks for the toddlers, and helped clean them up when they were done. There were a few kids for whom Christmas without their parents was really hard, and they tried to help 2 of them. Al was particularly gifted at doing that, Scorpius noticed. Everyone was called into the dining hall, and Scorpius watched in amazement as hundreds of gifts went swirling in the air above everyone, and then, in an incredibly intricate dance, delivered presents to every residence child, and a small gift-wrapped box to every volunteer, including him. When he opened the little box to find one of the phoenix pins, he looked up at Nick and Al in surprise. "You became a volunteer last Saturday when you helped out with the Dream Christmas, mate," Nick told him. "Welcome to the club," Scorpius grinned and put the pin on his sweater. "Thanks, Nick. I'm glad you all let me join. The Christmas dinner was as good as anything that they'd had in the Great Hall, and the three boys sat with a group of younger kids, helping them out with anything they needed. None of them noticed the smiles of approval from the adult members of their family. They were having too much fun to notice. Percy and Penelope got Nick and Scorpius together after dinner. "We're heading out early this year," Penelope told the boys. "Are you ready to go?" Both boys nodded, and so after a few Merry Christmases and hugs, they left the residence, taking the transportal home. Or so Scorpius thought. Chapter 29. Island Vacation. Scorpius blinked in the bright sunshine. The first things he noticed as he got his bearings was that it was warm, and it was midday. It had been early evening and cold a moment ago. The next thing he noticed was that there were 3 people grinning at him. "Where are we?" he asked them as he looked around. There was a one-level bungalow in front of him, and palm trees, and all kinds of exotic plants. He could smell the ocean in the breeze. "You're standing in front of our island home," Nick told him with a grin. "We get to stay here until New Year's Day." Scorpius stared at him. "You've never said anything about having another home the whole time I've known you." Nick grinned. "It's a family secret. Now that you're part of the family, it's your secret too." Scorpius looked like he was getting ready to ask a barrage of questions, and Penelope put a hand on his arm. "We can answer your questions as the week goes along, Scorpius, but I bet Nick would rather show you to your room, get into swim trunks and summer shirts and show you the island. Your bags are already here, so go get changed and have fun this afternoon. It's about 1 local time, and we'll have what will be a late-night snack for everyone around 6. Nick took Scorpius's arm and pulled him toward the bungalow. "Come on, I can answer questions as we go." Penelope turned back to Percy and put her arms around his neck. "Nearly a whole week, just you, me, and a little over half of the clan." Percy laughed and kissed her. "Maybe we'll get someone to take the boys one night, and we can go hide from the rest of them and have a little just me and you time too." "We should go and get changed too, or all of the jet skis will be out on the lagoon before we get there." She took Percy's hand, and they walked to the house together. Harry and Ginny had watched Percy and Penelope leave. "Let's give them a little time to show Scorpius around," Ginny suggested. He put his arms around her waist and smiled as he looked into her eyes. "Works for me. I think I can find something for us to do while we wait." He leaned forward and kissed her. "Snogging alert! Major Christmas snogging going on here." They both laughed and turned to see a grinning Lily behind them. She had several other giggling girls with her this time. Ginny laughed. "Please tell me this is just a phase, honey. I don't know if I can handle 2 practical jokers in the family." Lily gave her a hug. "I'm just making a special exception for Christmas. I promise." Their kids all knew they were going to the island, and the bags had already been sent earlier in the day, so it didn't take Harry and Ginny long to get everyone together and leave for the island. Ginny and Hermione were both taking the entire Christmas holiday off to spend extra time with the kids, and especially with Hugo and Lily, since they'd be starting school next year. Ron would only be able to come after the game on Saturday, but would try to stop in at least 2 of the afternoons during the rest of the week. George, Marietta, and Frederica were probably already here and were staying for the week. Charlie, Natalie, and Art were coming for the few days until the weekend before they had to go back for work at the residence and Dragon Reserve. Lisa and Marcus were bringing Carolyn and Brianna later today, coming straight from his parents' home. They would be dropping them off for the rest of the week, then come back and spend the New Year's Eve weekend with everyone. Isabel, Victoire, Stuart, and Teddy would be coming for the 4-day weekend too. Aaron and Ariana would stay in the guest house that Lisa and Marcus would use on the weekend with Carolyn and Brianna, then stay with Harry and Ginny for the weekend. While everyone that had gotten to the island was settling in, Nick was giving Scorpius a tour and had been answering his stream of questions as they went. "So all of your family have houses on this island, and it's completely private," Scorpius was summarizing. Nick nodded. "Yeah, there's some guest houses for when we want to come here with friends, but there are very few close friends that are ever brought here." They'd walked the pathway around the island past all of the houses, and Nick had pointed out which family had each place. When they got to the beautiful lagoon, and Scorpius saw the rows of jet skis and water bikes, he stared at them. "What are those things?" Nick laughed. "The things with the big fat wheels are called water bikes, and you pedal them around on the water. The smaller things are called jet skis, and they're probably the coolest water toy ever invented, even if it was by muggles. You're going to love learning to drive one later." "Why wait?" The boys turned to see Percy and Penelope walking up to them. "Let's go do the condensed safety lesson, then take them out and teach Scorpius how to drive them." The four of them walked down to the edge of the water, and Scorpius listened in fascination as Percy explained everything to him. They pushed 4 of the jet skis out into the water, and within minutes he was flying across the water, having the most fun he could ever remember having in his life, on a machine that his parents wouldn't even consider trying, since it was built by muggles. There was no way that a muggle could possibly make anything of interest to a wizard or witch, as far as they were concerned. It wasn't very long before the lagoon was filled with jet skis and water bikes. Scorpius and Nick played on the machines for over an hour before Scorpius needed to go into shore and take a break. "You weren't kidding about them being fun, Nick, but it must take a while to get used to driving them. I'm actually feeling a bit sore after only an hour." Nick nodded as he led his friend to where they could get drinks. "It does. We can try the water bikes after we rest up if you want. They're fun too, and I imagine that you and Brianna will really like going out on them alone. Every other couple I've ever seen ride them seem to think so." "I'm guessing any couple with an ounce of romance in them is going to like everything about this place. Too bad Allie isn't here for the week." Nick grinned. "We had fun at the Yule Ball, I guess, but I don't know if that'll be anything serious. If it is someday, then I'll probably bring her here with us sometime. Like I said, we don't just bring anyone here." "How many friends have you brought here?" "Including you, 1, Nick said, laughing. Scorpius laughed too. "Let's go try out those water bikes. They don't look like my arms will feel like falling off after riding one." Nick agreed. "True, it'll be your legs that get tired from pedaling, so we'll make it a fairly short trip. Pedaling until you're tired is a bad idea, because then you still have to pedal all the way back." Penelope and Percy were sitting with Harry, Ginny, and Hermione on the beach, watching the kids play. "He seems to be adapting pretty well," Hermione said, "considering how much he's been through in the last month." "He's doing great," Penelope agreed. "I'm not sure he's been shown much love in his life so far. It's amazing he's turned out to be such a gentle boy. There's some steel in him too, though, and in each of the kids in their little group," Percy told them, smiling. "Did any of you know what happened at the Yule Ball? If what Penelope and I saw on Christmas Eve was any hint, our kids are definitely not going to sit around and take abuse from other students." Hermione nodded. "I got it out of Rose. Want to hear about it?" When the others all nodded, she proceeded to tell them all about what had been going on with Dirk and the kids' response to his harassment. "If they're that creative at 11 and 12, you're going to want all of them in your lab by the time they grow up," Harry told Hermione and Ginny. Hermione laughed. "I'm not sure there's much of a market for charms that make your nose grow when you say bad words, except maybe as one of George's wheezes." The relapse thing, though, now that has serious potential, at least if applied to something more worthwhile. I'll have to get them to show me how they did that part of it. Ginny was grinning. I actually think what they did use it for was worthwhile. They'll just have to be careful. The Avery family isn't exactly known for learning a lesson the first time. When it was late afternoon island time, everyone was getting tired, since for them it had been a long day. Harry and Ginny put together a light meal for them, and were just serving it when Lisa and Marcus got there with Brianna and Carolyn. They were invited to stay and eat, but declined. "We've had a really long day, and it'll be nearly midnight back home," Lisa had told Ginny. "We'll only get a few hours sleep before Marcus has to get to work. I'll probably just end up going into the lab early too." She gave the girls hugs and kisses. "Be good for Aaron and Ariana. We'll see you on Friday." Scorpius and Brianna were taking a short walk on the beach before going back to their houses. He handed her the Christmas present he'd bought her with Harry and Percy's help. She opened the box to find a pair of diamond earrings. "Thank you, Scorpius, I love them." She threw her arms around his neck and kissed him. He grinned at her when she pulled back. "You're welcome." He looked at the setting sun. "I guess we better get back. I know it's not late here, but I'm so tired right now. I could have a nap right here on the sand." Carolyn and I had that problem on Sunday after we left the burrow. We were up with Marcus's family for almost 8 more hours that day. He must have carried me to bed because I don't remember walking there myself. During the next few days, Scorpius was able to get better acquainted with everyone that was staying on the island. It was interesting watching the family interaction. It was no surprise to him that Hermione and Ginny were obviously best friends, as well as sister-in-laws. Harry and Art's mum, Natalie, seemed more like brother and sister than in-laws. George was definitely the most fun, and Charlie certainly had one of the coolest jobs, and when he talked about his work, the kids actually listened. He watched Nick and his parents a lot, too. Nick got along with all of his cousins and the other kids, and of course was now close with Rose, Al, Carolyn, and Brianna. The relationship between Nick's parents and the other adults was definitely different. It was like watching a large group of best friends and 2 good friends. Actually, 1 good friend, when he thought about that some more. Penelope was certainly more accepted into that group than Percy was, with his own brothers and sister. Scorpius had already been given clues as to why that was the case since coming to live with Percy and Penelope. It was obvious to everyone that Percy was trying to join his wife and family, instead of standing just on the outside where he'd been most of his life. They were all in turn learning to include him in their group. He could see that it would take some time for that to happen. It takes time to heal old differences, even if both sides are ready to do that. It was after lunch on Friday, and Scorpius had been sitting in a beach chair as he was thinking about everyone, and was startled. He looked beside him to see that Harry had sat down beside him. "How do you manage to do that?" Harry grinned. "Some people would tell you it was magic, but mostly it's just that I pay closer attention to details than most." Scorpius nodded. "Percy, for instance, is just now ready to fully rejoin his family. We've been ready to let him for over 20 years. It will take time still, but now it can actually happen." "Is it like that with my family?" "Very nicely done," Harry complimented him. Scorpius didn't have to explain that he hadn't meant between him and his family, but between his family and Harry and most of the wizarding world. Most of the wizards and witches that fought against Lord Voldemort would like to include your family, and all of the others that had fought on that side, in the world that we envision, but both sides have to want it first. Scorpius sighed. "I don't see that ever happening, Uncle Harry." He watched as Harry's green eyes sparkled with amusement, and he grinned. "Then you should look in the mirror, since that's where I see it starting already. You have a young lady coming up behind me, though, and you should go enjoy a beautiful afternoon having fun instead of thinking deep thoughts." Scorpius looked up, and indeed Brianna had almost reached them. "I suppose you heard her footsteps?" Harry laughed. "And she also has a very unique scent that I'm sure you've already come to appreciate." They both stood up. "You two go and have fun. That's a great place to start learning about this family. Everything we do starts with the concept that life is supposed to be fun." Brianna laughed when she heard the last comment. "And we're all pretty good at it too," she told Scorpius, taking his hand. "Come on, and I'll be happy to be your personal fun instructor for the rest of the day." Teddy, Victoire, Stuart, Isabel, Lisa and Marcus all got there Friday afternoon after finishing work back home. Nick and Scorpius were going to be spending the night with Teddy and Victoire, while Percy and Penelope had a night to themselves. This weekend was Scorpius's first chance to really spend some time with his cousin, and even just be able to observe him. The older adults all loved him, and the younger kids looked up to him like the best big brother in the world. Scorpius had gone to school with Victoire for a whole year, but even though he saw her more than other first-year students did because of his proximity to her cousins, he hadn't really gotten to know her. On Friday night, after they'd all gone back to Teddy and Victoire's house, Teddy sat with Scorpius and told him all about his life growing up. From growing up living most of his life at Hogwarts, to his relationship with his godfather, friends, and Victoire, he showed his young cousin glimpses of a life surrounded by love and happiness. In return, Scorpius opened up to the young man, describing a life that certainly was of privilege, but with no real love or affection. "We're going to need to be very careful with that boy," Victoire was telling Teddy after they'd gone to bed that night. Teddy had hugged her tightly and kissed her. "We will be," he promised. "If things with our grandparents had been different, that could have been my life." Victoire nodded. "Well, at least now we can make sure that it doesn't have to be his life either. We want him to grow close to Percy and Penelope, but I think you can still safely spend some extra time with him this weekend, and maybe be like a big brother to him. You know that Uncle Harry sees something in him. It's going to be fun finding out what that is." "Everything Uncle Harry does is fun. Why should this be any different?" Victoire told him. He kissed her again, and they quietly talked about other things until drifting off to sleep. Al had been playing all week like everyone else. He and Carolyn spent a lot of time together, and they weren't apart very often, just at night when they were sleeping. They were all glad to have Scorpius with them, and that he was having fun and fitting in with everyone else. The weekend had been even more fun for the younger kids. With Teddy, Stuart, Victoire and Isabel there playing with them, they'd all had fun playing at the beach and in the water during the day, and playing games at night. Saturday night's laser broom match after dark and over the beach and lagoon had been one of the highlights. Today was New Year's Eve day, and there was going to be another dinner and dance on the beach tonight, like they'd done last year. The different members of his family had come and gone over the past week, but everyone that had been here for the weekend was staying tonight too. Grandma and Grandpa had come just before lunchtime. Creature and Winky had been here at different times through the week, and Al remembered laughing when he saw the look on Scorpius's face when he first saw the two house elves take a water bike out for a ride together. "They're still learning to have fun," Al had told him with a grin. "You'd probably be amazed to find out that goblins like to have fun too." This was their last full day on the island. They'd all be going back home in the morning. That meant that Carolyn would be going back to the residence for the rest of the holidays with Aaron, Ariana, and Brianna. Al and Carolyn enjoyed the day together and had fun with their family. Dinners on the beach were always fun, and they danced most of the night together. Uncle George did fireworks at midnight to ring in the new year. Then the party started breaking up as couples went for moonlight walks or swims, and others headed for bed, tired from a long day hard at play. "How'd you like your first week on the island?" Brianna asked Scorpius as they walked along the moonlit beach. "This whole holiday has been the best I've ever had," he told her truthfully. "I'm going to miss doing stuff like this with you the most when we go back tomorrow." Brianna smiled and squeezed his hand. "We can't bring this back with us, but I'll make sure that the hugs and kisses come back with me." They both laughed. There were other people out walking on the beach too, and they passed close by Al and Carolyn, who waved at them, but continued with their own walk. "I guess we should get back soon so Lisa and Marcus don't have to stay up and wait for me," she said with a regretful sigh. "This has all been so great, though. I hate to have it end." Scorpius stopped and put his arms around her waist for a hug. "I don't see how we can keep that from happening, but I'm thinking we still have enough time before heading back to your house to delay the inevitable," he said just before kissing her. Brianna put her arms around his neck. "Your hugging and kissing practice is coming along very nicely," she complimented him. "Why, thank you," he told her, smiling. "I have a very good instructor." They both laughed, and then started walking again, heading back toward their houses, ready to get some sleep. All of the adults, except Harry, Ginny, and Hermione, were getting back to work on Wednesday, so everyone packed up in the morning to get home. They'd all long since found out that getting used to the time difference was helped by getting back home as early in the day as possible. The kids maybe could have stayed until the weekend, except that they all had work of their own to do, and not very much of it had gotten done on the island. Every attempt at doing homework assignments was defeated by the call of the sun and surf, and the sounds of the happy voices and laughter of everyone that was outside having fun. Going home was the only way to make sure they all did their schoolwork, so they regretfully said goodbye to their island and returned home with another incredible week of memories. Chapter 30. Work, work, work. Nick and Scorpius were having breakfast in the kitchen with Percy and Penelope, who were both already dressed and ready for work. "What are you boys doing today?" she asked them. "Heading to the cottage," Nick answered. "We've got a Ravenclaw Quidditch practice. Then the rest of the day we have to study with Rose and Al, and probably Lily." Penelope laughed. "That little Spitfire is going to be something when she gets to school." Nick nodded. "I wouldn't be surprised if she's read all of James's third-year textbooks as well as ours. She's like an information sponge." Penelope got up from the table. "Percy and I have to get going. Can you boys clean up this morning before you leave, please?" The two boys both nodded, and she gave them each a hug and kiss before she and Percy left together. "I could really get used to that," Scorpius told Nick. "Get used to what? Being asked to do dishes?" Scorpius laughed. "I can probably get used to that too, but I was referring to the hugging and kissing. That didn't happen much in my house." Nick stood up and carried his dirty dishes to the sink. "Seemed to me like you should be used to it already. You and Brianna were practicing enough the whole week we were on the island." They quickly did the clean-up, went back upstairs to get ready themselves, and then, books and brooms in hand, left for the cottage. "Come on, ladies," Trinity shouted at them. "We've only got a little over 2 weeks to be ready to play Slytherin. Right now, Lily's the best one out here." When Harry and Ginny laughed, she stared them down. "What are you laughing about? That includes you too," she shouted. Lily grinned at Trinity, who winked back. "Rose, Matt, I'm glad that you're happy about being reunited again. But do you suppose you can catch up after the practice?" she continued. "Nick, Scorpius, vacation is over. Considering the crap you've been putting up with from some of the Slytherin students, I'd think you'd want to maybe win the game." Her little talk had the desired effect, and she watched as the other kids finally got serious about the practice and worked hard for the next hour and a half. Harry and Ginny played hard too. He pushed Christina to the limit, and Ginny, Al, and Lily pushed the Ravenclaw chasers and Scorpius as hard as they could. Hard enough that they won 2 out of 3 of their practice matches, with Hugo easily keeping up in goal for their team. "All right," Trinity said, finally calling the practice to a halt. "That's enough for today. Let's get one more practice in on Friday, then back to normal practice schedule back at school on Monday." They talked together for a while after practice, and then Trinity, Christina, Rick and Matt left for their homes, and the others all went inside to start in on their homework. James was at the residence for the day and would be doing the same on Friday. Harry and Ginny left them to their studies and went to the residence in the afternoon to spend some time with the kids there, since they hadn't been there at all since Christmas. "Your parents could probably both play professional Quidditch," Scorpius had told Al and Lily. "He played his one professional game," Al told him, "but he's happy with what he's doing. I doubt Uncle Ron would let him play with dolls or dragon riders at the cannons' practices." Brianna and Carolyn were spending the day with them too, and Lily happily went back and forth between the first and second year study groups, enjoying being able to help both as they worked. Hugo was quickly bored, though, and went into the sitting room to play Game Wizard while they worked. When it was time for Nick and Scorpius to go home, they packed up their books, got their brooms. Nick talked with Al, Rose, Carolyn and Lily, while Scorpius went off for a private goodbye with Brianna before they left for the townhouse. Thursday. Nick and Scorpius met Al and Lily at Rose's house, where they spent the whole day working together. Hermione kept them supplied with snacks and drinks and fed them lunch, but spent the rest of her time with Hugo, leaving them to their work. The 5 kids were all using their virtual game wizards to work in the Potions Master game, but they were having a problem with the assignment and couldn't figure out what was going wrong. It was kind of a strange thing to get used to in the games, but when you were linked together with other players, you could talk together and everything, but you didn't necessarily have to be doing the same thing. In this game, for instance, you were in a full classroom, so you could work at the tables and even on different things. Lily had been doing her own experiments while they'd been working, and so hadn't been watching what they were doing. But when she heard them talking about their problem, she had joined them at their table. "What's the problem?" she asked them. Al explained what they were doing, and that the potion wasn't working. She smiled at them when she looked at the textbook. "Oh, that one. There's a mistake in that edition of the textbook. Every third stir needs to be counterclockwise." "How do you know that?" Rose asked her. "I've read the original," she answered. "There's a first edition copy in the virtual library if you want to check." Rose laughed. "I think we can just trust your photographic memory." With their problem solved, they were able to quickly finish their potions assignment and move on to the next subject. By the end of the day, they were nearly done their homework. A little more work after Quidditch practice on Friday, and they'd have all day Saturday to relax again before going back to Hogwarts on Sunday. Harry and Ginny practiced with the Ravenclaw team again on Friday, and he made Trinity's day when he commented to her after practice that Oliver Wood would have been proud of how hard she worked her team. After the older kids left, Al, Nick, Rose and Scorpius finished up the rest of their homework by noon. After lunch, they all went to spend another afternoon at the residence, and then went back to the cottage for dinner, where Nick and Rose's parents joined them. Nick and Scorpius went shopping with Percy and Penelope on Saturday to stock up on school supplies. They had dinner that night at home with Teddy and Victoire. They spent the evening together, since Teddy wouldn't likely see Scorpius until school got out in June. The 2 boys went up to bed early, and had most of their things packed and ready to go for the train ride back to Hogwarts in the morning. They were the first ones to get to platform 9 3/4, and took the time to say goodbye while they waited for the rest of their family and friends. "You make sure to let us know if there's anything at all that you need, Scorpius," Percy told him. Scorpius had nodded and hugged him, then hugged and kissed Penelope. "Thank you both for everything. This has been the best 2 weeks of my life." Penelope's eyes were filling with tears. "It's been a pretty great 2 weeks for us too. We're going to really miss you boys." Nick laughed. "You can use the extra time you'll have helping Dad with his fun lessons." He hugged and kissed both of his parents too. His father had always been free with hugs in private or when they were with family, but this displaying affection in public was brand new for him. Nick loved every second of it. Al was the next member of their group to arrive, with the rest of his family, Aaron and Ariana. Lisa and Marcus had kept Carolyn and Brianna overnight, and they came next. Rose and her family were the last group to get there, with just a few minutes to spare before the train would be pulling out. The goodbye hugs and kisses sped up at that point, and then it was time for them to get on the train and find compartments for the long trip. Ginny was holding Harry's hand and smiled as she watched him get misty-eyed, as he always did when his children left for school. "Come on, Lily, let's take Daddy out for lunch and help cheer him up." Lily gave him a hug and kiss. "That is a very good idea, Mum." She looked at the other grown-ups and grinned. "I think we should take them with us too," she told her mother seriously, pointing at her aunts, uncles, Lisa and Marcus. Aunt Hermione and Aunt Penelope look like they might also need a little shopping too, if lunch isn't enough to cheer them up. The 3 women laughed at her. "It's funny how shopping seems to be your cure for almost everything, sweetie," Hermione told her niece. Lily grinned at her. "When I find something that works better, I'll let you know." Draco Malfoy watched as Harry, Ginny and the others left the platform. He had hidden using an invisibility charm and had watched his son arrive with Percy, Penelope and their son. His father had no idea that he was here, and Draco had no intention of telling him. When he'd found out from the Averys that his son was living with Percy and his family, he had been surprised. After his father had disowned Scorpius, he'd been sure that the great Harry Potter would ride to the rescue. His father had sneered at the news from his old friends. He was probably happy, believing that living with anyone in the Weasley family was a poor and pathetic existence. Scorpius, however, looked happier than Draco had ever seen him. The hugs and kisses he exchanged with everyone, including Harry and Ginny, had been genuine on both sides, and Draco again felt that familiar pang of jealousy. At least Scorpius was happy, and looked well taken care of. That's all he'd really come here to see. He was about to leave the platform too, when he saw Harry suddenly stop. His eyes opened wide as he watched the man turn directly toward him, smile, and nod slightly before continuing on. Draco felt a mixture of fear, awe, and relief sweep through him all at once. In that look and nod, Harry was just communicating that Scorpius was fine, and they'd take care of him. That he had been able to detect and see through Draco's invisibility charm was the part that scared and awed him. Until that moment, he'd have thought doing that was impossible. He quickly left the station after that, heading for Malfoy Mansion. "Something wrong?" Ginny asked him quietly, noticing that he'd stopped for a few seconds. "No," he answered just as softly. "Draco is here." When she went to look around, he took her hand to keep them going. "He's using an invisibility charm. He's just checking to make sure Scorpius is all right." "Too bad he wasn't doing that a month ago when his son needed him." Harry smiled at her. "How do you know he wasn't?" She stared at him and he laughed. "Let's suppose that he really loves his son for a moment, and then, if we consider Scorpius's personality, would he be better off living the rest of his childhood with Lucius and Narcissa, or with Percy and Penelope?" "He couldn't have known that Scorpius would end up there," Ginny told him. "That's true, but he probably believed that you and I would take him before we'd let one of Al's friends become a ward of the ministry." She nodded. "You're suggesting that he let his own son be disowned to give him a chance at a better life?" Harry gave her a hug and kiss. "Give that girl an O." "Will you two cut that out?" Lily called over to them. Hermione laughed and took Lily's hand. "Oh, let them be, honey. They can always catch up later." "We're coming," Ginny said, laughing too, and took Harry's hand again as they hurried to catch up with everyone else. Draco and Astoria were out for a walk on the grounds of Malfoy Mansion later that morning. "How is he?" she asked him in a whisper. "He looks better than I've ever seen him, Astoria." She squeezed his hand. "He may not have money, but at least someone is making sure he's got a place to live and that he gets fed," she said with a sigh. What had started back on September 1st between them had continued to develop over the months, especially since that day that Lucius had called them in and informed them that Scorpius would be disinherited and disowned. They were ordered to never talk to or aid their son ever again, and as Draco had told his son, he did not attempt to dispute the decision. "We may not be able to talk to him or help him, but we can at least keep an eye on how he does," Draco told her. "We'll just have to be very careful and not let anything slip." Astoria nodded. "We will be." She stopped and looked around them. They were out of sight of the mansion, and she turned and put her arms around Draco's neck. "I have a feeling that our son is going to be just fine, Draco. As for you and me," she said, giving him a kiss and smiling, "I think we need a lot of work." Draco smiled too. "Then we shouldn't waste any more time and get working on that." The last thing he thought before she kissed him again was that it was really too bad he'd spent so many years dwelling on what he didn't have, instead of finding out how good what he did have could have been, and was now becoming. He was glad that his son apparently had already learned that lesson. Back at Malfoy Mansion, Lucius Malfoy was in his private library with a few of his old cronies. "This situation presents us with some possibilities," he told the other men and women. "Having that blood traitor on the inside of Harry Potter's family could be just the opportunity we've been waiting for all of these long years." "You've rightfully disowned the boy," Avery said. "Rightfully so. What could or would the child do for us?" Lucius smiled, a bone-chilling, blood-curdling, grim slash of teeth across a deeply lined, hardened face. "He can gather information. When the time is right, we'll simply take that information from him." The others in the room looked at each other, and it was again Avery who spoke. "You would do that to your own grandson?" he asked Lucius. Lucius's eyes blazed. "He is no longer my grandson, and even more the disappointment than his weakling father has been to me. I won't be bothered by wringing every scrap of information out of that pathetic waste of pure blood, any more than I'd be bothered by stepping on a bug." "When will you do it?" Avery again asked. After what had happened to his own boy at the hands of Scorpius Malfoy, he was eager to see the kid be repaid, and this was going to more than do that. "We will be patient, as we have been for over 20 years now," Lucius answered. "I would expect that it will take some time before he is entrusted with many of the family's secrets." He looked around at the group. "In the meantime, we will watch and wait. When it is again our time, we will strike and put an end to all of this nonsense once and for all." Chapter 31. More Lessons Needed. They hadn't been back at Hogwarts for very long, had all just sat down for dinner, when there was a loud chorus of laughter from the Slytherin table that quickly swept through the hall as other students either saw or heard about Dirk's humongous nose and the message on his forehead, "I must stop saying bad words." "Sounds like the healers at St. Mungo's didn't quite fix him either," Rose commented conversationally. "That must have been the 7th time, too, since he must have enough sense by now not to use a lot of those words one right after another." They watched as Dirk left the hall with his 10-inch long nose leading the way. "That'll be the last one, though. "I never would have guessed that he'd be that stubborn," she added with a grin. "I wonder why the Medi-wizards and witches at St. Mungo's didn't figure it out," Scorpius said. Rose grinned. "Because it probably never occurred to them to consider the use of his sinus cavity as a reservoir, or what Dirk would be doing to keep restoring the charm." The boys all laughed, but Brianna and Caroline looked confused, since they hadn't been in on the making of the charms. Rose could hardly keep from laughing as she explained it to them, being careful to not be overheard by any of the other students. "I'm sure that the healers at St. Mungo's found out that it was caused by something that he ate that was charmed, and cleaned that up. What they didn't find was that the original charm was put into the fluid in his sinuses, so every time he—" She couldn't help but laugh, and could only motion with her finger next to her nose, and watched as Caroline and Brianna both opened their eyes wide. "He picked his nose?" Brianna choked out before starting to laugh too. Rose had tears in her eyes as she continued to laugh. Caroline looked from one girl to the other. "But you said it was something he ate." When what she'd said hit home, she shuddered. Now everyone else was laughing as Rose again nodded. "That's really, really gross," Caroline said, "and bloody brilliant too." They settled back into classes, homework and Quidditch practices right away. Dirk glowered at Scorpius and Nick during the classes they had together, but it was a week before he realized that his little problem was fixed. Once he found that out, he got right back to teasing and harassing Scorpius every chance he got. Al, Nick, Scorpius and Rose started keeping an eye on the Marauders map again, this time watching out for Dirk and his bunch of thugs. The Slytherin-Ravenclaw Quidditch match was on the second Saturday after they got back to school, and the stands were packed. Al, Caroline and Brianna were all there, shivering with the rest of the crowd in the cold weather. Nick, Rose and Scorpius had gone to Trinity and asked her to have Christina hold off on catching the snitch, while they provided a lesson for the Slytherin students. She had happily agreed, and so when the game began, the Slytherin players had no idea what was coming. The Ravenclaw team proceeded to give Slytherin a 4-hour lesson in Quidditch. They scored 87 goals before allowing Christina to catch the snitch. Scorpius didn't allow a single Slytherin score. When Christina caught the snitch, Andy, who was hoarse from shouting "Goal!" or "Score!" was handed a note. "This just in," he announced to the crowd. "The Ravenclaw Quidditch team would like to dedicate this game to Dirk Avery and express their appreciation to him for providing the motivation for them while preparing for this game." Andy looked around and smiled toward the Slytherin section of the stands. "Well, Dirk, I'm sure your fellow Slytherins appreciate your efforts. It is a true mark of sportsmanship to encourage your opponent to play their best, and shows just how much confidence you have in your own team," he said cheerfully. "Nicely done." The grumbling that had been a murmur through most of the game in that section became an angry buzz now. Al watched as Dirk slunk away from the stands and headed for the school. Al, Caroline and Brianna had been back in the common room for a while, when the rest of the team, except for Scorpius, had returned to a roaring welcome and celebration. "Where's Scorpius?" Brianna asked Nick. "He left his robe in the locker room and went back to get it. He'll be here in a minute." When Al heard Nick say that, he had a bad feeling and went to his dorm for a minute. He quickly pulled out the Marauders map and searched for Scorpius. He found him in a classroom down the hall, and Dirk Avery was there too. He left quickly, trying not to attract any attention, and when he was in the hall, jumped into a dead run, sliding to a stop in front of that classroom door. He opened the door and saw Dirk and Scorpius facing each other, wands drawn. Scorpius had a shield in place and was obviously defending himself. Dirk fired a curse at him, and Al had his wand out and shield up long before the curse got to him. "2 against 1, Dirk snarled. "The least I should expect from half-bloods and blood traitors." Al smiled at him. No problem, Dirk. You're right. That wouldn't be fair at all. Dirk faltered for a moment in his surprise. You're going to leave and let us finish this? He asked incredulously. Al smiled even more. No, Dirk. Scorpius is the one leaving. I think that you'll find me a better opponent anyway. Dirk got an evil grin on his face. Fine. Run along, homeless. I'll take care of you another day after I've taught this freak why he and his family are such a bunch of losers. Al nodded to Scorpius, who kept his shield up as he walked toward the door. Don't send anyone here, Al told him as he passed. I'll see you in a while. Scorpius nodded and grinned before leaving and closing the door. Dirk walked across to the other side of the classroom and turned to face Al. Are you ready, half-blood? Dirk sneered. Al turned to face him and let the power that he kept in check at all times loose. His eyes blazed, and Dirk took a step back in shock, suddenly afraid. I'm ready, Dirk. Are you? Dirk's wand suddenly flew through the air, landing in Al's outstretched hand. The other boy gaped as he was suddenly immobilized and slammed against the wall behind him. What are you doing? Dirk shouted. Help! He screamed. Nobody can hear you, Dirk, Al said in a deadly quiet voice. How are you doing this? He demanded. Someone else is helping somehow. Al walked up and stood just a few inches in front of Dirk. You want to duel with me, and you can't do non-verbal spells? He asked the pinned boy conversationally. Dirk gaped at him. Nobody in second year can do that, he snarled. That's not even taught until 6th year. I can. To prove it, every desk and chair in the room started to levitate. Dirk looked around with wild eyes. I've been patient with you, Dirk, Al continued. I've allowed my friends to try and teach you a gentler lesson, but you're being very stubborn. Dirk sneered at him. You think you're going to teach me a lesson? You? You're nothing but a half-blood freak. There's nothing you can teach me. Al smiled. You're wrong there, Dirk, he said quietly. This is a lesson I'm sure even you will understand. He locked eyes with Dirk and pushed out with his mind. He sifted through Dirk's memories until he found what he needed, then quickly transfigured a chair into the boy's worst nightmare. Now, Dirk, he said, smiling, I'm not even trying hard right now, and I'd say by your physical reaction to this little lesson that you're probably not interested in finding out what happens when I do. Dirk stared at him, seeing clearly that Al was not even slightly kidding, and nodded. This little conversation doesn't have to leave this room, Dirk. When the other boy looked up at him, Al smiled. I'm not looking to hurt you, Dirk. I just want you to stay away from me, from my family and my friends, and leave us alone. Dirk looked down at himself. Everyone will know as soon as I go back to my common room, he said, defeated now and trying to deal with that fact and the prospect that every student in the school would soon know it. Are you going to leave us alone now, Dirk? Al persisted. Or will we need to have another one of these talks? Dirk started to shake. I won't bother you again, he told Al. He almost fell when he was suddenly released from the binding spell and looked down in amazement to see that he'd also been cleaned up. Al still hadn't spoken a single spell during the whole confrontation. Al held Dirk's wand out to him, still smiling. The only thing I'll be telling my friends is that you won't be bothering them anymore. The rest of this stays between you and me. Dirk took his wand and stared at Al. Why are you doing that for me? Just because our parents fought on opposite sides of the war doesn't mean that we have to be enemies, Dirk. If you hadn't started all of this with Scorpius, none of what's come since then needed to happen. Dirk nodded. You know, if I'd have won, I wouldn't have done the same for you. Al smiled again. You've been taught your whole life that loving and caring makes you weak, Dirk. That isn't the case. There is one trick, though. You have to care about everyone, even the people who hate you." The other boy looked at him dumbly. "You are probably the strangest kid in this school, Al." He walked toward the door and then turned back. "I'll keep my word, though." He shuddered as he looked back to where the chair that Al had transfigured stood, then walked out of the classroom. Al quickly restored the classroom, put his wand away, and went back to the Ravenclaw common room to again join the party. When he walked into the room, his cousins and friends had immediately gathered around him. Caroline threw her arms around him and hugged him tightly. "Are you all right, Al?" she whispered. He smiled and hugged her back. "I'm fine, Caroline." "What happened?" Scorpius asked him, while all of the small group crowded around to hear. "We had a little talk, and he agreed not to bother any of us again," Al told them with a smile. "You had a talk?" Rose said skeptically. "I was very persuasive," Al said, grinning. When he saw the looks on their faces, he held up his hand. "I'm sorry, guys, but that's going to be it. He's going to leave us alone, and the rest of it is going to stay between him and me." They all looked terribly disappointed with him, except Caroline, who gave him another hug. "I think that's very kind of you, Al," she told him, so that the others could hear. "Is Dirk okay too?" Al nodded, hugging her back. "He's not hurt. I imagine he's back in his common room by now." He looked around the room. "Isn't there a party or something we're supposed to be enjoying?" They all laughed and went back to rejoin the rest of their friends and fellow Ravenclaws in celebrating their incredible Quidditch victory. Chapter 32. Love is in the Air. Aaron was sitting in the Great Hall with Ariana, Tracy, James, Andy, John, and Therese. He was feeling nervous. It was his first Valentine's Day where he actually had a Valentine, and the gift he'd asked Harry to help him get would be arriving with the owl post soon. When they'd gotten back to school, he and Tracy began to develop the friendship that they'd started the night of the Yule Ball. She joined their study group, and when they had time to spend together that didn't include studying, he would go for walks with her or sit in the common room and talk. He told her things he'd never told anyone before, and she comforted him and poured out her heart to him in return. They'd had 2 Hogsmeade weekend days together, where they'd both discovered how much more fun those trips could be when you had someone special to share them with. The arrival of hundreds of owls brought him back to the present, and he smiled as packages were delivered to Ariana, Tracy, and Therese, along with hundreds of the other girls in the hall. He watched nervously as Tracy opened her present, then laughed when she hugged and kissed him. "I take it that you like your present," he said quietly, not wanting to interrupt the others around them. "I love it, Aaron. It's beautiful. Will you help me put it on?" He nodded and took the necklace from her. "I know that these heart necklaces are popular," he told her as he worked with the clasp and put it around her neck. When he had it on and she'd turned around again, he looked into her eyes. "I do want you to be my Valentine, Tracy, but I got this for you to thank you, and so that you'd know that I think my heart is finally whole again, and that is because of you." She smiled and hugged him again. "I'm glad," she whispered back. "I love you, Aaron." He smiled too and took a deep breath. "I love you too," he managed to say. He thought it came out pretty good for a first time saying those words to someone other than his sister. He loved Harry and Ginny, but he was pretty sure he'd never actually told them before. Tracy watched his face as he took that big step, and there were tears in her eyes. "You did fine. It gets easier the more you say it to people." Ariana put her arms around Tracy from behind. "So, what did my brother get his Valentine?" she asked her friend. Tracy turned around and showed her the beautiful little gold heart necklace with the diamond solitaire that dangled from a little chain in the middle of the heart. "Nicely done, Aaron," she complimented her brother. James laughed. "I'd say so. And all you got in the owl post was a few crummy flowers." Ariana laughed. "They are not crummy, James. They're beautiful, and I love them." He sighed theatrically. "Thanks for trying to make me feel better, but I know when I've been shown up." His sparkling eyes betrayed his act. "It's a good thing I have this little thing as a backup." Ariana smiled as he handed her a small gift. She opened it up, and inside there was a very delicate diamond bracelet. She put her arms around his neck and kissed him. "Thank you," she told him after letting him go. "Your dad must be a very busy guy in the weeks leading up to Valentine's Day," she whispered. James grinned. "I'd say so, especially since there's getting to be a lot of guys that he helps." She noticed that John was getting a hug too. "Hey, Therese, what did our shy young friend send you?" Therese showed her the gold locket she was now wearing. "And might there be a couple of pictures in that locket?" Ariana asked, smiling. Therese grinned and nodded, opening the delicate locket and showing her. Once the gifts had been opened, the couple settled down to finish breakfast before they'd have to head off to their classes. "Andy," Therese asked, "did you send a valentine to anyone?" He grinned at her. "Nope, I sent 7. The others laughed. "Won't that get a bit crowded?" Aaron asked him. "None of them have boyfriends, and they all know I'm not looking to be one. If some cards and boxes of chocolates make a few girls happy, I'm glad to do it." "You're probably not complaining about the hugs and kisses from those girls either," Ariana suggested. Andy laughed. "No, I definitely don't have a problem with that either." There was a lot of other Valentine stories going on elsewhere too. Carolyn, Brianna, Rose, and Allie all got owl posts too. Allie was sitting at the Hufflepuff table, but ran over to give Nick a hug after getting her diamond earrings. Brianna loved her ruby necklace, and Carolyn's present was an emerald bracelet to go with last year's emerald heart necklace. Matt got Rose flowers, chocolates, and a gold bracelet. The new Marauders had not slowed down with their mission either, and 61 of the owl posts were Valentine's Day gifts, courtesy of TNM. The Hogwarts Marauders had spent hours finding out what the kids needed, or picked gifts that they thought would bring them a little happiness. And Lily spent 3 days shopping to get it all done, and another day wrapping presents and writing the notes. All of the effort was worth it. They saw one student after another get their gifts and start smiling. Everyone in the school had heard of TNM by now, and it had almost become a game trying to figure out who or what it was. That they did things like stopping bullies, helping kids with school supplies or other necessities, or giving gifts just to cheer someone up, was thought to be pretty awesome by most of the students, and only derided by the smaller but still vocal group of mostly Slytherin purebloods that put down everything that TNM did. As Al watched some of those kids opening the gifts, he noticed that there were suddenly some kids dressed as Cupid, or that had big, puffy red hearts for heads with an arrow through the middle. There were a few other chocolate Valentine wheezes that were being tried out, and there was a lot of laughter, especially when Professor Longbottom tried a chocolate rose and grew petals and thorns. Valentine's Day was off to a great start at Hogwarts. The day was starting off pretty good, with the rest of the family too. Ginny and Lily started their morning out with flowers for each of them from Harry. They had plans for a shopping trip to Paris for the morning and an afternoon at the spa. That was followed by dinner at Lily's favourite restaurant and a quiet evening at home with just the 3 of them, and Hugo, Frederica, Lance, and Natalie and Owen's daughter, Kira. Teddy and Stuart both had made breakfast in bed for their wives, complete with flowers and sparkly gifts, and would be taking them to dinner and the Marauders Institute dance after work. Molly and Arthur were on vacation and were spending the day in New York and had tickets to a Broadway show that night. Percy and Penelope were going to be stuck attending one of the endless political parties. Meghan and Devon got engaged just after midnight, and so had the whole day to celebrate. They were going to get married at the end of March, before they both moved to the new resort island that she was going to be managing in Indonesia. Marauders' Escape was opening at the end of June, but she needed to be there by the first week of April. Devon was going to have his own diving shop and boats on the island, and would start working on getting that ready to open too. Back at Hogwarts, classes continued as usual. There were a lot of happy faces throughout the day, and the Valentine's dinner was another special meal. The chocolate wheezes had been one of the biggest hits of the day, but there had been no major pranks at all. Since last year's Easter prank, and the one at Halloween, students seemed to almost expect something to happen, and were a bit disappointed that nothing had. Al was sitting at the Ravenclaw table with his friends. They were just starting the dessert course, and he was grinning. "What are you smiling about?" Carolyn asked. She was sitting next to him like they almost always did now, holding his hand. "Just really happy," he told her, his eyes sparkling in the candlelight. She looked at him carefully but didn't say anything else. There was something going on, though. She just knew it. Carolyn and everyone else in the hall didn't have long to wait before finding out what that something was. The doors to the hall opened, and they all heard loud clanking as 24 suits of armor marched into the hall. They all had pink tutus, wings, and carried little Cupid's bows. They went to the front of the hall and lined up, facing the students. There was already a lot of laughing going on, but when they started to sing a love song, they all quieted down to listen. It was one of the latest hit ballads, and while it was incredibly weird to watch it being sung by a bunch of suits of armor, they actually sang it beautifully. There were even a few girls that cried. When they finished their performance, they bowed, creaking loudly, then marched back out of the hall to the applause and laughter of both the students and the professors. Al didn't need to look at James to know that he was grinning too, and Carolyn nudged him. "That was a pretty cool trick. I'm surprised the singing was so good, though." He smiled and leaned close to whisper in her ear. "We based the voices on a recording of my dad's singing. We were going to make up new lyrics too, but decided that it'd be more surprising if they were just actually good instead." Carolyn nodded. It was certainly that. Really odd, but good. James was at the Gryffindor table, grinning as the suits of armor left the hall. "That was entertaining," Ariana told him quietly. "I wonder who could have done it." "I don't know," he answered, grinning even more. "I'm sure you don't." She stood up. "I guess the show's over. We've got a lot of homework to do, so let's get going." James groaned. "That does not sound like fun, Ariana," he complained. She kissed his cheek. "If you're a good boy and get all of your work done, maybe I'll give you a good night's kiss." James grinned again. "Suddenly I feel the urge to study, study, study." The great hall quickly emptied out, and the students left for common rooms and the library to do their homework assignments. The new Marauders did all get that work done, and most of them still managed to find a little time left over to spend with their special Valentines before good-night kisses at bedtime. Chapter 33. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. Gryffindor didn't normally practice the day before a game, but since Valentine's Day had been on Thursday, they'd skipped that practice and decided to have a light practice and final strategy meeting on Friday. They'd seen Hufflepuff play Ravenclaw already, and they'd been defeated pretty soundly by Trinity's team. They had a good game plan, and so after going over it one more time, went back to the school for dinner, then a relaxing evening and early bedtime. The stands were full for the game. 2 of the houses were hoping for a Gryffindor win, wanting another showdown of undefeated teams in May. Hufflepuff and Slytherin were hoping for a win for Hufflepuff. Madam Hooch threw the quaffle in the air to start the match, and the teams took off. Ariana scored a quick goal, but then the Hufflepuff players settled down and played a tough defensive game, very much like Ravenclaw had played last year. The Gryffindor chasers were able to score some goals anyway, and Hufflepuff scored some of their own. But by the time the game was getting close to starting the fourth hour, the score was only 170 to 80, with Gryffindor in the lead. The crowd started to cheer as they watched both team seekers streaking toward the snitch. They were side by side, flying all out. They were almost there when the Gryffindor seeker had to peel away, dodging a well-aimed bludger sent his way by one of the Hufflepuff beaters, and then the Hufflepuff seeker caught the snitch. "Hufflepuff wins the game," Andy announced to the spectators. "Final score, 230 to 170. Congratulations to Hufflepuff on the win, and to both teams for an excellent game." Al, Carolyn and Brianna met James, Aaron and Ariana on the pitch after the game. "You guys played a really good game," Al told them. "Their team got a lot better since we played them. They must have been working really hard. If that bludger hadn't been so well hit, Jeremy would have caught the snitch first for sure. He was at least a foot ahead." James smiled. "Thanks, Al. That's not helping all that much right now, but thanks." Al grinned at him. Sure. It's probably just all part of your plan, to confuse the whole Quidditch Cup race. If Hufflepuff beats Slytherin, then the Gryffindor-Ravenclaw game will be very interesting to at least 3 of the houses. You'll have all the arithmancy students in statistics heaven." James, Aaron and Ariana all laughed. "Yeah, that was the plan. You caught us," James told him. "That did help, though, so thanks again." The 2 Quidditch teams left the pitch, and Al and the 2 girls walked back to their common room, where a minor celebration seemed to have broken out. "A little premature to be celebrating the Quidditch Cup," Carolyn said. Al and Brianna both nodded. "Way too early," Al agreed. "Rose, Nick and Scorpius are all going to be in their meeting for a while. Why don't we get our books and get a jump on our studying? Then maybe we'll have a little extra free time tomorrow to just hang out." There was no celebration over in the Gryffindor common room today, something that they just were not very used to over the past few years. James, Aaron, Ariana and Tracy all got their books and headed for the library. John, Therese and Andy saw them leave and got their books too and met them there. If they weren't in the mood to celebrate, at least they could get some work done instead of sitting around brooding about the game. When Al, Carolyn and Brianna got to the library, they sat at a table near to where James and the other Gryffindors were, and got down to work. Scorpius, Nick, Ali, Rose and Matt joined them about an hour later, and they worked until dinner time, and then took the rest of the night off to just hang out together. Ariana was sitting on one of the sofas in the Gryffindor common room, cuddled up with James's arms wrapped around her. Aaron and Tracy were on another sofa next to them, and they were talking quietly, tired out from the long Quidditch game and working on their assignments. "Well, at least we won't have much homework for tomorrow," Aaron said, trying to sound cheerful. Tracy grinned at him. "I guess we'll just have to come up with something more interesting to do then," she told Aaron, her eyes alight with mischief. He smiled back and gave her a kiss. "I'm sure if we all put our heads together, we can come up with a plan." They talked about ideas for what they could do the next day. Then the talking slowly dwindled, as they just enjoyed cuddling with their respective partners. The next thing Aaron knew, he was being woken with a tender kiss. He opened his eyes to see Tracy's smiling face. "Hi, Sleepy." He looked around and saw that they were alone in the common room. "What time is it?" She laughed. "After 1. Apparently we both fell asleep, and your sister and James decided to leave us here." She was still wrapped in his arms, and Aaron squeezed gently. Remind me to thank them in the morning." Tracy laughed and moved to extricate herself from his embrace. "Come on, we should get to bed." He held on to her and smiled. "How about you let me kiss you good night first?" She relaxed and turned her face to his. "Kiss away. I'm all yours." He let go of her waist and put a gentle hand on each side of her face, his fingers just lightly brushing her hair, and his soft kiss built slowly into a passionate embrace that left them both a little dazed. "That was really something," she breathed, smiling at him. When he went to pull her into another kiss, though, she put her hands firmly on his chest. "If I let you keep kissing me like that, we'll never get any sleep," she told him. She laughed at the look on his face and stood up. "Come on, Aaron. It's way past our bedtime. There will be lots of other chances for more kisses like that." Aaron stood up too, walked her to the entrance to the girls' dorms, where she kissed him one last time before disappearing into the stairway. He turned and went to his own room and bed, quickly falling asleep, morning only a few hours away. Chapter 34. Winter and Spring. With Valentine's Day over and Quidditch matches done until May, the students at Hogwarts were loaded down with their studies. Between their classes, never-ending assignments and Quidditch practices, James, Al, and the others seemed to be on the go all of the time. The new Marauders continued to help their fellow students too, and Lily was a big part of what they did. Ariana now had 46 mentor volunteers helping students with homework or with personal issues. For the rest of February, March and April, other than Hogsmeade weekends, there wasn't much excitement happening at the school at all. Outside of the school, though, things were hopping. Harry and Lily were making day trips to Marauders' Paradise to help organize the wedding that was being put together on such short notice. On the second weekend of March, the Marauders Institute began advertising their newest product and created a storm of media attention. When they went on sale at the end of June, Ginny's now long-time pet project, the Virtual Mall, was going to certainly be a huge hit. The difficulties in overcoming the creation of an entirely new way of securely exchanging money had taken years to create and to negotiate with Gringotts. Where other games were complete when sold, this one linked to the game systems from the Institute, where the virtual store owners could continually modify their store or inventory to match the actual stores, or even just do something completely different that maybe wasn't even possible in real stores. There were 8 virtual malls that would be going on sale, and eventually customers would be able to buy the program for every magical mall in the wizarding world. Virtual money could be purchased at any real store that had a virtual counterpart, or a virtual account could be set up at a wizard or witch's local Gringotts bank. Delivery of purchased products could be nearly immediate using translocators, or sent to the customer by any means the customer requested and paid for. The financial implications for the Institute and for Gringotts were the most astonishing projections that any of the senior PBP managers had seen in their more than 20 years. A whole new demographic of customers would be buying virtual game wizards. PBP would have income from the purchase of the virtual mall programs, from transactions, and from the purchase and use of more translocators. Since between PBP investments and Witch investments, they also owned quite a few of the retail stores that would have virtual stores too. They were positioned to make significant profits in every segment of the retail, banking and manufacturing sectors that surrounded the new product and the business that would be created. Most of the Weasley family, along with Lisa and Marcus, went to Marauders' Paradise on the Friday before Meghan's wedding. Devon was Muggle-born, and so only his parents would be attending from his family. Lisa was Meghan's maid of honor, and Kevin was Devon's best man. There was a reception to welcome everyone on Friday night, and they had dinner together at the hotel, then went to Gabrielle and Kevin's house, where they spent the evening outdoors before returning to their hotel suites. With the time change, most of them were very tired after a long, long day. They had a beautiful day for the wedding. They were having another beach ceremony, this one on the beach near Meghan's apartment. There wouldn't be a very long aisle for Harry to walk Meghan down, but she and the other women were getting ready in her apartment, and when it was time to go to the beach, Harry walked with her from there. "Do you have everything?" Lisa asked Meghan. Meghan looked down at herself. "I think so," she said, smiling. "You've got blue in your flowers, and Ginny's diamond necklace is borrowed, and your dress is new," Lisa said. "We forgot something old." Harry laughed and took Meghan's arm. "She's got me for that one," he told the girls, who both laughed along with him. "You look amazing," he told her, as they followed Lisa and started their walk toward the waiting guests. "You're happy?" she smiled at him. "Yes, happier than I could have ever dreamed." "Devon's a good man," he commented. "A really lucky one, too." "I think so, on both counts," she said, laughing. Harry stopped for a minute and turned to look at her. "I want you to know that I'm really proud of you, Meghan, and I love you very much," he said. Kissing her cheek softly, he smiled again. Lisa was waiting for them now, already at the back of their little gathering of friends and family. "We better get going or they'll wonder what's going on." Meghan held him back for another moment. "Thank you. I love you too." They made it to the beach, and Harry kissed her cheek again as he placed her hand in Devon's, then stepped back to stand with Ginny. She smiled as she took his hand, and they watched as the old wizard began the ceremony. Harry felt a small hand take his other hand, and he smiled at Lily. The service was pretty short, and they were quickly exchanging rings and vows. When they were pronounced husband and wife, Harry had already used up a significant part of his tissue reserve, handing them to his left and right, as mother and daughter both cried happy tears. There was another private dinner, and then they all went dancing, including Lily, Hugo, and Frederica. They all gathered outside shortly after 11 to wish the newlyweds well and see them off. They were staying on the island tonight and would be leaving in the morning for their honeymoon. Harry and Ginny took the 3 kids back to their suite and were in the group that had decided it had been a long enough day and went to bed. Easter at Hogwarts was another adventure in hilarity. When the chocolate Easter wheezes went on sale, pink bunnies, Easter egg and lily-headed kids started popping up all over school. At breakfast on Easter Day, there were several hundred temporarily transformed students. The school wasn't turned into anything, and there wasn't a mass case of bunny mania that morning, but the students kept watching for whatever prank was coming. James and Al did not disappoint them. It was a warm, sunny spring morning outside, and so a lot of the students were outside enjoying the day when the bunnies started to appear. They kept on coming, more and more of them, and there were soon hundreds of bunnies hopping around the school grounds. Then they were in the school too, in the great hall, the library, common rooms, and nearly everywhere you walked. "Well, aren't they just the cutest?" Carolyn told Al as they were walking together outside. "I wonder if they'd let you pick them up." Al smiled. "They look tame. Why don't you try?" She bent down, and one practically hopped into her arms. When she'd stroked it for the 7th time, though, it suddenly turned into a chocolate bunny. Al started laughing quietly at her surprise, and she turned to stare at him. "This was you two again?" She looked at all of the bunnies all over the grounds and absently took a bite out of her bunny. It was very good chocolate. Al just continued grinning and watching all of the other students as they began discovering what happened when you picked the bunnies up and pet them. Soon, everyone was smiling and having a great time. Some of the bunnies would hop right into a kid's arms, while others seemed to want to be chased around first. James and Ariana walked up to them, both grinning. "I'd say this practical joke is a hit," Ariana told them. Carolyn nodded. "And pretty tasty too," she told them as she popped the last piece of her bunny in her mouth. The bunnies were fun, but year-end exams, OWLs and NEWTs, were only a bit more than a month away, and none of the students could take a whole day off from studying. The new Marauders each caught themselves a bunny, then took their chocolate snacks with them and went to work. It took until after dinner that evening for most of the bunnies to be caught and eaten, but the students would find a stray bunny here and there all over the school for the next several days. The first Saturday in May was the day of the game between Hufflepuff and Slytherin. The Slytherin team desperately wanted a win. They were facing the prospect of having the worst losing streak in the history of their team. Hufflepuff wanted the win to stay in the race for the Quidditch Cup. The Slytherin team had started out the year with a bad loss to a good Gryffindor team, a horrendous match where they were destroyed by a vengeful Ravenclaw team, and now they were facing a Hufflepuff team that had gone from a poor game against Ravenclaw to a great win over Gryffindor, and were on a roll. Now the Hufflepuff team had it all together, and they showed it as they overpowered the Slytherin team. The Hufflepuff team only made one mistake in their game plan. Since points difference could play a part in the Quidditch Cup race, and their team was actually in a negative net points, thanks to the big loss to Ravenclaw, they wanted to score as many points as they could. They underestimated the Slytherin seeker, though, and didn't defend him well enough. Slytherin still lost the game, but by only 120 points. Hufflepuff was now tied with Ravenclaw with 2 wins, but was still behind on points. It would take a huge blowout win for Gryffindor to hand the championship to Hufflepuff. The following Friday, May 10th, was Lily's 11th birthday. She woke up to the smell of her favorite breakfast cooking and hurriedly got dressed and went downstairs. "Happy birthday," her dad told her, giving her a big hug and kiss. "Are you ready for your best day ever so far?" She smiled up at him and nodded. "Sure. What are we doing today?" He grinned at her. "I can't tell you yet." Ginny joined them a few minutes later, giving her daughter hugs and kisses too. Owl posts arrived while they ate breakfast, and Lily opened the 3 packages that had come for her. James, Al, and the other kids sent her a box of chocolate birthday wheezes, which included the chocolate cakes, chocolate presents, and an assortment of other themed treats. Teddy, Stuart, Victoire, and Isabel sent her a beautiful musical jewelry box, and Grandma and Grandpa gave her a certificate for a spa day, her second favorite thing to do next to shopping. When breakfast was over and her parents were cleaning up, Lily was starting to wonder what was going on. They hadn't given her any gifts, and other than wishing her a happy birthday and making her favorite breakfast, hadn't really done anything special yet. "Looks like we're all done here," Ginny told Harry. "I guess we can get going now." He grinned at her. "Do you think Lily will want to come too, or should we drop her off to hang out with Hugo or Frederica?" he asked. "Why don't we ask her?" Ginny suggested, smiling too. "Okay, Lily, we're going to the mall in Paris this morning. Do you think you'd like to go there and maybe try out all of the rides that the 11-year-olds and older can ride? Then maybe do a little shopping. Pick out your own birthday presents." Lily threw her arms around him, then hugged her mother too. "I think that's a yes, Harry," Ginny said, laughing. They spent the morning at the mall, then had lunch there, and shopped for a couple of hours after that before getting ready to leave. Lily was expecting to appear back at the cottage when they took the transportal, and so was surprised when she found herself standing in front of the Marauders Paradise Hotel. "Why are we here?" she asked her parents excitedly. "We thought maybe you'd rather not have to wait until summer to go on all the cool rides you've been missing out on. We'll have the whole weekend to play and go on those rides together." When she'd finished hugging and kissing them again, they went into the hotel and were shown to their suite. They all got changed and went out to enjoy their day. "The roller coasters are definitely the best," Lily was telling them excitedly over dinner. "That tower one is pretty awesome too," she continued. "The man there told me that Muggles do something like it with something called a bungee cord, whatever that is, instead of just jumping and getting caught by the suspensor spell. He said that hardly any kids have actually ended up smucked on the ground. I think he's just making that part up, though." Harry and Ginny listened as Lily, fully wound up now, entertained them throughout dinner. Their little girl had a gift for communication. It was fascinating to watch her mind work. Someone who wasn't paying attention might think she was just spouting off, but she took in everything around her, and her commentary was laced with insights and understanding of her world that was far beyond what most young children would have, more than even a lot of adults. The three of them had an amazing birthday weekend together, including an extra special Saturday. That day started with Aunt Hermione and Aunt Marietta bringing Hugo and Frederica to spend the morning at the water park with Lily, and an afternoon and evening with Gabrielle and Kevin. Lily even got to go to the Wizard Karaoke Club, where her daddy got up and did a song just especially for her. When they went home on Sunday, she assured Harry and Ginny that this birthday had definitely been the best one ever so far. There had been 3 weeks between the Hufflepuff-Slytherin game and the final match of the season between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Between studying for exams and Quidditch practice, all of the students on both teams and their practice teams were working harder than they'd ever worked before. On game day, while Al might wish that he could be out there playing for his house, he did get the consolation of getting to sit in the stands with his parents, sister, girlfriend, and other members of the family to watch the game. That was definitely a lot better than just having a few minutes with them after the game. He had been joking with James when he'd suggested back in February that the arithmancy people would be having fun with the possible outcomes of this game. What they'd decided was that if Gryffindor won by more than 610 points, then Madame Hooch could declare a tie for the cup between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, but that a win by Ravenclaw, a tie, or a loss by less than that 610 points would keep the cup with Ravenclaw House for another year. If, by some statistical miracle, Gryffindor won by exactly 610 points, then it should probably be a 3-way tie for the cup. The game got underway, and Al followed the action closely. He knew what their team game strategy was, and watched to see if it would be effective. They did want to win the game if possible, but Trinity had drilled every member of the team hard that they were not going to try to win at the expense of possibly losing the cup. "Your team is playing for the close win or loss," his father leaned over and told him. Al nodded as he kept his eyes on the action. "It's a good strategy," Harry added. The lead swung back and forth between the two teams as they each put everything into the game. Gryffindor had only managed to pull into a 30-point lead when Christina, making a bold run for the snitch, left Jeremy with the choice to either catch the snitch himself and win the game but fall short of winning the cup, or lose both the game and the cup. He didn't have the angle to block her to keep the game going. He only had a split second to make that decision before it would be too late. Jeremy catches the snitch for Gryffindor. Gryffindor wins the game 370 to 190. Andy shouted in excitement. Ravenclaw wins the Quidditch Cup on points. Well done, both teams. The Slytherin fans hadn't been cheering for either team since they'd been beaten by all 3 of the houses still contending for the cup, and the Hufflepuff fans were disappointed, but could look forward to next year, coming off of a great 2-win season. The Gryffindor and Ravenclaw fans were going crazy, and there was sure to be big celebrations in both common rooms after the game. James, Aaron, and Ariana were with their team as they met the Ravenclaw team on the pitch, and they exchanged congratulations for their respective wins of game and cup. He gave his mum, dad, and sister hugs when they got to the field from the stands. Percy and Penelope went to hug and talk with Nick and Scorpius, while Hermione and Hugo met with Rose and Matt, who was finally meeting Rose's mother for the first time. "You all played a wonderful game today," Ginny told their kids on both teams. "I can hardly wait to see what happens in the next game of this series. It's just too bad it'll be a whole year before the next chapter is out." Lily smiled at her mom. "That chapter's going to get started in September, when Hugo and I find out what house we get sorted into. One of the houses are going to get a really good keeper and seeker next year." James laughed at his sister. "You're pretty confident. What if you end up in Slytherin?" Lily grinned at him. "Then I'll feel really, really bad for your team when my team beats yours. It might take me several seconds to get over it, but I would feel bad." They didn't have much time together before Harry, Ginny, and the others had to leave. Christina again thanked Harry and Penelope for her broom, since she was graduating this year and might not see them after today. Ginny had smiled at that, because she knew that Victoire had been keeping an eye on the girl for a job in one of the witch investment divisions, and would probably be recruiting her at the end of June. There was one last round of hugs and kisses. Then the students watched for a few moments as their family left for home, before they all headed for either the locker room or their respective common rooms to join the parties that would be the last moments of relaxation they'd have until after exams were over. Chapter 35. School Days. The day after the big game, most of the students got down to work. There was just over a week until final exams, OWLs, and NEWTs started. Aaron and Ariana each had 9 OWL exams to study for, while James had his 10 third-year exams. The rest of the third years in their 2 groups would have 9 exams, and the first and second years each had 7. The study pattern that Al, Rose, Nick, and Scorpius had used last year was pretty much what they did again this year, with the exception that Ali joined them for most of those sessions. Rose didn't see very much of Matt during the last month, since he needed to study with the other third-year students. Carolyn and Brianna were usually close by, and their second-year friends would help them out if they had questions or problems with their own studies. The 2 girls had their own little study group too, but having 4 of the smartest students in the school right there to help them out was a big advantage for them. James was working with John, Andy, and Therese late on the first Sunday night in June. Their first exam was in the morning, and it was already after 11 o'clock at night. He sat back in his chair and put his arms around his head. "I think I broke my brain," he told the others, who laughed at him. "I've officially hit information overload." John snorted. "Come on, James, it isn't that bad." James shook his head. "For you, maybe. I'm to the point where I'm starting to get all of those potions mixed up with each other." Andy closed his books and stood up. "I'm with James. At this point, a good night's sleep is going to help me more than staring at books for another couple of hours." John looked at Therese. "What do you want to do?" She smiled at him. "I'm going to keep going for a while, at least until I get too tired." John smiled back at her. "You guys go ahead," he told James and Andy. "We're going to keep studying. I'll see you in the dorm later if you're still awake." James went over to the table that Ariana was working at with a bunch of 5th years and leaned in to give her a kiss. "Good night, Ariana," he told her quietly. "I'm heading to bed and taking the chance that all of that potions information doesn't dribble out overnight." She stopped studying long enough to give him a hug and another kiss, then was lost again in her work. The next day at lunch, James and the other third-year Gryffindors were comparing notes on how they did with the written part of their potions exam. They had the practical exam after lunch, the part that always worried James. "Stop worrying, mate," Andy told him. "You only blew up the potions lab 3 times this whole year." James nodded. "It could be 4 by the end of today, but at least I did okay on the written." Ariana laughed as she heard his comment when she came and sat next to him. "At least you aren't testing for your OWLs," she told them. "I don't think I'll have to worry about taking herbology next year. I don't think you get an E or above when you lose control of your test plant and it bites your examiner." Therese gasped. "It didn't." Ariana nodded, but she was smiling. She was very understanding about it, though. "It's all right, I guess. Professor Longbottom is great, but I don't like the subject at all anyway. I certainly won't miss it next year, and can tentatively stroke herbologist off of my career list." They had lunch together, and then James and the other third-year students headed to the potions lab again. James did not blow up the lab, but his potion exam also ended up looking more like jelly and smelled horrible. Since he did see John and Therese's finished potions, he knew that his had gone wrong, but had no idea what his mistake had been. When that exam was over, it was nearly time for dinner, so they took their books back to their dorm, met up with Aaron, Ariana and Tracy, and went down to the Great Hall. Al saw James and the other Gryffindor new Marauders come into the hall for dinner, and could see by the look on his brother's face that his potions exam hadn't gone all that well. But since he didn't look singed at all, it probably wasn't as bad as James probably thought it had been. His charms exams had gone perfectly today, and he, Rose, Nick and Scorpius were all sure they would earn O's again this year. Carolyn sat next to him at the table and told him all about her Dada practical exam. She and Brianna were paired together for their exam, and she thought they'd both done pretty well. Their shields and offensive charms weren't very powerful, but they did both correctly perform everything, and Professor Williamson had seemed pleased with their work. Tuesday night, the second years were going to have their astronomy exam, so Al and the others went to have naps after dinner before going to the astronomy tower after dark to study for that exam. Al kept his friends working for 3 hours before deciding that they'd all hit their limit for the night and letting them all go back to bed. James was not napping Monday evening. He and Therese were studying for arithmancy, the only 2 members of their little group who were taking that subject. Andy and John were working at the table too, but they were working on the Dada exams they'd be having on Wednesday. He might be fairly indifferent to the subject, but James did have an aptitude for arithmancy and was one of the top students in the subject. Tonight it was Ariana kissing him goodnight and going to bed, while he stayed up to study until nearly 2, mostly helping Therese with her studies until she felt more confident that she was ready. Ariana and James were both much happier by lunchtime on Tuesday. History of Magic was one of her best subjects, and she knew she'd done very well on her OWL. James felt the same about his arithmancy exam. They decided as a group to take a couple of hours off to relax before jumping back into their studies. While James and his friends were taking a break, Al was learning a lesson in how to juggle priorities, studying for his exam tonight and helping his friends do the same, and comforting his upset girlfriend, who was sure she'd bombed her written exam for charms. He knew she must have done great on the practical, since he'd worked with her, and with Brianna, to come up with a pretty creative pineapple display for them to do. He did somehow manage to do both during the rest of the day, but he was already tired out by the time the second-year astronomy exam started. Rose actually finished her exam before Al, if not by much, but he'd worked a little more slowly to make sure that he didn't make any dumb mistakes just because he was tired and bleary-eyed. They were both sure they'd done great, though. He didn't wait up for Nick or Scorpius this time, and instead went straight to bed. James was paired up with John for their DA-DAR practical exam. They were one of the first pairs being tested that morning, and they were both ready. He knew he wasn't the powerhouse that his little brother was, but he was still the best in his year, and the exam was a breeze for him. John might be the quiet one of their group, but he was a pretty strong wizard himself, and made a good partner. When they were finished, they were both sure they'd receive high marks for their work. This was a study day for Ariana and the other OWL students, and she, Erin and Tracy studied all day and late into the night for their charms owls on Thursday. The first and second-year students all had a study day too. Al and his second-year study group spent the day getting ready for their Transfiguration exam, while Carolyn and Brianna had an easier day preparing for History of Magic. James was in the common room, studying for his own Charms exam on Friday, when Ariana came in, just back from the written part of her Charms Owl. "How'd it go?" he asked her, getting up to give her a hug. "Pretty good," she told him. "I messed up a couple of questions, but I'm happy with it." "That's good. Ready to go get some lunch and take a break before the practical this afternoon?" She smiled and nodded. He closed up his books, threw them in his bag, and they headed down to the Great Hall. They checked in with Al and the others at the Ravenclaw table before going to sit down. His brother and cousins, he now included Scorpius in that designation, had all told them that they'd aced both parts of their Transfiguration exam. Carolyn and Brianna had both breezed through their history exam too. Now they all got a 3-day weekend to study for their next exams. "I wish I had a 3-day weekend to study for Transfiguration," Ariana told James as they walked over to their table. "I've got Care of Magical Creatures on Monday, so that won't be too bad to get ready for. It's Herbology and Divination that are going to be my tough ones next week." She nodded. "I've got Divination on Tuesday. I don't imagine I'll do much better on it than with Herbology, though. It's not a prediction, just reality." James laughed. "I think I can at least pass, but I haven't made a prediction all year that came true. Has anyone done it this year that you've heard?" she asked him. James laughed. "No, but Professor Stimpson is still hopeful. Shouldn't she be able to use her own powers to see that none of us has a scrap of ability?" "She probably can," James answered. "I guess it doesn't hurt to learn how it's all supposed to work, though. In a way, it's kind of like the history of magic. Even if you can't really do anything with it, it's probably still good to know about." She smiled at him. "That almost sounded like you don't think it's a total waste of time anymore, James." He grinned. "It does, doesn't it? Don't tell anyone, though. I've got a reputation to keep." James had asked them if they'd doused all of the first and second-year students with Felix Felicis to manage to score a 3-day weekend during exams. Al and the others had laughed at his brother as he and Ariana had left them to go over to their table for lunch. That didn't mean that they could take it easy. On the contrary, they continued to study all day and late into each night. Rose had her 4 friends ready for their herbology exams by Monday, and Al and Scorpius had helped Carolyn and Brianna to be ready for their potions exams too. And when they all went to bed on Sunday night, they were each confident that they were ready for their tests. James felt burned out by the end of the second week of exams. He'd barely even paid attention to the passing of his 14th birthday. He vaguely remembered opening some presents and a particularly great birthday kiss from Ariana. But other than that, they didn't have time to celebrate it. There was just too much work to do. He'd done great on his Care of Magical Creatures exams, and pretty good on Herbology and History. When he'd finished his Divination, though, he was pretty sure that he'd be dropping that course for next year. If he passed, it'd barely be with an A, and he wouldn't be surprised to see a P on his Hogwarts letter this August. Ariana and Aaron were both sure they'd probably pass their Transfiguration, Divination, Dada, and Astronomy exams, but they didn't think they'd have the E's or O's they'd need on their owls to continue with either Divination or Astronomy next year. Al had a busy week too. He, Rose, Nick, Scorpius and Ali had all worked hard all week. The extra day to study herbology had helped, and they all felt pretty good about both the written and practical exams. They were all strong in history and potions, and those exams were easy compared with the grillings they gave each other as they studied. Tuesday night, Al stayed up late with Carolyn, Brianna and a few of their classmates and did an astronomy tutorial to help them prepare for their exam on Wednesday. The girls had been happy with how they did on their potions exams, although neither of them fully completed the practical exam. They were both pretty good in Transfiguration and were sure they'd done very well on both the written and practical parts of that exam. The third years had 2 exams left for the last week of school, but the rest of the new Marauders only had an exam on Monday. Aaron, Ariana and Tracy weren't taking arithmancy or ancient runes, so when they finished their potions owl on Monday, they'd be done. James, Andy, John and Therese had Transfiguration on Monday and astronomy on Tuesday, then were done for the year too. Al and Nick were waiting outside of the Dada classroom. Rose and Scorpius were in there taking their exam now, and they were scheduled immediately after them. When their friends came out of the room, they both looked happy, but they didn't have time to discuss how it went. Professor Williamson welcomed them and told them to get into position. "Mr. Weasley, please set the block of wood in the middle between you on fire. Mr. Potter, when he has succeeded, you will put it out." The boys grinned at each other. This one was easy. "Incendio," Nick said confidently, and the block of wood caught fire immediately. "Aguamenti," Al answered, and watched as his fountain of water quickly put the fire out. "Very good. Next, Mr. Weasley, shield. Mr. Potter, attempt to retrieve your opponent's wand." Nick put his shield up, but he knew what was coming and braced himself. "Expelliarmus!" Al shouted, and Nick's shield blew apart, and his wand flew into Al's outstretched hand. "Excellent," Professor Williamson told them. Al sent Nick's wand back to him. "Now, since we all know that Mr. Weasley will not defeat your shield, please leave your shield down, Mr. Potter, so that I may see that your cousin can perform the disarming spell." Nick performed the Expelliarmus spell, but as the wand was about to reach him, Al shouted, "Accio wand!" and it turned around and shot back to his hand. Nick and Professor Williamson both stared at him, then grinned when he looked embarrassed. "Sorry," Al mumbled, turning red. "That's quite all right, Mr. Potter. I'm impressed. I wouldn't have expected that you could overpower a disarming spell with a summoning charm. Shall we continue?" Both boys nodded, and the rest of their exam proceeded without any problems. And then they were finished and done their exams for the year. They had lunch with their Ravenclaw friends, and then Scorpius and Al gave Brianna and Carolyn kisses and hugs, wishing them luck on their practical exam for herbology, then went outside to relax all afternoon. Nick and Ali went off for a walk by themselves, and Rose was spending the afternoon with Matt while he studied for his astronomy exam. That left Al and Scorpius to hang out together for most of the afternoon. They went outside and found a shady tree to sit under. "Any idea what we'll be doing all summer?" Scorpius asked him. "Not really," Al answered. "We're planning on getting together with the team at least once a week again this summer, and we'll probably have a workout in the mornings when we can." He thought about what else he knew about already. Rose's parents and mine are going away for the first week of July to celebrate their 20th anniversaries. They're going to the new resort that Megan's running, Marauders Escape. We'll have Aaron and Ariana staying with us that week, but they'll still be working during the day at the Institute. I didn't spend all that many days at Nick's house over Christmas, since we were on the island too. I hope everything will work out for all of us. Al smiled at his friend. "Don't worry about that at all, Scorpius. Aunt Penelope and Uncle Percy really like you. If you thought the Christmas holiday was great, wait until you've spent a whole summer with our family. Scorpius grinned too. At least I'll get to see Brianna a lot more than last year. That's a definite plus. You're going to love Marauders Paradise too, Al told him. I forgot to include that with what we'll be doing. Yeah, that's going to be pretty awesome too, from what I've heard, Scorpius agreed. They talked quietly together for another couple of hours, enjoying the afternoon, then went to the common room to wait for the girls to get back from their exam. When they came in, both girls looked happy. Are you happy because exams are over, or because you did well on your exam? Scorpius asked Brianna. Both, she told him as she hugged and kissed him. Especially since now we get 3 whole days to just hang out with our friends before going home. The girls put their books away in their dorm, then they all headed for dinner in the Great Hall. Matt was the only one left in their little group that still had an exam left to take. The first and second year students were all done, but there were other exams for the 3rd to 7th years on both Tuesday and Wednesday. The Ravenclaw new Marauders made an early night of it on Monday. After staying up late every night for over 2 weeks, they were all more interested in catching up on sleep than sitting in the common room and watching the older students study. Tuesday was definitely a play day. They went down to the Quidditch pitch and goofed around on their brooms for a couple of hours in the morning, then wandered around outside until lunch. They played Game Wizard in the common room for a while in the afternoon, before again going outside to hang out. After dinner, they watched a little WWVN together and enjoyed a little quality snuggling time. James, along with the rest of the 3rd years, joined the growing ranks of students that were finished their exams on Wednesday. The school grounds had students everywhere you looked. He was out among them, taking a walk with Ariana in the morning. It's hard to believe that we'll be going home on Friday and starting work on Monday, he said quietly. Right now I'm just glad exams are over and we get a couple of days together, she answered. Don't make too many plans with the rest of your friends. You owe me some serious us time, Mr. Potter. James grinned. That definitely sounds like something we should go find someplace quiet to sit and talk about. Ariana returned his smile. The finding someplace quiet works for me. Talking is optional. By the end of the afternoon, exams were over. The common rooms that night were filled with students celebrating, playing, and relaxing. More than a few were finding quiet places to spend with boyfriends or girlfriends that, once summer holidays started, they wouldn't see as much, or might not see at all until school started again in September. The end-of-year feast began with the announcement from Professor McGonagall that Hufflepuff had won the House Cup this year, and the Great Hall was sheathed in the Hufflepuff blazon for the evening in honor of their achievement. Did you get packed up this afternoon? Carolyn asked Al as the dinner started. He nodded. Yes, I'll just have a couple of things left to pack in the morning. You? I'm done too. I don't know how most of the kids can leave it until morning and still make the train on time. Al laughed. Then get James to let you take a look in his trunk tomorrow night when we're back home. I doubt he even has it straightened out before it's time to start packing again for school in September. Carolyn smiled. This feels strange tonight. I'm looking forward to the holidays, but I'm also going to miss being here. There probably aren't that many of the other students that feel like that. But then, we probably have more fun here than they do. We definitely do, she agreed. They talked with Rose, Matt, Scorpius, Brianna, and Nick during dinner. The first thing they did after the meal was to all go and congratulate Ali on the Hufflepuff House Cup win before leaving Nick in her capable care and going back to the common room. The 3 couples found seats in the crowded room and spent the rest of the evening talking about the best parts of the past year and the upcoming summer. Rose and Matt were the only ones still up when a smiling Nick returned. "Good night, Nick," Rose asked him when he came over to them. "More like great, I'd say," he answered. "How about you guys?" Rose and Matt both grinned. "That answers my question," Nick said. "I've got to go pack yet, though, so I'll see you in the morning. Carry on with whatever you were doing, mates." He heard his cousin and friend both laughing as he walked away, but he didn't look back. The next morning, all of the students made the trek to Hogsmeade Station and boarded the Hogwarts Express. There were tears from some of the older students who were leaving school for the last time, and a lot of excitement from all of the children that were looking forward to the summer holidays. For some, the train leaving the station marked a beginning, for others, an ending. To the new Marauders, it wasn't a metaphor for anything like that. It was just a way to move along from one adventure to the next. Chapter 36. Welcome Home. Harry looked around the platform as he, Lily, and Hugo waited for the Hogwarts Express to bring the kids home for the summer. He didn't detect Draco anywhere, so his old nemesis must not have decided to come and observe his son's return from school, or hadn't been able to get away without raising suspicion. He did see Dirk Avery's parents, presumably waiting for their son to arrive. He noticed that they were making a poor attempt at covertly watching him, and his mental alarm was telling him that they were studying him for some reason that was more than casual interest. The train pulled in, and students quickly began disembarking. Their kids came in 2 waves, with Al and the Ravenclaw group reaching their welcoming party first, and James, Aaron, and Ariana a few minutes behind. As Harry welcomed each of the kids, he was staying alert to what the Avery adults were doing. They were definitely watching Scorpius now, and how he was interacting with Harry and the other kids. He didn't need to stop what he was doing as he probed both of them. He'd refined his abilities over the years, and the Averys didn't feel a thing. He could clearly see what was in their minds as they focused on the boy, and what he saw wasn't good. Some people just never learn, he thought to himself. It was hard to believe that with all the progress that had been made over the past 20 years, that Lucius and his little band of dissenters could still hold on to their stupid bigotry and hate. Their pathetic scheming was almost laughable to him, if it wasn't for the fact that they were now looking to use Scorpius. That they didn't care how much they had to hurt him in the process said a lot about how little they'd changed. Azkaban had done nothing to convince them to give up their old ways. He put those thoughts aside for now, though, and continued to welcome the kids. He'd figure out what to do with the problem later. When they were all ready to head for the mall, he sent their luggage to the cottage, Rose's house, and Nick and Scorpius's townhouse. The welcome home lunch had been going on every year since Teddy started going to Hogwarts, but now it had become a pretty large family gathering. This year, nearly everyone in the family had come to the banquet room that Harry had reserved, except for the family that was in other countries. There was an extended round of hugs and kisses as the kids were embraced by their parents, grandparents, uncles and aunts. Aaron, Ariana, Caroline and Brianna all knew that they were as much a part of this as the other boys and girls. When they all sat down to eat, the kids told the adults all about their exams and the last few weeks of school. The adults told the kids all about what had been going on in the real world. Rose, Nick and Scorpius were getting the play-by-play of the Cannons Championship Finals loss to the Harpies. The kids had watched it on WWVN while they'd studied for their exams, but Ron gave them the insider's view of the game. "Wait until next season," Ron was telling them. "Dennis and Demelza are retiring after next season, and they're going to want to go out with another championship. I'll bet with their motivation we'll have a great year." Rose smiled at her dad. "I bet that makes you think about coming out of retirement for one more season," she told him. Hermione turned to face Ron. "No." Father and daughter both grinned at her. "Definitely not. You are not coming out of retirement. Just forget about it." She turned to look at Rose next. "Stop putting ideas like that out there for your father. He's enough trouble all by himself without your help, young lady." She stared the two of them down until she heard simultaneous "Yes, dear," and "Yes, mum" responses from the pair, then turned back to the conversation she'd been having with Ginny and Isabel. In each of the past 3 years, there had been at least one of their kids graduating Hogwarts. Since they didn't have that happening this time, there were no extra meetings or trips needed this year. The kids were given the choice of what they wanted to do for the rest of the afternoon, and the majority voted to go play on the island together. While most of the adults had to go back to work after lunch, Percy surprised his 2 boys by taking the afternoon off to join them, and Ron was also free to go. The 3 men and 12 kids, including Frederica, took the transportal to the island, and were all quickly changed and out playing on the lagoon and enjoying a few hours of sun and fun. "This is a pretty awesome way to start the holidays," Brianna told Scorpius as they were taking a break, sitting in the sand together and having a drink and snack. "I'm still amazed at this place," he said, grinning at her. "It hardly even seems real that this morning we woke up in our dorms at school, and now we're sitting in the sand on a sunny beach, spending the afternoon playing with our friends and their fathers." Brianna gave him a hug. "Just enjoy it, Scorpius. Sometimes I don't even really feel like I have a home, since Carolyn and I spend as much time at the cottage, or with Lisa and Marcus, or here than we do at the residence. I wouldn't have it any other way, though. She and I both kind of think that home is wherever we are with the people we love, not where we're sleeping at night." Scorpius thought about that as they watched their friends playing on the jet skis, aqua bikes, or just playing in the sand or swimming in the water. "That's a pretty great way to look at it," he told her. She flashed him a smile and stood up. "I think so." Holding out her hand to him, she pulled him to his feet. "Come on, we can talk about serious stuff on rainy days. Let's get back out on the water again for a while before it's time to go back home." Harry left for the cottage about an hour ahead of the kids, Ron and Percy, so that they could play a little longer while he started getting dinner ready for the 12 kids and 10 adults that would be coming for the evening. While he worked, he had time to think about what he'd learned from looking into the minds of Dirk Avery's parents. The Ministry of Magic kept watch over every former Death Eater. Harry had enough connections to know what was going on at any time with them. He knew that they got together and mostly whined and complained, but there hadn't been any real plotting and scheming reported. What they were planning now, though, was obviously the beginning of a new plan to regain power. The question was what he should do about it. He could tip off the Aurors, but he really had no proof, and while they tried to gather that evidence, Scorpius could be at risk, not to mention the danger to the Aurors themselves. He continued to consider all of his options, and by the time the kids, Ron and Percy, got back to the cottage, he'd decided what he was going to do. With that worked out, he put the matter aside again and went back to enjoying the time with his family. They had dinner outdoors, and afterward played a couple of Quidditch matches, and then a game of laser broom at dusk. The kids were all playing laser broom when Harry asked for all of the adults to go with him into the cottage. When they'd all taken seats in the sitting room, he told them about what he'd found out at King's Cross Station. Percy was the first one to respond to his news. "We need to get the Aurors involved," he told the others. "I'm not going to let anything happen to that boy as long as he's in our care." Harry smiled at his brother-in-law. "I've considered that option, Percy, but I don't want to put anyone else in danger, and I doubt we could keep Scorpius safe while the Ministry tries to put together a case against Lucius and the others. We are, or more specifically, I am going to do something else instead, and put an end to this foolishness before it goes any farther." "What do you have in mind, Harry?" Percy asked him, not sure if this was going to be something he wanted to hear. "I'm going to go over there tonight and crash the little meeting they're going to be having shortly," he told Percy. He watched as everyone else looked at him with concern and worry. "Then I'm going to convince them to stop." "That's your plan?" Penelope said incredulously. "Did you hit your head today, or do you need one of us to do it for you and knock some sense into it?" Harry laughed. "No, I'm fine, but thanks for the offer." He looked around at everyone. "This isn't anything that you need to worry about. I can handle this. I just wanted to let you know where I'll be for a while, and I also want you all to stay here, just in case there's anything I haven't found out about yet." Ginny nodded, while the rest of them still looked unconvinced. Harry stood up. "Look, I'm sure there's probably nothing to worry about here, but I just want to make sure that Scorpius is well protected while I'm away. It shouldn't take me more than an hour or two to explain things to them." "I don't like this at all," Hermione told him flatly. "If you insist on dealing with them directly, we should all go." There were several nods of agreement. "I don't want to start a war, Hermione, and you know I can protect myself, but even I'd be pressed to keep all of us safe. I'm sure this can be ended without anyone getting hurt. If it turns out I'm wrong, then we'll end this the hard way. For them, that is." He looked around at them one last time. "One way or the other, though, Percy is right. We're not going to let anything happen to Scorpius. I'm sure that the best and safest way to keep him safe is for me to do this tonight." Ginny stood up too. "Come on," she told her brothers, sisters-in-law, Lisa and Marcus. "Let's go play with the kids while Harry deals with this little irritation. We don't have to like it much, but he is right." The others all got up too. "I'll be out in a minute," she added as they all started leaving for the backyard. She and Harry both went upstairs, and he went into James's room, where he retrieved his cloak from his son's trunk. Ginny smiled at him. "How did he get that?" "Al gave it to him. He uses it when he's stopping the bullies at school." She nodded. "They're going to worry about you the whole time, you know, and so will I." "Yeah, but this will be easier and safer for everyone if I do it alone." She nodded and hugged him tight. "I know. You be careful." Harry looked into her eyes and then kissed her tenderly. "I will be. I love you, Ginny Potter." "I love you too, Harry," she told him, squeezing him tight one last time before letting him go. To avoid having the kids see him leave, he kissed Ginny once more, put his cloak on, and was gone. Ginny hugged herself for a moment, then pasted a smile on her face and went outside to pretend, along with the other adults, that everything was fine and that Harry was not going into the dragon's lair to deal with the stubborn remnants of the Death Eaters. That he was going to do that to defend the son of another former Death Eater from the hands of the boy's own grandfather was a very strange twist of fate. Chapter 37. Power Play. Harry apparated to a spot outside of the gates of Malfoy Mansion and looked around cautiously. He studied the grounds and found that they did not use any wards on the property. Under the cover of his cloak, he apparated again, this time directly into Lucius's private library. He'd never been in that room before, but had pulled that information from the Averys too. He hadn't known why at the time, but now that he thought about it, this idea had probably been in his subconscious right from the moment he'd seen what was being plotted. He wandered around the office, looking at the books and other artifacts that were displayed on mantels, shelves, and tables all around the room. That many of these things related to the dark arts was a disappointment. He thought that the Aurors probably should have confiscated them, but then again, maybe they hadn't been here before, or had been hidden. It was almost time for the meeting he knew they were having, and Harry had only a short wait until Lucius led his guests into the office, and they took chairs around his large, polished wood desk. He watched Lucius put up privacy wards, but of course they'd be useless since he was already in the room. Harry looked around at each man in the group. Yaxley, Nott, the Lestrange brothers, both father and son Avery, Crabbe and Goyle, the fathers of Draco's old sidekicks. Each of these men had been shown mercy by the Wizengamot, and had not been left to spend the rest of their lives in Azkaban. Most of them had only been out of prison for just over a year. "What did you find out today, Avery?" Lucius began. Avery sneered as he answered. The boy was being treated as if he was one of Potter's own, all hugs and kisses. It was disgusting to watch. Lucius nodded. "Yes, but it also means that he's getting close to the family. The information he'll have learned over the past 6 months could be very valuable to our cause. And information is what we need if we're going to avenge my son's death," Crabbe growled. Lucius smiled his serpentine grin at his long-time associate. "Patience, Crabbe. There are a lot of deaths that require Potter's blood for repayment." Dirk's grandfather Avery nodded. "His and every Potter and Weasley we can take with him." "What's our next move?" Yaxley asked Lucius. "Potter's having his 20th anniversary the first week of July," Malfoy told the other men. "Isn't that sweet?" Lestrange said. "What does that have to do with this? You want to send them a present?" Lucius and the others laughed. "No, Rodolphus, I was thinking more along the lines of getting our hands on my little blood-traitor grandson while they're gone, and he's vulnerable. Rip the information he has out of him, and if that doesn't kill him, we'll put the Imperious curse on him and send him back to be our little spy until we're done with him." Lucius was about to continue when he looked to the side of his office and saw a ripple in the air. He jumped to his feet, drawing his wand as Harry appeared from under his cloak, having tired of listening to the juvenile plotting of the men. "You!" Lucius exclaimed. "You dare invade my home, my privacy?" The other men had jumped to their feet too, and were spreading out across the room. "Good evening, Lucius," Harry said conversationally. He was holding his wand negligently at his side, and watched as the other men took up positions around the room. "I thought tonight might be a good time to come and have a little talk with you and the boys," he continued. Lucius smiled, that oily, evil grin that had once sent shockwaves of fear through the boy Harry had once been. "And you knew that we'd all be here, how?" Harry laughed. "The same way that I know that every one of you are wondering if I'm here alone. How I know that Goyle is the only one of you that has enough sense to be afraid right now." He looked at each of them. "Let me put your minds at ease. I am here alone. This is just a courtesy visit so that I can explain a few things to you that apparently you didn't learn back when I defeated Tom Riddle." Lucius and most of the other men were smiling now. "So you thought you'd come here alone and give us a lesson?" Yaxley growled at him. "You're even dumber than we thought." He raised his wand, but Lucius held up a hand. "Now, Yaxley, let's not be impolite. Why don't we let Potter tell us what he's so bravely come to say, then we can kill him?" Lucius told the other men, who all laughed. "That's very generous of you, Lucius," Harry told him, still smiling. "I came here to tell all of you that you will not be permitted to harm the boy, or anyone else." Lucius was nearly crowing as he laughed. "Will not be permitted? We are purebloods. We do what we want. There is no one who can stop us." "I can," Harry told him quietly but firmly. Lucius laughed again. "You? You're not even going to survive the night, Potter. I should thank you for making our return to power so much simpler." Harry looked at each of the men again calmly, then turned his attention back to Lucius. "You've only got 9 against 1. Are you sure you don't want to get more help? I don't mind waiting if you want to call for extra help." Rabastus Lestrange barked a laugh, raised his wand, and looked to Lucius. "Have you heard enough yet?" he asked. Lucius nodded, and all 9 men had their wands raised and ready to strike. "Goodbye, Potter. "We'll make sure to tell your family how you died when we go to kill them," Lucius said, smirking in his triumph. Harry just stood there as 9 Avada Kedavra curses were shouted. He smiled as the glee the men showed on their faces turned to shock when their curses were absorbed by the impervious Totalis shield that he had erected. "Is that the best that you can manage?" Harry taunted them. He stepped forward, his shield shimmering all around him. As he moved into the center of the room, the other men fanned out all around him, so that he was now encircled. Lucius regained the smile that he'd briefly lost. "So you've learned to shield from the killing curse, have you?" he snarled. "Fortunately for us, it's not our only weapon." They all began firing curses and hexes at Harry, who merely stood there and waited as they threw everything they had at him. Nothing got past his impenetrable shielding. The explosions and noise had brought Narcissa, Draco, and Astoria running. When they had opened the door and seen what was going on, they stood there and stared in open-mouthed astonishment, watching the attack on Harry rage on and on. Harry waited until there was a pause in the action, after nearly an hour of continual bombardment. "Have you had enough yet?" he asked them in a deadly quiet voice. Lucius was drenched in sweat and breathing hard. "You stand there behind your shield like a coward, and don't fight like a true wizard," Harry smiled. "That's only because I'd prefer not to hurt all of you, Lucius. If you would all just agree to stop this foolish scheming and leave the rest of the wizarding world alone, instead of trying to resurrect a past that will never be allowed to return, I'd be happy to leave you all alone." Lucius snorted. "Oh, well, if that's all it takes, then I promise." The rest of the men all laughed at his obvious sarcasm. Harry was still smiling, his shield still solid. "Not that I doubt you, Lucius, but I'll require something a little more heartfelt than that. I can read each of your minds more easily than reading a book. I'll know when you've decided to agree." Lucius stood up straight and again pointed his wand at Harry. "You'll be dead, Potter. That's how this little meeting will end." Harry sighed, and suddenly all 9 wands flew out of the hands of each man and soared toward Harry. He did not catch them, but instead, one by one, each wand exploded into millions of pieces as they crashed against his shield. "You've had your chances, Lucius," he told the now stunned-looking man. "Don't say that I didn't warn you." He turned his head toward the doorway, where Narcissa was now drawing her own wand. A shield suddenly shimmered in the doorway, blocking the 3 spectators. "You really want to stay out of this, Narcissa? I've repaid my debt to you back when I saved your son, and during the trials, when I requested mercy for you and your family. Don't test your power against mine now. You would lose." Looking back at Lucius, he continued, "Lucius, this is over." "It will never be over," the other man spat. Harry flicked his hand, and all of the men flew backward and were slammed hard against the walls, pinned against them in places all around the office. Goyle wasn't the only one who looked afraid anymore. Wandless and defenseless, they were held fast where they'd been thrown. "I had really hoped that you wouldn't all be so stubborn about this," he said conversationally. "Do you think that sending us back to Azkaban will stop us?" Nott snarled at him. Harry looked over at the man. "If I were planning on having you go there, I'd have just sent the Auras to round you up instead of coming here myself. We all know what a waste of effort putting you all back there would be." Lucius looked at Harry, his hatred burning in his eyes. "Then you plan to do nothing? There isn't one thing that your precious morals will let you do to us that will convince us to give up our beliefs." "I'm not asking you to give up your beliefs, Lucius. I'm just telling you to keep them to yourselves. You are going to give up all of the plotting and scheming. I'm just offering you a choice on how you will do that." "And what could those choices possibly be, Potter?" Lucius shot back. Will you make us say pretty please with sugar on top? Harry smiled again. No. I have a better idea. You can all give me unbreakable vows that you won't ever plot against, or ever bring harm to any witch, wizard, muggle, or any other magical or non-magical creature, and you will do it voluntarily. Lucius again barked a laugh. You have got to be kidding, he growled. I'm very serious. The other option is that I wipe your minds blank. The men all stared at him. You won't remember Tom Riddle, each other, your family, or friends. I'll make it so you don't even remember that you can do magic. Then I'll make it so that you can never relearn anything, and let you live out your lives in blissful, childlike ignorance. If I decide to be nice about it, I might decide to let you remember how to feed yourselves and a few other basic skills. It probably would just be too cruel to your families if they had to take care of those basic biological necessities because you didn't know how anymore. That's impossible, Lucius shouted at him. You make threats that no wizard could do, not even the Dark Lord. Harry smiled at him. I see we have a skeptic in the room. He looked over at Crabbe. You must miss your son, he told the big man. You would probably be much more at peace without those memories of him driving your hatred. He barely moved his wand, and Crabbe stiffened momentarily, then relaxed, a blank look on his face. What did you do to him? Lucius demanded. Helped him to forget about Vincent, Harry told him. Lucius stared hard at him. You're lying. Crabbe was suddenly free of the wall and was moving mechanically toward the open door. The shield that was still there flickered out for a moment as he walked out to stand next to Narcissa. When the shield was again in place, Harry spoke to her. Use your legilimency on him, Narcissa. Try to find any memory of his son anywhere in his mind. He will not be able to keep you out, so try not to hurt him. She pointed her wand at him. Legilimens, she said sharply. It only took her a few moments before she released the spell. He hasn't got a single memory of his son at all, she reported to Lucius and the others. To him, Vincent never existed. Narcissa watched as Crabbe again walked back into the room, which was then resealed again. When he'd been returned to the exact spot he'd been thrown into earlier, he suddenly shook his head, like he was clearing it. He looked around at the others, who were staring at him. What's going on? He growled. What are you all staring at? Lucius studied him for a long moment. Don't you remember, Crabbe? We were just talking about your son. Crabbe looked at him like he'd lost his mind. What are you talking about, Lucius? You know I don't have any sons. Harry smiled at him. Are you sure about that, Crabbe? He waved his wand again, and not only restored the man's memory of his son, but the memories of the past few minutes. The big man stared at him and started to shake. What's it going to be, gentlemen? He asked them, looking from face to face. I restored Crabbe's memories. I won't do that to any of you the next time. Narcissa was looking on in horror. Lucius, she called out to her husband, this is no choice at all. Make the vow. You'll at least still have your life. I saw what he did. If he takes all of your mind, you will live the rest of your life like a child. You won't even remember me. She looked at Harry with a mixture of fear and hate. We won't be able to continue our fight, Lucius, but be sure that someday someone else will take up our cause, just as we took up the fight from those that came before us. Lucius had watched her and listened. When he turned his gaze back to Harry, the hate burned even deeper than before. We agree, he said fiercely. You have won this time, he told Harry. The war will never be over, though. My wife is right. Someday another will come, and we will again rise and retake what is rightfully ours. Harry smiled at him. And when they try, my family will stand against them, just as we always have. The 9 men were released from their invisible bindings. Join hands, Harry instructed them. This unbreakable vow is going to be a little different than anything you've heard of before. They all looked at him with identical stares filled with hatred, but said nothing. "If it's broken, you will not die. Instead, the mind wipe that was your second option will be your fate." The men looked at each other, then returned to glowering at Harry. Harry began leading them through their unbreakable vow, ensuring that he'd left no loopholes that they could sneak through. As each layer of the vow was laid down, a tongue of brilliant red flame wrapped around each set of joined hands, even though Harry, as Bonder, was only touching his wand to the hands of Lucius and Yaxley. The men all watched the flames surrounding their hands. When the final clause was completed, the rings of flame began to fade. They all knew that the vow had indeed been completed, and that none of them would ever again be able to take the fight to any other being or creature in the world. Harry let the shields drop, and looked at everyone both in and out of the room. It did not have to come to this, he told them with genuine regret in his voice. He looked again at Lucius. "If you hadn't all decided to go after Scorpius, we wouldn't be here tonight." Lucius continued to look at him with hate radiating from every part of him. Narcissa, Draco, and Astoria, however, had turned to stare at him in stunned disbelief. Harry saw their looks and turned to them. They hadn't done anything to him, but they were going to very soon. "Scorpius doesn't even know about it yet," he told them. "They'd planned on wringing every scrap of information he knew about my family and I, then send him back to us as an Imperiused spy." Harry stared down Narcissa as she tried to see if he was telling the truth. "Your grandson is being well cared for by Percy and Penelope," he told her. "But he is under my protection, and he will not be harmed by anyone, not by his own grandfather, and not by anyone else." He turned back to Lucius and the other 8 men one last time. "There's just one final thing I want to tell all of you," he said. "This whole thing was a childish waste of time. Did you actually think that I wouldn't keep tabs on every former Death Eater? Were all of you so misguided that you actually believed that it wasn't something more than just dumb luck that allowed me to defeat your former master?" There was no change in the hateful stares from any of them. He briefly let go of the cover he normally kept tightly sealed over his true aura, and all of them stepped back from him involuntarily. The flash was gone as quickly as it had come. "Go back to your petty, selfish lives. You know what will happen if any of you break your vow." He started walking toward the door, and when he reached it, he turned around and smiled at the angry men. "At least the one good thing that came out of tonight is that you'll never be able to abuse a single house elf, servant, or any other person or creature. That should make your families and everyone around you very happy." He turned to Narcissa, Draco, and Astoria and walked out of the room, not looking back as the impact of his words began to settle in on Lucius and the others. "Draco, Astoria, please come with me." When Narcissa looked at them sharply, the couple hesitated. "Narcissa, I won't harm them. They will escort me to the gates of your property. I'd rather they do it voluntarily, but one way or the other they will do it." She nodded to her son, and the couple left, walking just ahead of Harry, leading him outside. When they were out on the grounds, Harry put up a muffliato spell so that they could talk in private. "I'm sorry about tonight, Draco," he began. "Your father and the other men should have left the war where it belonged, in the past." When Draco didn't say anything, he continued. "Scorpius is going to be fine with Percy, Penelope, and Nick. He's a great kid, Draco. You too should be proud of him, even if you can't admit it around your family and friends." Astoria had tears in her eyes, and Harry was a bit surprised to see Draco put his arm around her. "I was sure that you'd ride to his rescue when Father disowned him," Draco finally said. Harry smiled. "It had been an option. Nick's his best mate, though, and we thought he'd be happiest living with him." He looked around. "We don't have much time. I really just wanted you both to know your son is going to be fine. Probably a lot more than fine, since I see a great deal of potential with him that will make sure he has the opportunities to realize." He smiled faintly. "He also tells me that rumor has it that I'm broke and living off of Ginny's income. Let's just say that those stories are inaccurate and that he won't have to worry about money any more than you do." Astoria was crying into Draco's shoulder now, and Harry handed him a package of tissues, then laughed as Draco looked at the strange package. "Sorry," Harry said, grinning. He reached over again and pulled one of the tissues out of the package. "It's a Muggle invention that every witch shouldn't leave home without." He took the tissue and gently wiped a tear from Astoria's cheek to demonstrate. "Scorpius loves you both," he said to Astoria. "Maybe someday all of this can be put behind you, and the three of you can be reunited." There wasn't anything else to say, so he left the two of them by the gate and apparated back to the cottage. When he walked in the door, he realized that he'd been gone a bit longer than he'd expected, judging by the way that Ginny threw herself into his arms. Hi, honey, I'm home," he teased. "Miss me?" She punched him on the arm. "That is so not funny." They walked into the sitting room to find not only the adults, but all of the kids waiting too. He looked at Ginny, who shrugged. "Did you think that you could just disappear for nearly 3 hours and not have our kids figure out that something was up?" Harry laughed, and they both sat down. "So what happened, mate?" Ron asked him bluntly. "What have you told the kids so far?" he asked them. "Pretty much everything you told us," Penelope told him. "You can pick up the story from when you left." He smiled, got up again to pour himself a drink, and 2 others that were requested when he'd offered to pour more, and then he sat down next to Ginny again and put his arm around her. When he was done telling them the whole story a half-hour later, he was beginning to think that the confrontation at Malfoy Mansion had been easier than the grilling he was getting back home. Ron was grinning at his best friend. "So none of them can harm any witch, wizard, muggle or magical creature?" Harry nodded and Ron laughed. "That's bloody brilliant." "Thank you," Harry answered modestly. He looked over to where Scorpius was sitting with Brianna. "How are you doing, Scorpius?" he asked the boy. "I don't know yet," he answered truthfully. "The funny thing about it is that I'm not surprised at all that he'd be willing to do something like this. Mostly I think it just makes me sad. Scared will probably come later after it's sunk in." Harry nodded. "Well, I'm sorry it had to happen like this, but I wasn't going to give him the chance to hurt you or worse." At that, Brianna put her arms around Scorpius and hugged him tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Percy stood up. "Well, it's getting late, and we should get going." He looked at Lily and grinned. "We can't let something like this get in the way of the annual shopping trip, can we, Lily?" She smiled up at her uncle, her eyes filled with excitement. "No, we cannot," she agreed. Lisa and Marcus took Carolyn and Brianna home with them. Nick and Scorpius went with Percy and Penelope, and George and Marietta went home without Frederica, who was staying overnight with Lily. It had been a long day, and once everyone that was leaving had gone, the rest of them all headed upstairs for their beds. When Harry and Ginny were snuggled close, she kissed him and held him tightly for a long time. "Everything is okay, Ginny," he whispered. "I'm sorry I worried you." She looked into his eyes and smiled. "I'll think of a way for you to make it up to me." He smiled too. "I think I'm going to like making it up to you." She pulled him toward her for another kiss. "You're going to love it," she assured him. Chapter 38. Record-breaking weekend. It wasn't even dawn yet, and Harry and Ginny hadn't gotten much sleep when her Wycom started chiming with incoming messages. With the excitement last night, she'd forgotten for a while that the virtual mall programs and all of the associated products and services that went with them went on sale today. The Wycom messages were the first results being sent to her from sales of the products in time zones where stores were already open. The chiming had woken them both up, and she'd hugged and kissed him when those first reports had let her know that the sales figures were even beating Luna's lofty estimates. They both got up and ready for the day, and then went downstairs to the kitchen, where Harry started to work on cooking breakfast, while Ginny busily kept track of the information pouring into her by quill message on her Wycom. "This is incredible," she would say every few minutes. "The stores in the virtual malls for Paris, London, New York, Los Angeles and Mexico City are already seeing significant virtual sales." She flipped to the next message. "This one's from Marietta. The Wheezes virtual stores have already sold more product today than in a normal day in all stores. Their new distribution center is shipping as fast as they can." Harry smiled. "I bet they're glad that they listened to Luna and had the place built." Ginny nodded, but was already on to the next message. "Owen's reporting that the game portal stores that are open already are seeing huge new sales of not just the virtual malls, but the virtual game wizards and game witches too. Most other programs and game sales are up too." Her next message was about virtual money and virtual accounts. "Average virtual money purchase from stores is 200 galleons, she told Harry. "Virtual accounts at banks range from 1,000 to 10,000 galleons." Lily and Frederica came into the kitchen and sat at the table with Ginny. "What's all the excitement about?" Lily asked her mother. Ginny smiled. "The virtual mall programs are selling better than we'd hoped is what's so exciting." "You know you lost Daddy a job with those programs, don't you?" Lily told her mum. Harry and Ginny both looked at her. "What job did I lose?" he asked his daughter as he turned back to his work. "The job taking over helping Al and the others when I start school in September. I'll be able to still do my part when we go back. I can just go to any of those virtual malls and take care of everything myself." She watched as her parents both laughed. "Darn," Harry said. "Lost another opportunity to the advances of technology. Next thing you know, they'll have virtual volunteers for the foundation, and they won't need me there either." All three girls laughed. "Don't worry, Daddy," Lily told him. "There will always be kids at the residence that will want you to come play dolls and Dragon Rider with them." The rest of the kids were starting to come downstairs. James and Aaron must have smelled the food, since they were there by the time the platters started hitting the table. Ariana and Al came into the kitchen last, and quickly joined the others, trying to get a little food from the already almost empty platters and bowls. "There's more on the way, guys," Harry told James and Aaron. "Just give me a few more minutes, unless you want to just come over here and eat right from the pans." While they ate, Ginny continued to pass on all of the updates she was receiving. Victoire was tracking all of the Witch investment stores, and they were all exceeding projections. She'd worked with her grandmother to have 4 regional distribution centers built that would handle products from all of their different retail stores. Since so much of Witch Investment's business was clothing, it had been through working with some of their store managers, like Diane, that they developed the new scanning process to create the new virtual avatars for their customers. Any witch or wizard could, in just a few seconds, have a virtual version of themselves that could be used in all of the virtual games and programs. The great thing about them was that these virtual shoppers were able to try on clothes, see how they looked on them, and even have them custom tailored before shipping, and the sizing would be perfect every time. The kids all got ready to go shopping after they'd finished breakfast, and they were at the mall shortly after it opened. They were there to do their annual shopping for summer and work clothes for each of the children. But the mall was filling up with a lot of new faces this morning. When Luna had made her sales projections, part of her estimates were based on her convictions that the virtual malls would attract customers that didn't normally frequent them. Despite the widespread availability of the transportal system now, there were still lots of small communities and remote areas of the world where witches and wizards just chose not to go into the big cities where the actual malls were located. Thanks to Ginny's invention, they could stay at home and still have access to most of the products offered in those malls. The Paris Virtual Mall even had virtual versions of all of their rides that the users could at least partially experience. Those customers were making a rare trip to the malls to purchase the virtual game systems, virtual mall programs, and either buying virtual money or setting up virtual accounts. The girls had all gone off together, all set for a full day of trying on and picking out new wardrobes. Harry, Percy, Ron and Marcus managed to keep the boys focused all morning on getting clothes for them too. They all stayed away from the game portal store, which was packed with customers, but nearly every other store was busy with customers buying virtual money, or in the case of the clothing stores, getting scanned to make their virtual avatars. "Maybe we should have waited until next weekend to do this," Ron suggested to Harry, as they waited in yet another lineup to pay for their purchases. "They're doing pretty good, considering how many more people are here today. Besides, did you forget we're going to be gone next weekend for a whole week of sun, fun, and no kids?" Ron grinned at him. "That'll be hard to take. A week of beautiful girls in bikinis sitting by the pool or on the beaches." Harry laughed. "Considering that it's our 20th anniversaries, I'm thinking there better only be one beautiful girl in a bikini that you're watching." Ron laughed too. "I'll try and remember that, mate. Just remember that I'm married, not dead. And there's a lot of very pretty girls out there in the world. It's not like Hermione never looks at any other guy." "That's certainly true. It's pretty funny when a few of the girls get together on the beach at Marauders' Paradise and start rating the guys as they go by," Harry agreed. They reached the front of the line and paid for the clothes that the boys had picked out, then went to catch up with them at the next store they had gone to shop at with Percy and Marcus. Their morning pretty much went like that. The boys would continue shopping while Ron and Harry waited in lines to pay for everything they picked out. Both men were fairly sure that the other two men got the worst of the deal, having to keep track of all of the boys. The girls were about 10 minutes late meeting them for lunch and were already loaded down with bags of clothes. Since the boys were done their shopping, after lunch they took all of the bags from the morning shopping with them and went to spend the afternoon at the cottage. The girls, now empty-handed, headed back out to battle the other shoppers in their quest to find all of the perfect outfits, swimsuits, and accessories that were available. Percy, Ron, and Marcus had all left for home. Percy and Ron with their boys. By the time that Ginny got back to the cottage with Lily, Ariana, Caroline, and Brianna. The girls took their afternoon purchases up to their rooms, while Ginny went into the kitchen and plopped down onto a chair. Harry had already been cooking for close to half an hour and had everything under control. He poured them each a glass of wine and sat down next to her. "Tough afternoon?" he asked after kissing her. "Unbelievable," she told him, leaning over and putting her head on his shoulder. "I love shopping as much as the next girl, but if Lily could, she'd probably want to start in one time zone and just keep going from mall to mall 24 hours a day." "Could we?" Lily said excitedly as she walked into the kitchen with the other girls. Ariana, Caroline, and Brianna all laughed, but Ginny just groaned. "I think that's a no," Ariana told Lily. "What do you think?" Lily smiled at her brightly. "I think we can find something else to do instead if we have to. Let's go outside and see what James, Aaron, and Al are up to. Maybe they'd like to lose a quick game Quidditch to us before dinner." When the girls had left again, Harry asked Ginny how the rest of the day had been going for her virtual mall sales. "We're setting company records in every area," she told him. "Best-selling game or program ever. Best sales day for pretty much every company that has bought a virtual store, which of course includes every single retail store that both PBP and Witch Investments own." She took another drink of her wine before continuing. "Owen has sold more virtual game wizards today than on any day since they were originally launched, and the day is just getting started on the west coast of the Americas." Even though she was tired out from a long day, he could see that Ginny was still excited and thrilled that the project she'd been working on for years was finally being received so well by the public. "You should be proud of what you've accomplished with this, Ginny," he told her. "In its way, this will make just as big a change in everyone's lives as your translocators and the transportal have." He'd gone back to cooking, and she got up from the table, wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. "Thank you," she told him before kissing him again. "Oi, not again!" They both turned to see James sticking his head in the doorway and laughed. "How long until dinner?" he asked them. "Lily's asked Aaron, Al and me to beat them at a game of Quidditch." "You've got half an hour," Harry told him. "Have fun." "Thanks, carry on," he told them. When Ginny laughed and moved toward another kiss, James groaned. "What was I thinking when I said that?" he muttered as he left. "I thought it was a good idea," Ginny told Harry. "Why don't we?" Harry, Ginny and the kids spent the rest of the evening and all day Sunday relaxing, everyone happy to be back together and have some time to be together before Ginny, Aaron, Ariana and James all started work on Monday. Sunday night, Aaron, Ariana, Carolyn and Brianna all went back to the residence, and by Monday morning, what always felt like the real start of summer holidays began for everyone. While James would be creating new wheezes, and Aaron and Ariana would be testing and playing games at the Institute, Al, Lily, their cousins and Scorpius would be free to have their own fun every day. Going back to school was a long way away, and they were each excited about the days and weeks ahead. None of them were more excited about this summer than Scorpius Malfoy. Chapter 39. Where no Malfoy has gone before. Scorpius woke up in his bed on Sunday morning to what was certainly one of his new most favourite smells, breakfast cooking in the kitchen. When he'd lived at Malfoy Mansion, he'd had a room and a bed there too. He'd never really once felt like it was his, even once in the years he lived there. This bed and room had been his for about 6 months now, but he'd only stayed in it for just over a week of those months, and it still felt like it was his, and that he belonged here. Thinking about Malfoy Mansion, though, brought back what had happened on Friday night. He'd woken up sometime in the middle of the night to find himself being gently held by Penelope, with Percy sitting on the bed next to him. Memories of his nightmare were still fresh, and he'd cried, and they'd comforted him until he again fell asleep. How sad was it that he had no memory of his own mother ever doing that for him. There'd been a long line of nannies for things like that. There had been a lot of them, not because of him, but because none of them had any hope of meeting the standards his grandparents had set out for their servants. He was still trying to come to terms with the fact that his own grandfather would have tortured him and then placed an imperious curse on him. If Harry hadn't intervened, he'd only been a week or so away from those things happening and his life being torn apart again. The man that he now called Uncle Harry really didn't even know him at all when you thought about it. Yet he went to Malfoy Mansion and faced down 9 former Death Eaters, defeated them, and eliminated them from ever being a threat to the wizarding world. He did that without any loss of life, and he did it to keep Scorpius safe. All of that happened in one evening, and nobody else would likely ever know about it. He reluctantly got out of bed and started getting ready when he heard Nick start moving around in his room. They met in the hallway and went downstairs together. "Good morning, boys," Penelope greeted them cheerfully. "Did you both sleep well?" She'd directed the question at both of them, but had been watching Scorpius, looking for signs that he had again been plagued by the nightmares that had given him such a restless night on Friday. "I had a really good night's sleep, Aunt Penelope," he told her, giving her a hug before sitting at the table. Nick had nodded that he'd had a good night too, but he'd known that his mother had really meant the question for his friend anyway, and didn't really need to comment. Uncle Percy was putting food on the table when they'd come into the room, and they all sat down to eat. "We've got the whole day to ourselves," he told the boys. "Anything special you want to do today?" Nick looked at Scorpius. "Ever been to the mall that Mum's company built in Paris? The one with all of the rides?" Scorpius's eyes lit up. "No, I've always wanted to go, but nobody would take me." Penelope laughed. "Well, this is your lucky day, young man. You happen to be living with 3 very enthusiastic roller coaster and extreme ride fans." Percy laughed too. "I know we look like a stuffy ministry official and a business executive, but that's just our disguises." Nick and Scorpius both laughed with Percy and Penelope. "The other cool thing," Nick told him, "is that it'll give you a small taste of some of the rides that we'll get to go on when we're at Marauders' Paradise." Scorpius mostly listened through the rest of breakfast, as the others told him in great detail about all of the rides that were at the mall. When they had finished eating, Percy and Penelope made short work of the clean-up, and then they took the transportal to Paris. By lunchtime, Scorpius had become a roller coaster addict, and there were quite a few other rides that he loved too. The one exception was spinning rides. Thankfully, the one ride like that he did try had only lasted for a couple of minutes. If it had gone 3 minutes, he was fairly sure that his breakfast would have gone a lot faster than that extra minute would have. They had lunch, then wandered the mall for a while before going back to the atrium for one more round of rides. "Just because these rides are based on Muggle inventions, my parents and grandparents won't even consider trying them out," Scorpius told Nick. "They miss out on so much fun because of a prejudice they don't even understand is totally based on bogus perceptions." Nick nodded. "Do they think that witches and wizards invented brooms?" Scorpius opened his eyes wide. "You're not suggesting that Muggles did, are you? That's practically heresy, you know." Nick slapped his mate's arm lightly. "Very funny. Maybe you should grow up to be a comedian." They were back home by mid-afternoon, so they all spent the rest of the afternoon in their small backyard. There was no way to play Quidditch right in the middle of the city, and the yard wasn't big enough to do that even if you could. All 4 of them loved reading, though, and having a couple of hours to sit in the sunshine and read, yet still be together and be able to talk and have fun, was to each of them a perfect way to spend their time. Percy and Penelope would both be back at work on Monday. Nick and Scorpius were going to be having their first daily Quidditch practice at the cottage. Since it was going to be a busy day on Monday, they had all gone to bed fairly early Sunday night. Scorpius was lying in his bed and was tired, but his mind was still running full speed. His thoughts were jumping from topic to topic, seemingly at random. He was certainly still trying to work out what had happened on Friday, but he was also thinking about his new surrogate family, trying to organize what he was learning about each of them and sort out his feelings. Some of those thoughts weren't very much fun to deal with, but most were actually quite happy, especially those about Nick, Percy, and Penelope. Before he drifted off to sleep, he decided that for as long as he could, he was going to push his own family and all of the issues that went with them off to the side. He wanted to stop wasting his time worrying about things that at 13 he couldn't control anyway, and just be a kid and have fun. "Hey, Nick, Scorpius," Al greeted them when the 2 boys got to the cottage in the morning. "Rose and Hugo will be here any moot too." While they waited, Nick and Scorpius told Al and Lily about their trip to the Paris Mall, and they told him about their day at home. When Rose and Hugo got there, they went out to the Quidditch pitch and started their warm-ups. "Uncle Harry isn't practicing today?" Rose asked Al and Lily. "He's already gone to the residence," Al told them. "Since he and Mum are going to be gone next week, he wants to put in some extra time now with getting things ready for the trip at the end of July." "How do you want to do practice today?" Nick asked. Al shrugged. "Why don't Scorpius and Hugo be our keepers? You and Rose can play one-on-one chaser, and I'll fly around and pretend that I can compete against Lily as seeker." They practiced for nearly 2 hours, and then went inside to get drinks and talk about what they wanted to do during the next few weeks. "Scorpius, how much sightseeing and travelling have you done?" Rose asked her friend. He smiled. "Not much," he admitted. "When you grow up in a place where everything that's even slightly tainted by anything Muggle is taboo, you don't have all that many places to go." Rose beamed at him. "Then I think a little sightseeing is in order, don't you?" she said, addressing all of them. Once Rose got an idea, she ran with it. Within an hour, she had the next 2 weeks planned out for all of them. They would do a tour of Muggle London, take Scorpius to one of the Muggle malls, and visit the Museum of Quidditch. He'd been to the cottage quite a few times now, but Scorpius had never been into Godric's Hollow or to Chudley, so they decided to go to both towns that afternoon. They'd gone to Chudley for lunch, toured the town, and then gone out to the stadium, where Ron gave them a short tour. From there they transported back to the cottage, then walked into Godric's Hollow. During their first 2 years at Hogwarts, Scorpius and the others had completed a fairly broad review of wizarding history. But coming here and seeing some of the sights brought those lessons into stark relief. The statue of James, Lily, and baby Harry Potter in the square was particularly moving for him, as was visiting the graveyard where Al and Lily's grandparents were buried. The cemetery was a who's who of history and fable: Ignotus Peverell of the Deathly Hallows legend, Kendra and Ariana Dumbledore and their tragic tale, and many other names that he'd seen in history books or heard about as a child. On their way back to the cottage, Scorpius was shown where Bathilda Bagshot had lived, where Harry and Hermione had once battled Lord Voldemort. They'd stopped for ice creams on their way back to the cottage, and he felt a bit strange that they were having a snack while they toured places where life and death struggles had happened at different times in history. When they were approaching the cottage, Scorpius had suddenly stopped in his tracks and stared at the place. His afternoon in town had brought a fact that he'd known for a long time into a real-life comprehension that he hadn't connected until that moment. His friends had all stopped now, too. "What's wrong, mate?" Nick asked him, concerned. Scorpius just stared at them for a minute. They didn't even think anything about it, he realized. "I'm fine. It just finally dawned on me that your cottage was that cottage." The others laughed, and he smiled faintly at them. "We never even think about it that way," Lily told him. "For us, it's just home." He nodded, and they started walking again. "I guess it isn't any different than Hogwarts," he said. "A lot of really terrible things happen there too, and we never think about living there most of the year." Harry was already back home and cooking when they got back. "How was your day?" he asked them. "Do anything exciting?" Looking at Scorpius and smiling, Al answered for them. "Educational, I'd say." Between the 6 of them, they went on to tell Harry what they'd been doing and where they'd gone. Ginny and James both got home from work while they were doing that and joined in, James to tell them about his first day back at his summer job, and Ginny to tell them about her day at the lab. Since it was getting close to dinner time, Nick, Scorpius, Rose and Hugo left for their respective homes in London and Chudley. Scorpius and Nick were again encouraged to tell Percy and Penelope about their day over dinner, and in turn heard about what they'd done at work. Both of Nick's parents had laughed when Nick told them about Scorpius's reaction to the cottage after his first tour of Godric's Hollow. Pretty much the same reaction that Harry, Ginny and James had displayed earlier. He hadn't been offended at all, since in hindsight it was pretty funny that he'd been to the cottage 24 times before, yet hadn't made the connection to one of the most famous events in modern history. Not one single exciting or even really interesting thing happened that evening. To Scorpius, though, it was another amazing night. He and Nick played some Game Wizard, and they watched a bit of WWVN with Percy and Penelope, and he read a book in bed for a while before going to sleep. Nothing that wasn't mirrored in wizarding homes all over the world where teenaged witches and wizards lived. The simple acts of daily living that Scorpius was now experiencing might be commonplace to most other kids, but to him they were brand new and exciting. He hadn't had any brothers or sisters, and rarely saw the few cousins he'd had on his mother's side of the family, since they were all poor, and so not encouraged to associate with the wealthy purebloods. Spending an evening playing games and having fun with adults just never happened to him before coming to live with Nick and his parents. They seemed to almost always have something on the go too, with either family commitments or Ministry of Magic obligations. When he thought back to the short amount of time he'd actually spent with them, this was one of the few nights that they hadn't been doing something or going somewhere. "I didn't have a brother or sister either," Nick had told him, when Scorpius had told him what he'd been thinking. "You've got lots of close cousins that make up for it," Scorpius had suggested. Nick had smiled. "True, but Al and Rose are a lot closer to me since we all started school than we were before that." "Then this should all be just about as cool for you as it is for me," he'd told Nick, who had nodded his agreement. "It is," he'd assured Scorpius. "So just because you will have the option to change your living arrangements, don't plan on it. I'm getting to really love having a brother around to do stuff with, and I'm not going to want to give it up someday." Scorpius was getting to like his new life quite a lot too, and was sure that Nick wouldn't have to worry about that. This summer, the Ravenclaw team had agreed to practice on Tuesday mornings, so the whole team was at the cottage by 9. Harry joined them for the practice. Since Christina had graduated, she was the only member of their old team that hadn't returned. When they had their practice match, they put 1 beater and 2 chasers on each team. Hugo and Scorpius were the keepers, and Harry and Lily were the seekers. Carolyn and Brianna had come over to spend the day with their friends. They watched the flying and bludger practice, then each cheered for their respective boyfriends' team during game practice. After practice, Scorpius and Nick had gone back home to shower and change, as had Rose, Hugo and Matt. They were going to be meeting at the Marauders Mall for lunch, then going to the Museum of Quidditch for the afternoon. "Relax, mate," Scorpius told Nick. "She'll be here." They were sitting at a table in the food court, waiting for the other kids to get there. Allie was going with them today, and Nick was pretty excited about seeing her again. "Easy for you to say. You spent most of Friday and Saturday with your girlfriend, and she was at practice this morning. I haven't seen Allie since we got back." "Does that mean you missed me?" Nick turned around to see Allie smiling at him, and he got up and gave her a long hug, and then they both sat down. "I missed you a lot," Nick told her. "I'm glad you could come with us today." "Me too. How are you, Scorpius?" she asked him. "I'm good," he answered. When he saw Brianna and the others coming, he smiled and added, "Actually, move that up to doing great." Brianna sat next to him and gave him a hug, and Al, Carolyn, Rose, Matt, Lily and Hugo all came and found seats at the 2 tables next to the one that Nick and Scorpius were sitting at. During lunch they talked about what everyone had been doing since getting back from Hogwarts. This was a first time for both Ali and Matt to hang out with their friends outside of school, except for when Matt had been over to the cottage to play Quidditch. The Museum of Quidditch was set up so that visitors could travel from the early history of the sport through to the modern era. Everyone except Scorpius had been there before, but most of them hadn't been there in a few years. "Can you believe that thing was even ridden?" Scorpius had asked Brianna, as they looked at one of the first brooms from back in the 1200s. She shook her head. "No way. You'd probably have a seriously sore butt when you finished flying." They walked along past the displays that taught them about Quidditch Marsh and the origin and progression of the game. The story about the golden snidgets becoming an endangered species because of their use in the sport had bothered all of them. There was one of the early snitches that had been made by Bowman Wright on display, as well as examples of the many different kinds of equipment, quaffles and bludgers, that were used over the centuries. They thought the display of basket goals that were used before the standardized hoops were introduced, and the reason why it had been thought necessary to make the change, was pretty funny. That some teams would put up giant baskets at one end of their field and little tiny ones at the other. The ones that their opponents would have to try to score into must have been very strange to see, and showed that those teams of old didn't exactly care about fairness. There was one room dedicated to the Quidditch World Cup, with a display for each World Cup final match. Rose, her brother and cousins found it particularly strange to see her father's name, and even some pictures of him, on display for the years that England won the World Cup when he was a player or coach. You could even watch highlights of the games that had happened after WWVN had been invented. The last two display rooms in the museum were the International Teams Room and the British and Irish League Room. They didn't spend much time in the first room. The second room took quite a while to go through, since it was by far the room with the most displays and detail. There was a general display of information about the league itself, and information about milestones and innovations to the sport of Quidditch, and the league since its formation in 1674. Each of the 13 teams had a large display that documented their individual history, accomplishments, and some of the more interesting facts about them. It's not until you see it all here that what your dad has done as a player and coach really stand out, Scorpius told Rose. He only played 10 years and helped his team win 5 championships for a team that hadn't won in the previous 110 years. If you include his years coaching, his teams have won nearly half as many championships in 20 years as the Cannons won in the first 225 years. Rose smiled, and it was obvious that she was very proud of her father. "He's got all of these trophies and plaques and stuff at home, but it's way different seeing everything that's here in the museum." They finished up their tour, and after a little boyfriend-girlfriend goodbye time, it was time for everyone to leave for their homes. Scorpius and Nick got back to the townhouse before either Percy or Penelope, so they played Game Wizard until they got home. Dinner was again followed by a quiet evening together. The being together part was what Scorpius liked the best. For the rest of that first week of summer holidays, Scorpius and Nick went to the cottage each morning for a Quidditch workout. Then the cousins took him to a Muggle mall on Wednesday and a tour of Muggle London on Thursday. He learned more about Muggles in that short time than he'd been taught in the rest of his life so far. On Friday, after their morning practice, they helped Harry around the cottage, getting all of the work done before he and Ginny left for their anniversary vacation. All of the kids and their parents were at the cottage for dinner that night, and after they'd eaten, they all sat in the sitting room to go over the rules for the coming week. "Aaron and Ariana are in charge while we're gone," Ginny was reminding the kids again. "If you have any problems, Percy and Penelope are just a call away." Harry looked at James and smiled. Before you have your party tomorrow night, we'd like to strongly suggest that you get some adult chaperones for the evening. I think if you make the call, you'll find out that Teddy, Victoire, Stuart and Isabel would be available to help you out with that. Ron, Hermione, Percy and Penelope all laughed at the look on their nephew's face. Did you really think that with that many kids invited, that not one parent would check in with us? Ginny asked him. You'll be happy to know that we asked Creature and Winky to make the food for you and your friends, though. I really doubt that your party would have been much of a hit if you'd been doing the cooking, James. Ariana laughed and gave James a hug. Thanks, Aunt Ginny, she said. We'll call Teddy when you're finished going over everything with us. Ginny smiled. You're welcome. Just one more thing. The party is over by 1 in the morning, and you're responsible to make sure your guests all get home safely and do the clean-up. Can you think of anything else, Hermione? Rose's mum shook her head. I think that's everything. She stood up. We should get going, though. We'll be leaving early in the morning, and I have some packing to finish up. Ron stood too, and they waited while Rose and Hugo went and picked up the bags they'd brought with them that morning. Then they left for home. Percy and Penelope weren't far behind them, staying just long enough to wish Harry and Ginny a happy anniversary and that they would have a great vacation. Nick and Scorpius left with them, but would be back in the morning to help get everything ready for the party that James had suggested back when they'd first found out that they'd be parent-free for a week. Rose and Hugo were staying with their cousins at the cottage for the week, so Ron and Hermione took them there just after dawn, and then the two couples left for Marauders' escape together. Including cousins, teammates and friends, there was going to be nearly 60 kids at the party. Their guests would start coming after lunch, so they had lots of work to do in the morning to be ready, setting up tables and chairs outside, and getting everything else done for the party and dance. Teddy, Victoire, Stuart and Isabel got to the cottage in time to join the kids for lunch. So what all do you have planned to entertain your guests? Victoire had asked James and Ariana while they ate. Most of the kids that play Quidditch are bringing their brooms, so we'll definitely have some matches this afternoon, Ariana told her. We'll be doing some other games in the yard too, but mostly the afternoon will be casual. It'll mostly be the Quidditch players that will get here much before dinner time. James nodded. Then we'll do dinner and have the dance start near dark. If anyone wants to play laser broom after dark, they can do that too. Well, Teddy told them, smiling, we'll try not to put too much of a damper on your day. Lily came over and gave him a hug. No way that could happen. You guys are the coolest chaperones ever. This is going to be a great day. Scorpius had agreed with Lily's prediction at lunch, and she had been right. He'd played some Quidditch with their friends, and when he wasn't doing that, was never far from Brianna, as they hung out with the other guests and played some of the other games that were going on. The dinner that Creature and Winky put on for them was way beyond anything they'd originally planned on being able to pull off by themselves, and was a hit with all of their friends. Lily had surprised more than one kid there when she'd given both house elves hugs to thank them right in front of everyone. She didn't even notice the looks, and eventually those kids realized that she was like that with everyone. During dinner and the dance, Scorpius and Brianna sat at a table with Nick, Allie, Rose and Matt. They were taking a break from dancing, and at the moment it was just the two of them at their table. This has been a really fun day, Brianna told him happily. I bet the Gryffindor Quidditch players are really glad that Teddy and Stuart never played for Ravenclaw. You guys made a great team with Lily, Rose, Matt and Nick. Scorpius laughed. That was definitely pretty awesome. Everyone was mostly just goofing around, though. He looked around at the other kids and their chaperones, most of whom were out dancing. This is what's really great about today, he told her, waving his arm at everyone. What is? The dance? "Dancing with you all night is really great," he said, taking her hand. "But I meant being part of a day when all of our friends are happy and having a wonderful time. I doubt there's ever been a single Malfoy who's ever even had a day like this, and my whole week has been one brilliant experience after another." Brianna leaned over and kissed him. "Well, we still have another couple of hours left. Let's get back out there and join our friends." Teddy and Stuart put on a short fireworks display just after midnight for everyone that was both a terrific ending for the party and the signal that it was time to start wrapping things up and seeing all of their guests got home safely. The 4 chaperones, along with Trinity, her date, and a few other overage friends, stayed to add a little magical help to the cleanup, and by shortly after 1, everything was done, and everyone was gone except Teddy, Victoire, Stuart, and Isabel. "Thanks for chaperoning and everything else," James told them. "For a first party with no parents, I'd say this went rather well." Victoire gave him a hug and kiss. "You're welcome, James. We all had fun too." She took Teddy's hand. "Come on, Teddy. It's been a long day and I'm tired. Why don't you take me home and tuck me into bed?" Isabel and Stuart laughed, and Teddy just grinned. "It's been fun, guys," Teddy told them. "We have to go now, though. Have a good night." There were a few more hugs and kisses. Then the kids were finally on their own again. "I'm beat too," Lily told them. "I'm heading for bed." Rose, Al, Hugo, and Aaron all quickly decided to go upstairs too, and James and Ariana had the sitting room to themselves. She was snuggled in his arms, and they talked about the day for a while, until they were both starting to drift off to sleep. "Why don't you take me upstairs and tuck me into bed?" she suggested. He grinned and hugged her tighter. "Why don't we just stay cuddled up right here?" She smiled and relaxed. "That's not a bad plan either," she conceded, closing her eyes again. "I wonder how your mum and dad are enjoying their trip so far," she said sleepily. "It's morning there now." James gently ran a hand through her hair as he was falling asleep too. "I hope they're having a great time, Ariana. There's definitely a good chance that I won't want most of the details." She opened her eyes again for a moment, reached up and pulled his head to hers for a kiss, then closed her eyes again, happy, warm, and content. She fell asleep thinking about Harry and Ginny, but was soon dreaming of walks on the beach with her own dark-haired prince. Chapter 40. Marauders Escape. "The party's over," Ginny reported as she put her Wycombe away. "Victoire said that the kids all got home and there were no problems." "You mean our kids aren't devastated and lost while we're gone?" Hermione joked. Ginny smiled. "Apparently not too devastated, no. If I didn't know how much fun we've had here, I'd say we missed out on a really great day back home." Harry squeezed her hand. "Good thing we had a really great day ourselves. Speaking of, what's on the agenda for today?" They'd arrived at Marauders Escape in time for a late lunch local time. They had been met by Megan and shown to their suites, and then, after having lunch together, she took them on a tour of her resort. They then spent the afternoon at the beach, then had dinner and went dancing with Megan and Devon, who introduced them to a little of the nightlife on the island. "Today, Devon is taking us on a tour of the island and will be taking us diving," Ginny advised him. "Then we have dinner at that restaurant down by the beach, and nothing specific planned for the night." "What time do we meet Devon?" Ron asked. Ginny looked at her watch. "We've got a little less than an hour. I guess we should go get a few things together," she told Hermione, who nodded. "Why don't you two wait here?" Hermione suggested, looking over at Ron's full second plate of food. "Ginny and I can go get the things we need and meet you in the lobby in a half hour." Ron had his mouth full and could only nod, and Harry laughed and gave Ginny a kiss goodbye. "Have fun," he told the girls. When they'd left, He turned back to Ron. "Let's see. A whole day on a boat and going diving with two beautiful girls in swimsuits. I'm thinking that's a pretty brilliant way to spend the day." Ron laughed. "I'd say so. This whole place is brilliant." The first difference you noticed between here and Marauders' Paradise when you arrived was that there weren't any kids. This was an adults-only private resort. They all loved their children and being around them, but they soon realized that having this kind of a break from kids was something they really needed. "I wonder if the kids will have as much fun this week while we're gone as we'll be having here," Ron asked. Harry grinned. "I'm sure they'll have fun." He looked around at the view of the ocean and the incredibly lush gardens around them. Not this much fun, though. Harry had another coffee while Ron finished breakfast. Then they met the girls and walked down to the pier where Devon had his business and boats. PBP Investments had helped to set him up here, and he had 20 boats and 60 employees. They were going out on one of the two smaller private cruisers he had in his little fleet, and he would be their crew and guide of one. "Good morning," he welcomed them cheerfully. "Ready for a great day?" Ginny and Hermione both gave him hugs after he helped them aboard the boat. "Sure are," Ron told him. "Nice boat," he added as he looked the opulently appointed craft over. "Looks like this baby has everything." Devon smiled and nodded. He was very proud of this boat. "It does, and you're going to love it," he assured them. Megan stepped out of the galley, smiling at them. "Surprise!" Ginny walked over and hugged her. "You took the day off." Devon thought it'd be a lot more fun if he wasn't the fifth wheel for the day, and it doesn't take much prodding for me to be talked into spending a day diving with him. "If I lived here," Ron told them, "I'd never get any work done." Devon laughed. "Maybe, but if you moved the cannons here, you'd be the most popular coach in the league." "Most popular would be great, but worst record in the history of the sport wouldn't be quite so hot." Devon and Megan started their morning with a tour around their island and around some nearby islands. Marauders' Escape was protected by Muggle-repelling charms, as was Marauders' Paradise and their own private island, so there was very little water traffic around them other than Devon's other boats and those of the other water sport companies on the island. Devon eventually dropped anchor near to a shallow reef, and they got ready for their first dive. For anyone who hasn't experienced the underwater world for themselves, it is difficult to describe the beauty to be found there, and utterly impossible to describe the deep feelings of joy and wonder that is evoked each time you enter that world. The three couples stayed fairly close together as Devon and Megan gave them an underwater tour of one of their favorite diving spots. They pointed out different corals, all beautiful in their own way, and directed their attention to a wide variety of the aquatic life that resided around and within the reef. "That was amazing," Ron told Devon and Megan when they'd returned to the boat. "No wonder you two love living on an island like this." Hermione laughed. "Technically, we live on an island too, Ron." "Yeah, but it's nothing like this," he said, gesturing around them. Devon was already out of his gear, pulled the anchor, and started the boat moving again while the others were getting their gear off. "Where are we off to next?" Ginny asked Megan. "To a little cove we know of nearby," she told them. "We can have some lunch, relax on deck, and do a little swimming if anyone wants to." "That sounds brilliant," Ron said, "especially the lunch part. I'm starved." The three women all stretched out on the chairs and loungers on the deck to soak up some sun, while Devon took them to the secluded cove where they'd be spending the afternoon. Harry and Ron joined Devon on the upper deck. "You joked about me moving the cannons here," Ron told him as he watched his bikini-clad wife appreciatively. "I'm beginning to think I should quit coaching and get a job as one of your deckhands." Devon laughed. "It's not all fun doing this job either," he assured Ron, who looked at him skeptically. With the possible exception of Demelza, I guarantee that nobody on my team would look like that, Ron said, pointing at the girls. And I highly doubt that even if they did, that the League would let them play matches dressed like that, especially in winter. Harry and Devon both laughed. I bet the WWVN ratings would go way up if they did, Devon said, especially for the Harpies. Do either of you guys want a drink? Harry asked them. I'm going to get drinks for the girls, then I can bring something back for you. Ron grinned at his friend. I'll give you a hand. Why should you be the only one getting hugs and kisses for being so thoughtful? Harry laughed. Darn, my secret is out. By the time they'd served the girls and returned with drinks for themselves and Devon, he was approaching a small island, circling around to the western side. Harry and Ron didn't even see the opening to the cove until the last moment, as Devon expertly steered them into a narrow channel that led to their destination. The girls were all sitting up and watching as they entered the cove. The water was crystal clear, and you could see all the way to the bottom. Devon dropped the anchor again. The boat was nearly motionless as the water again calmed when the ripples caused by their intrusion subsided. Nice spot, Ron commented, ridiculously understating the tranquil beauty of the place. Megan and I found this place a couple of weeks after we moved to Marauders' Escape, Devon told them. It's one of our favorite places to come and hide when we want to get away for a few hours. Devon and Harry served lunch on the deck for everyone, and then they spent a wonderful, quiet afternoon on the boat and swimming in the water. When it was time to go back to Marauders' Escape, Devon started them off again, moving out slowly so as not to disturb the place any more than necessary. The three couples had dinner together at one of the beachfront restaurants. Megan and Marcus were both working early the next morning, and after the meal left their friends to entertain themselves for the rest of the night. Marauders' Paradise was alive each night with the flashing lights from the games and rides on that island. Here, at Marauders' Escape, there was a vibrant nightlife too, but in a much different way. Megan and Devon had taken them to several clubs on Saturday night, and there were quite a few of them on the island, with widely varying themes that offered something for everyone's taste in music. There were 4 theatres, where twice-nightly performances offered what was described in the brochures as extraordinary, lavish productions of both classic and modern stage shows from the finest theatre companies in the wizarding world. Harry, Ginny, Ron and Hermione had tickets for each of those shows from Monday to Thursday night. With a free night tonight, though, they decided to wander the little island village. There were musicians scattered at different spots along the streets, playing for the guests as they wandered around. Small groups of witches and wizards would gather around each of the places to listen to the music. There were a few parties spaced out along the beach, and they ended up joining one of those for a couple of hours of dancing, then went back to their suites. It was so great that Megan could come spend the day with us, Ginny told Harry, as they snuggled on a sofa in the sitting room of their suite. He nodded. It's hard not getting to see her as much as we get to see Lisa. She really loves the island life, though, and it looks like she and Devon are happy with the move here. Who wouldn't be? Ginny said, smiling. This is an incredible place. Harry had been running his hand through her soft, fiery hair, and then along her neck, bare shoulder, and down her arm. As he began nibbling on her neck, Ginny's thoughts scattered, and she melted against him as his hands continued to wander, and his gentle kisses sent shivers of delight pulsing through her body. When he shifted her slightly so that his mouth could claim hers, she wasn't sure if the moan of pleasure had come from him or from her own throat. He was still kissing her as he lifted her in his arms and carried her into their bedroom. He laid her gently on the bed, and she looked into his dazzling green eyes as he knelt next to the bed. Her sundress had shifted in some interesting ways, and she smiled, watching him smile as he appreciated the view. "Why, Mr. Potter, what do you have going on in that mind of yours?" She gasped as he ran a hand along the inside of her leg, and she reached out and grabbed him by his shirt and pulled him toward her. "Never mind telling me," she whispered in his ear. "Why don't you just show me instead?" On Monday, they spent the day at the beach, swimming, relaxing in the sand, and occasionally joining in on one of the many activities that were offered to entertain the guests. They had a casual dinner, then went to see a hilarious comedy play about the relationship between a wizarding family and their Muggle family neighbors. They went on an official guided boat tour on Tuesday, along with about 50 other guests, spending the day learning about just a few of the thousands of islands that made up Indonesia and the history of wizards and witches in the area. They followed that up with going to the murder mystery dinner theatre, where they, along with the other guests, became participants in the entertainment. The storyline ended when undercover agent Ron Red handcuffed and arrested the beautiful and unlikely murderess Hermione, to the applause and laughter of the other guests. Ron and Hermione had exited stage left during the final scene. Harry and Ginny couldn't find their friends after the show and suspected that Hermione had been taken away by her arresting officer for a little one-on-one interrogation. They had both laughed, and Ginny had taken Harry's hand. "Looks like we've been left on our own," she told him with a smile. "Why don't we go back to our suite, and maybe you can play policeman too, and frisk me?" Ginny woke up Wednesday morning to gentle kisses caressing her neck and the smell of a rose as it lightly brushed her cheek. "Happy anniversary," Harry whispered into her ear, laying the rose on the bed next to her, then handing her a present. She sat up quickly and started tearing at the wrapping paper. When she saw the pendant inside, she carefully lifted it out of the velvet box and marveled at its beauty. She gave Harry a hug and long kiss. Then he helped her put on the stunning 5-carat emerald that had been cut into a heart-shaped pendant. "Thank you," she told him. "It's so beautiful. I've never seen anything like it before." Harry grinned and kissed her again. "There aren't very many made like this. It didn't look beautiful until you started wearing it. Now it's perfect." "What took you so long?" Ron asked them when Harry and Ginny finally joined them for breakfast. They still had lots of time to eat, since he was just starting his second plate. Hermione laughed. "I'll take a wild guess, Ron, and suggest that it had something to do with a thank you for that necklace your sister is wearing this morning." Ginny gave Hermione a hug before sitting down next to her. "I'd hardly call that a wild guess, and judging by your own smile, you two had a pretty good night too. My brother did happen to remember it's your anniversary today, didn't he?" Hermione nodded and brushed her hair back from her ears to show Ginny the new earrings she was wearing. "Nicely done, Ron," Ginny complimented him. Ron shrugged and pointed his fork at Harry. "Hang around with him long enough and something is bound to rub off eventually. I just hope for your sakes that I never spontaneously break out in song someday. That'd be painful for anyone within range of my voice." Harry and the girls laughed. "Are you guys going to let us know what's up for the day?" Hermione asked Harry and Ron. Ron grinned at her. "You ladies will be spending the day being pampered at the hotel spa. Then your devoted husbands will take you out to dinner at the finest restaurant on the island, and then escort you to the Grand Theatre, where we will experience one of the wizarding world's best casts perform the musical extravaganza Kneaselcats." Hermione and Ginny each hugged their husbands. "I'm told that the production is based on an old Muggle musical from back in the last century sometime," Ron continued. "That one we sent Mum and Dad to back in the 90s in New York." Ginny nodded. "It's supposed to be fantastic. I can hardly wait." Since she and Hermione were going to the spa, Ginny had a light, quick breakfast, kissed Harry goodbye, and the two women left the boys to finish breakfast on their own. Now that the girls are going to be busy all day, what are we supposed to do? Ron asked Harry. Except for getting ready in time for dinner, we've got nothing planned. Do you have anything you've seen that you want to try out today? Sure, but Hermione might get mad if I spent the day with those twins we saw the other day, Ron joked. Harry laughed. I hope you checked to make sure that Ginny didn't leave one of her wireless extendable ears when they left. Ron looked worried for a minute, but then laughed too when he saw the look on Harry's face. Why don't we just wander around and see what's going on today? He suggested. They've got that water show too. I wonder if we can try that wakeboarding they do. Harry grinned. I'm thinking we could probably pull a few strings to try it, even if they don't. We do know the manager pretty well. They spent the day at the beach and on the water. A group of the water show performers were more than happy to spend an hour teaching Ron and Harry how to use wakeboards, which was a blast. They played some beach volleyball, which the taller Ron was better at than Harry. They had lunch at a beach cafe, watched one of the early afternoon water shows, then went back to their suites to get ready for their evening with the girls. Megan and Devon were joining them for dinner and the show, meeting Harry, Ginny, Ron and Hermione at the restaurant. Dinner was a 2-hour event that was as much about entertainment as food. The chefs at this restaurant cooked each of the courses right in front of the guests, and each chef had his or her own specialties. While they cooked, they entertained the 3 couples with often funny stories about the food itself, their cooking, and about themselves. Since Megan was with them, they probably had each chef putting on their best show for the boss and her guests. Ron loved the stories and joking the best, and Harry was fascinated with the incredible knife work. If I tried anything like that at home, he told the others, I'd be missing fingers by the time I was done. They had an hour until the start of Cats when they were finished dinner, so they stopped in at one of the lounges for drinks and listened to a pair of musicians who were having a duel on 2 baby grand pianos. This is pretty cool, Harry told Megan, who nodded. It's already becoming one of the most popular places on the island. The dueling is great, but it's when they do their duets that it's really amazing to hear. The musical was spectacular, and even Ron was humming tunes from the show after it was over. Megan suggested that they go back to the piano bar before calling it a night, and everyone had agreed. They'd just settled into chairs when the witch that was playing one of the pianos got the guests' attention by inviting Harry to come up and sing for them. He looked over at Megan, who laughed at him. Did you think I'd let you get away without singing a certain song for Ginny on your 20th anniversary? She asked him, trying and totally failing to look innocent. Harry gave her a hug. I should have guessed you were up to something, he told her. Gabrielle must have told you about it, though. I'll have to talk with her later. Megan only smiled, not needing to confirm what he already knew for sure. When he got up to the 2 pianos, he was invited to sit on the bench next to the witch, who introduced him, the song he'd be singing, and then congratulated him, Ginny, Ron and Hermione, on their 20th anniversaries before she and her husband, who was the wizard playing the other piano, began to play the song Harry had written for Ginny on their 10th anniversary. He was able to watch Ginny as he began to sing. She was smiling, and soon had tears in her eyes as she kept her eyes focused on him and listened. You gave me your heart, though I didn't even know it. You stood beside me through the rain, said we'd make it through the pain, but I didn't believe we would. Then the sun came out from behind the clouds. A rainbow shone across a clear blue sky, and all the dreams I'd ever hoped for finally came true. Then I gave you my heart, promised forever, told you I'd spend every day showing you how much I care. And tonight, when I look in your eyes, I know that forever won't be long enough. You made me want to live, and with the love we have to give, we will cherish every moment. You are more beautiful tonight, And now, with all of my heart, I want to tell you again that I give you my heart. Promise forever. I'm still going to spend every day showing you how much I care. And tonight, when I look in your eyes, I know that forever won't be long enough. I give you my heart. Promise forever. I'm still going to spend every day showing you how much I care. And tonight, when I look in your eyes, I know that forever won't be long enough. No, forever won't be long enough. Forever just could never be long enough. The two pianists had created a beautiful arrangement of the song and had also added in vocal harmonies that made the song even better. When they'd finished, Harry gave them both hugs to thank them before going back to his table, where Ginny was waiting to give him a hug and kiss. Ron and Hermione had heard the song before, but Meghan and Devon hadn't. She had tears in her eyes too when she gave him a hug, and Harry laughed when he saw Ron roll his eyes and hand her a few tissues from the pack he had out already for Hermione and Ginny. "You need to warn me about these little surprises, mate," he told Harry. "I didn't bring enough tissues for all of the girls here." Harry looked around the room, and there were a lot of tears still being wiped away. "I would if I knew about it myself," he answered. They stayed long enough to hear one of the duets that Meghan had told them about earlier, and it had been worth the wait. After that, they took Ron to a cafe for some late-night dessert, then said good-night to Meghan and Devon, who went home to their beach house, while they went back to their suites. "Thank you for another amazing day," Ginny whispered to Harry as they held each other close in bed. "You're welcome," he whispered back. "It's been a pretty incredible 20 years, even though it doesn't seem like anywhere near that long." She kissed him and smiled. "It's after midnight," she told him. "Why don't we get the next 20 years off to a really great start?" she suggested, kissing him again. Harry laughed softly, his breath warm and sweet against her skin. "That is a really brilliant idea," he said between kisses. They spent 2 more fabulous days enjoying the sun and fun at Marauders' escape before leaving for home late on Friday. The time change was similar to when they went from home to their own island or to Marauders' paradise, and so it was early afternoon local time at the cottage when they got there using the transportal. Chapter 41. My Best Summer Ever. The party on Saturday had been great. Scorpius and Nick had spent all day Sunday with Percy and Penelope, hanging around the townhouse in the morning, having lunch with Grandma and Grandpa at the Burrow, then spending the afternoon playing at the island, getting home after dark local time. They spent every weekday with Al, Lily, Rose and Hugo, practicing Quidditch in the morning and doing day trips afterward. Matt, Caroline, Brianna and Ali all came over to the cottage on Tuesday morning. After the weekly team Quidditch practice, they all went out for lunch, then spent the afternoon together. Wednesday and Thursday began with the morning practice, and then they split up into different groups on each day. Scorpius and Al took Caroline and Brianna out on Wednesday, while the others did other things. And on Thursday, Nick, Scorpius, Al and Hugo spent the afternoon together, while the girls went to a spa afternoon. On Friday, they all worked with Creature and Winky on a welcome home happy anniversary party for Harry, Ginny, Ron and Hermione. Most of the family would be there for it after work, and they kept busy nearly repeating the setup from the previous weekend. When the 2 couples got back home in the early afternoon, after welcoming them, the 10 kids, including Ali and Matt, sent them off to have an afternoon rest, since their day had started much earlier than their own. Ron and Hermione took their luggage home and would come back before dinner, while Harry and Ginny went upstairs to have a nap before getting ready for the party. Scorpius was having fun at the party. Dinner had been great, especially hearing everyone together again, talking about what they'd been doing for the past week. He was still mostly an outsider to his new surrogate family and observed more than participated in those conversations. He smiled to himself when he thought about that. He hadn't ever really been part of the conversations in his own home, but furthermore hadn't been all that interested in observing them either. He'd often felt that the less he knew about what his family was talking about, the better off he was. A few gifts had been brought for each of the couples, which they opened after dinner. Then the kids had set up music, and there was a little dancing and a lot of smiling, talk and laughter. Scorpius and Brianna were sitting with Al and Carolyn, talking at the moment about what they'd be doing for the next few weeks. "There's only 2 more weeks until we'll be heading to Marauders' Paradise with the kids from the residence," Al told them. "We've got our morning workouts and the Tuesday team practices both weeks, but not much else going on." Brianna watched Nick and Allie where they were dancing near Rose and Matt. "It's going to be more fun having Rose and Nick both coming this year too. I wonder how the parents would feel about asking Matt and Allie to come." Al gave her a hug. "That's a brilliant idea, Bree. He could stay with us or with Nick and Scorpius, and maybe Lisa and Marcus would let Allie come with you and Carolyn. Let's ask Mum and Dad in the morning." Scorpius and Nick went home with their parents shortly after that conversation and spent most of the weekend together. Brianna and Allie spent Sunday afternoon with them, and with Allie's parents, Lisa and Marcus. The kids found out then that Harry and Ginny had asked her parents if she could join them for the week at Marauders' Paradise. The afternoon together was so that they could get to know Lisa and Marcus before giving their permission to a very happy daughter. When Nick and Scorpius were sitting on Nick's bed later that night, they were both pretty happy too. "We're going to have a great week at Marauders' Paradise," Nick told Scorpius. "We'll probably find out tomorrow if Matt's going to come too." Scorpius nodded. "I'm sure his parents will let him come. We've done so much in the first 2 weeks of holidays. Having this trip still 2 weeks away seems like a long time still." "This will go a lot faster," Nick answered. "We'll probably have 2 or 3 shopping trips alone, knowing Lily and the other girls. We're going to have a couple of teens with us this year that are going into 7th year at Hogwarts this year, that Mum and Dad are chaperones for the week, and we'll go out with them a couple of times to get clothes for the trip." "Do we know them?" Scorpius asked. "I'm sure we've seen them around, but I don't know them. Katie and Denise are both in Hufflepuff. The couple that have been their volunteers couldn't go to the island this year for some reason. We're going to be spending a week with 2 girls in our hotel room," Scorpius said, looking surprised. Nick laughed. "They're both 17, mate. I really doubt we'll see them much. Mum loves it. She's got 2 other girls to hang out with instead of being outnumbered 3 to 1 like she normally is." Nick was right that the next 2 weeks went by quickly. Every day was packed full, with Quidditch, shopping, and helping out at the residence. Percy and Penelope took the boys to the residence one night each week to spend some time with Katie and Denise, and Penelope took the girls shopping on Saturday, happy to let the 3 boys find something else to do for the day. The 2 girls both seemed nice and immediately took a liking to Penelope. They both knew Brianna from the residence and Allie from being in their house of school. Katie had been brought to the residence when she was 5, and it was the only home she knew. Denise's Muggle parents had died when she was 9, and she'd been brought to the residence soon after. They'd become best friends even before both getting sorted into Hufflepuff when they started Hogwarts. Brianna's idea for getting Allie and Matt to come had been extended to include Aaron's girlfriend, Tracy, who'd be staying with her best friend, Ariana. The last 2 days before the trip, the kids all spent the afternoons at the residence, helping the youngest kids to pack and to entertain them so the adults could concentrate on last-minute trip details. Katie and Denise came and spent the night before they'd leave for the island at the townhouse. They'd drawn an early departure time. Scorpius found out that was a relative term because of the time change. They wouldn't actually be leaving until late morning, but would arrive just after dawn, island time. He was exhausted when they finally went to bed, but Nick assured him that staying up really late the night before going would help them be ready for what was going to feel like a really long day tomorrow. When Scorpius got his first look at Marauders' paradise, he quickly saw that his friend's descriptions of the place weren't even slightly exaggerated. The hotel was magnificent, and what little else he could see so far just around the hotel practically shouted, "Fun!" They were shown to their suite, which had 4 bedrooms and 2 baths. Nick and Scorpius would be in the same room for the week, since they'd made a few shuffles to accommodate the extra members of their extended group. When Scorpius and Nick were finished unpacking, they waited in the sitting room for Percy, Penelope, and the 2 girls. They went to the atrium for breakfast together, and then Penelope and the girls went to spend the morning together, and Percy went with the boys to try out a few of the rides, and to show Scorpius around the place. The rest of their family and friends were arriving at different times through the morning, so they'd decided to do their own things all morning and meet for lunch. Scorpius was watching Nick and Percy as they took a ride on one of those wildly spinning rides that he knew would never be something he'd get to like, when he felt an arm wrapping around his waist. "Hey, cutie," he heard Brianna say as she came to stand next to him. "How come you're skipping this ride? It looks like Nick and his dad are having fun." He gave her a welcoming hug and waved to the others who were lining up for the same ride. "I found out at that mall in Paris that spinning rides are not for me," he answered. "No wonder we make such a good pair. I can't do those rides either," she told him. Percy and Nick both got right back in line when they saw Harry and the others waiting, and were able to get in on the same ride with them. Scorpius turned his back on that ride and looked around at some of the other nearby attractions. "I don't know how they can get through one of those rides, let alone doing it twice in a row," he told Brianna, shuddering. "It makes me a little queasy just watching them." When they got off of that ride, they all went on 2 of the roller coasters next. Then it was time to start walking to the restaurant they'd be having lunch at. They needed 4 large tables for everyone, and the younger kids took up 2 of the tables, while the older teens sat with the parents. Hugo and Lily were at the table with Scorpius and Brianna, and the younger boy was talking about being the only one who wasn't old enough for the bigger rides. "You could still hang around with us," Brianna told him sympathetically. Hugo shrugged. "I guess, but it won't be much fun sitting around watching while you all do the cool rides." Brianna laughed. "Well, that'll be a problem when we're doing the coasters. But there are also a lot of those spinning rides that Scorpius and I don't like, so we can do some other things with you when everyone else is spinning their heads off." Lily gave Hugo a hug and smiled, which couldn't help but cheer him up. "We'll be doing lots of other stuff that we can all do, and you and I can do some other stuff when they're doing the roller coasters." "You don't mind missing out on those rides?" he asked. "I'll get lots of chances to ride them too. We've got a whole week here," she assured him. That wasn't a problem for the rest of the day anyway, since they all spent the afternoon at the water park. Brianna showed Scorpius all of the great slides and pools there, and he was amazed at the gravity-defying fun. Nick and Ali were with them for most of the time there, and it seemed like they'd barely gotten through trying everything when it was time to go back to their suites to get ready for the banquet. They were seated at tables of 12 for the banquet, so Scorpius and Brianna were sitting with Nick, Ali, Lily, Hugo, Rose, Matt, Al, Carolyn, and the 2 younger boys that were here with Teddy and Stuart. The older teens were at a table together, and the adults were split up at 2 other tables that included Gabrielle, Kevin, Uncle Charlie, and Aunt Natalie. There hadn't been anything that Scorpius had seen and done here so far that hadn't impressed him, and the banquet and talent show after were no exceptions. He'd never attended a dinner with so many thousands of guests. Al told him that there were over 11,000 in the ballroom. That the hotel staff could so smoothly feed so many was a marvel in itself, and the food was just incredible. Before seeing all of this, the numbers of orphans that the Foundation helped had been just that to Scorpius, numbers. Seeing everyone here, and knowing that this would be duplicated for 3 more weeks here, brought the true scope of what the whole project was all about. That in the next 6 years they'd almost double in total residencies was nearly unbelievable. When the talent show was over, Scorpius went with most of the students to the teen nightclub, where he and Brianna danced until about an hour before their 11 o'clock curfew. She then took him for a moonlight walk on the beach. "I've been looking forward to this," she told him as they walked. "Carolyn and Al went for walks like this nearly every night when we were here last year, while Lily and I usually just went back to our suite and went to bed early." Scorpius stopped and gave her a hug. "This has been such a great day, and there can't possibly be a better way to end the day here than doing this." They sat on the beach for a little while and shared a couple of very tender kisses before it was time to hurry back to the hotel. They were all laughing when Nick and Ali met them at the lifts, obviously having needed to hurry too. The 2 boys walked the girls to their door, then went on down the hallway to their own suite. They waved to Al and Carolyn just as they opened the door and went inside, their 2 friends having skidded to a stop in front of the door that Ali and Brianna had just entered, with less than a minute to spare. Percy and Penelope were up, waiting up for them, and they talked together for a few minutes. Katie and Denise didn't have to be back this early, but they came in just as the boys were getting ready to go to their room. Both girls looked excited, and the boys stayed in the sitting room to hear them talk about what they'd been doing. "We went to the Wizard Karaoke Lounge," Katie told them. "Harry and Ginny were there with Ron, Hermione, and some other couples." Denise took over from her friend. "Did you know that Harry is an amazing singer?" she asked them. Penelope and Percy had smiled and nodded. "You're pretty lucky to have heard him," Penelope said. "He doesn't really do that very often in public. Gabrielle must have asked him to do it." Katie nodded. "That's her name, the lady that manages the hotel. Victoire called her Aunt Gabrielle." Denise nodded too. Percy laughed. "I hope Ron brought lots of tissues with him if Harry did one of those ballads he likes to sing to Ginny. He always leaves a room full of crying women when he's done." Denise and Katie both laughed. "Including both of us," Denise said. She yawned and stood up from where she and Katie had sat down. "This has been a really long day, though. Come on, Katie, let's go get some sleep." All 6 of them went to bed then, and when Nick and Scorpius were both changed and had climbed into their beds, they tried to talk about their day for a while, but were soon falling asleep. Scorpius didn't know if he dropped off first or Nick had. Whichever it was, he slept right through until morning. Every day that Scorpius was at Marauders' Paradise was filled with a continuing parade of exciting sensory experiences. The rides and water park were way beyond the most creative descriptions his friends had given him. His first introduction into diving was an afternoon he'd never forget, especially getting to share the experience with Brianna. The underwater world of coral reefs and the amazing aquatic life that lived there had touched him in a way that he couldn't quite explain. Scorpius, Brianna, Nick, Ali, Carolyn, and Al went on the haunted island adventure with Percy, Penelope, Lisa, and Marcus. He and Ali were the only 2 who hadn't seen what he didn't know what to call it, ride or show. Whatever it was called, he'd thought it was brilliant, and he was also sure that sharing it with Brianna made the nearly hour-long adventure even better. Having fun wasn't the only experience Scorpius had that week. He and everyone else certainly did have fun, but there were constant reminders that this week was all about the kids from the residences all over the world. Every volunteer and every member of the staff on the island went to incredible lengths to make every one of the children feel special and loved. Whenever he could, Scorpius tried to help out and be a part of that. Every morning was spent doing things with, and especially for, the kids that were being chaperoned. They'd do activities that everyone in their extended group could all do, from the younger boys with Teddy and Stuart to Katie and Denise. Penelope and the other women took all of the girls for a morning at the spa one day, while the men took the boys around to play games like laser broom. Scorpius had played that at the cottage before, and he found out that the home game wasn't as exciting as the original on which it had been based. During those mornings, Scorpius got to watch the group of men that were now part of his life, and while not really even realizing it, continued the subtle education they'd been giving him since the first day he'd come to live with Nick. Each of the men shared a common love for all of the kids around them. Scorpius could easily see the influence that Harry and his brothers-in-law had on Teddy, Stuart, and Marcus. That's not to say that there weren't differences, because there certainly were. Those differences were in personalities, though, not in beliefs. The teens had most of the afternoons to themselves, and the Ravenclaw Marauders were usually together, with Lily and Hugo joining them. Scorpius, Brianna, and Lily made sure that one or more of them were able to do other rides or games with Hugo when the others were going on rides that he couldn't go on yet, just as they'd promised him. Dinner was always with most or all of the family, and then the evenings were again left open for the kids to do what they wanted until their various curfews. Since Hugo couldn't go to the teen club, he and Lily spent the evenings together, except for one night when he conveniently made other plans so that his cousin could go dancing with the other kids. Scorpius, Nick, Al, and the girls also spent 2 of the nights with Lily and Hugo, going on rides one night and going swimming the second night. The hours that Scorpius and Brianna spent together dancing were some of his favorite memories of the week. He'd even gotten used to the good-natured teasing that they'd get from James and Aaron when they'd leave early to find a quiet spot on the beach where they could be alone for the last hour or so of their day, talk, and admire the incredible night sky. Their last full day on the island was spent together, something that Brianna told him they did every year. It was certainly the most relaxing day they'd had during the entire week, and the ending banquet and the talent show put on by the kids from the residences was just as wonderful as the opening banquet and staff talent show had been. The kids were all given an extra 2 hours on their curfews for the last night. Percy and Penelope were going out with most of the other parents and adults that were part of their group, and had invited Katie and Denise to join them, which they'd both happily accepted. Scorpius and Brianna had decided to spend their evening with Lily and Hugo, while the other teens all went to the dance club. "It doesn't seem possible that the week is already over," Scorpius told the other 3 kids as they walked toward the next ride they wanted to go on. Lily smiled at him. "It always feels like that. I'm pretty sure that Michael and the other kids that live on the island with their parents have the coolest home in the whole world." Hugo laughed. "I'm not sure he'd agree, Lily. Aunt Gabrielle and Uncle Kevin don't get away all that much from here. He probably thinks we all have it pretty good." "I'd say he'd be right," Brianna said quietly. "It's like we get the pick of the best of everything. We get to go to Hogwarts for school, and our family is mostly close together. Your homes, the residents, trips to the island, and everything else is all just so amazing. I couldn't imagine anything better if I tried." Lily gave her a big hug. "Are you absolutely sure that Lisa and Marcus won't trade you and Carolyn for James? I think having 2 sisters would be way better, and I'm fairly certain that Al wouldn't mind at all." Brianna and the 2 boys laughed. "You'll be trying to trade him off when you're 100 years old, I'll bet," Hugo told his favorite cousin. She grinned at him. "Probably, if nobody has given me a fair trade for him before then." The 4 kids were having so much fun that Scorpius and Brianna ran out of time and had to skip their nightly walk on the beach. They instead walked back to their suites with Lily and Hugo, getting there with a full 15 minutes to spare. Scorpius found that he was the first one back, and he was grinning when Nick came in at 2 minutes after 1, breathless either from running or from kissing Allie. "You're late, young man," he told Nick, who laughed. "Would you believe my watch is slow, Dad?" Nick asked his friend. "No," Would I believe that you were snogging with Ali on the beach and lost track of time? Yes. Nick laughed again. Look who's talking. Scorpius smiled. I'll have you know I wasn't doing any snogging this evening. Too bad for you, mate, Nick answered. Not really. We had a blast with Lily and Hugo tonight. I'm sure all of those smaller rides are boring for you and the other kids, but they're all still new to me. They had an early departure time in the morning, so the two boys went to pack most of their things, and it was after 2 when they finally went to sleep. Percy and Penelope checked in on them when they got back with Katie and Denise just after 3, and she kissed each boy before quietly closing the door without waking either of them. Their departure time put them back home at lunchtime, so Percy and Penelope took the 4 kids out for lunch before taking the girls back to the residence. They then went to pick up some groceries before going back to the townhouse, where unpacking, a little housework, and cleaning laundry from their trip filled the rest of their afternoon and evening. They all went to bed early, having stayed up late the night before, and needing the extra sleep to help get used to the time change. The day they got back from Marauders' Paradise was the halfway point of their summer holidays. There were now 5 weeks left until they'd be going back to school. Nick and Scorpius started morning Quidditch workouts again on Monday morning, and the Tuesday team practices resumed too. They didn't do as many outings each week as they'd done during the first few weeks of summer, but they did go out at least twice a week, and spent at least one afternoon each week helping at the residence. There was a birthday party on that first Wednesday back for Harry's 39th birthday, and there were other parties and family gatherings during August. Al's birthday party was similar to the dance they'd gone to for Rosie's birthday. Ginny's party had been an adults-only party, so Nick and Scorpius had hosted a kids' night at the townhouse while the parents were all at the cottage. Scorpius and Nick spent one weekend with Teddy and Victoire, where Scorpius got his first real introduction into the joys of Muggle sports cars. He was really just starting to get to know his cousin, and their weekend together was another step in that process. The best party in August was Hugo's 11th birthday party. Since he hadn't been able to go on the rides at Marauders' Paradise when they'd been there, Ron and Hermione took all of the kids back to the island for the day. Harry was the only other adult to go along since it was a work day, but Percy, Penelope and Ginny all joined them on the island after work, which gave them the afternoon island time to join in the fun. Hugo and the rest of the kids had a great day together, and it was after midnight local time when they finally returned to their homes. The Hogwarts letters came out in August too. Scorpius and Nick both had 5 O's and 2 E's for their second-year classes. The most exciting addition to their packages this summer was the permission forms for Hogsmeade weekends. Scorpius had been worried when Teddy had teased him that he probably shouldn't sign the permission form, but had laughed when he realized that he had only been joking and had in fact already signed it. For their extra third-year classes, they'd both picked Care of Magical Creatures and Arithmancy. Neither boy had been interested in the divination or ancient runes classes that Al and Ali were both taking, along with arithmancy. Percy and Penelope took the boys to the Marauders Moor for the back-to-school shopping trip on the weekend before the September 1st weekend. The rest of the kids were there for the day with their parents or volunteers too. Nick and Scorpius went with the guys to get all of the school books and supplies for all of the students. The 6 boys also were fitted for their school robes before meeting up with the girls for lunch. Harry and Ron took Hugo and Lily to Ollivander's after lunch to get their wands. Then Lily caught up with the girls again, while Hugo, Ron and Harry met up with the guys, who were shopping for the rest of their clothes and making stops at the game portal, broom closet and Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. The last week of holidays blasted by far too quickly, and then suddenly it was Saturday night. There was a family dinner at the cottage, where Scorpius and the other kids got a chance to see everyone for a while before going back to school in the morning. Nick and Scorpius stayed up until nearly midnight with Percy and Penelope, wanting to squeeze every last minute out of their holiday. The boys couldn't help but be excited about starting school, but for the night it was tempered by the sadness caused by knowing they'd be away from home again until Christmas. When Scorpius was finally in bed, he thought a lot about the incredible summer he'd had, far better than any he'd ever had before. There would probably be even greater things still to come in his life, but he was sure he'd always remember this first summer with the family he was growing to love so much. Before we close the book for today, I'd like to take a moment to thank the people helping keep the Wizarding Library alive. A special thank you to Eric Trulson, our library patron, and Lindsay Collins, one of our wizards, for directly supporting the production of new audiobooks. And of course, thank you to everyone who has joined our little corner of the library. Every story here remains free to listen to. Those who choose to support us simply make it possible to keep creating the next one. From all of us at the Wizarding Library, thank you. And until the next story, take care.